Chapter 18. The crematoriums. Giant flues loom ahead of us, spewing plumes of putrid smoke into the dismal air, surrounding us with death, as the transport we are in eases its way toward the gate guarding the crematoriums. I try to look ahead, but pull back when Commander Vi glares at me, giving me a reprimanding look and a reminder that I am to behave with the utmost of courtesy. Now is not the time for curiosity or stubbornness. No one comes to the crematoriums unless they have been sentenced here, and the fact that Tapiwa wants me to visit this place fills me with trepidation and questions. The transport lurches to a halt, and I am flung forward as guards approach the vehicle with their weapons raised, ready to fire upon us if we prove to be troublesome. The driver rolls down his window and motions for the rest of us to do the same. The moment a small crack appears in mine, I gag, and my throat seizes from the smell of burning flesh. But this is different from the time I was on the wall and forced to use black fire on those who tried to invade Arel. The smell is constant, never-ending, acrid in its makeup, clothed in decay, and accompanied by death itself. I imagine a dark figure cloaked in tattered rags with his face covered, ashamed of being seen, of being known as the Reaper, as the bringer of death. Such stories are forbidden in Arel. We tell them anyway. The older recruits would tell the younger ones these forbidden tales, and they would tell those who came after them, and so the stories survived, regardless of the presidential decree. An armed guard appears at my window, and I look at my reflection within the visor of his helmet, reminding myself to keep my expressions neutral. He raises a scanner, and I know what is expected of me, so I lower my head, exposing the back of my neck and the tattoo that resides there. The scanner beeps, and he walks away, satisfied with what comes up on the screen. With a soft jostle, the transport creeps into the compound and parks a few feet beyond the gate. Commander Vi gets out, and I do the same, not wanting to be scolded for being too slow. I follow behind her, heading for a giant steel door that is blacker than my uniform, sneaking a peek behind me, wondering why the driver has not also gotten out, but instead stays within the safety of the transport. My stomach lurches, and a deep, never-ending pit builds within it, growing by the second as my heart races and my pulse throbs in my neck. I do not understand why my nerves are spiking, why they are trying to warn me of impending danger. I glance back again at the driver, but Commander Vi clears her throat, forcing me to whip my head back into place so that I face forward, but I cannot help myself. I want to look around, to see where I am being taken, to know more about this ominous place that we all try to avoid. So I glance at the smokestacks and the black essence that spews from them. Something lands on the edge of my nose. Unable to stop myself, I brush it off and stare at a piece of gray ash on the tip of my middle finger, sitting there as though it has been invited to stay for a while. Soon, I find myself surrounded by what appears to be soiled snowflakes, but the air is too warm for such a thing, and they do not melt when touched. It's charcoal dust, or so I think. Ash falls from above, coughed into the air by the giant smokestacks, coating my uniform and my hair, and as I look up to study them further, one slips through my parted lips and settles on my tongue. As I taste its chalkiness, a sick realization takes hold of me. The ash surrounding me are the remains of human corpses that have been incinerated in the fires that burn night and day here. I am surrounded by death. A hand rams into my back in between my shoulder blades and shoves me forward, causing me to almost stumble. "Keep going!" yells one of the guards. I start to turn to challenge him, but Commander Vi places a firm grip on my arm, stopping me. She shakes her head, and I obey her unspoken command. Let her handle it. I had thought the mines a terrible place, but this is different. In the mines, there was some semblance of life, even if it was subdued and submissive, but here, there is nothing, not even the sound of crickets. Harsh clacking sounds emanate around us as the doors swing open, beckoning us to enter and warning us that there is no escape from this place of hell. As they come to a stop, boiling heat smacks me in the face, causing me to sweat, and the desire to run away comes over me, urging me to flee, to escape to a place of safety, but I remain where I am, unwilling to show fear or weakness. I am an arbiter. I am Noni. I do not run from fear, I embrace it. Inhaling as deep as I can, the sun pokes through the clouds for a second, as though to say goodbye before disappearing again. I step forward, ahead of Commander Vi, and delve into the dark chambers of foreboding and despair, ready to face the fires of hell and to overcome whatever challenge has been laid before me. Once inside, I find myself in darkness, save for an orange glow at the bottom of a circular staircase. Even the sun dares not enter this place, blocked by the terror that lies deep within, as though an invisible wall prevents it from stepping even 1 inch into its realm. A guard motions for us to go down the stairs. We obey. Together, Commander Vi and I step onto the first step, and the lack of a metallic ring surprises me, as though even sound itself is too afraid to exist here. One fateful step at a time, I descend further into the darkness, heading for the orange luminescence before me, a moth unable to resist the glow of a lamp, and steel myself, commanding my anxiety to leave me, as it will only get me killed. I try to look around to find a route for escape, but the black walls blend in with the darkness so well that I feel as though I am encased in a hole, one that could well be my final resting place. The silence surrounding me makes me want to scream, to yell, to beg for mercy, but I clamp my mouth shut. Pleading only brings death. I reach the bottom of the stairs and stand before another giant doorway, and as soon as I step off it, a deafening roar strikes me, filling my ears with its thunder and smashing the wall of silence that has imprisoned me. I want to cover my ears, unable to handle this amount of noise, but I mustn't show weakness. I must be like Commander Vi, who stands proud and unyielding, conveying no amount of fear or submissiveness, but is resolute in her pursuit of seeing this task through. Squaring my shoulders, I straighten my posture, emulating her and refusing to bow before this place and the unknown that awaits me on the other side of this doorway. I walk forward and step into the orange light as though I am being born for a second time, passing from darkness into light, but this light brings no joy or hope. It is the sharp blade of the Reaper's chosen weapon. Fires loom ahead of me, stretching from the floor to the ceiling, demanding more fuel, only to be satiated by naked corpses that inch their way toward them on a conveyor belt. One by one, they drop into the flames, and I watch as these soulless vessels are disposed of, having become nothing more than a common piece of garbage, a waste of space that is best disposed of. Unable to peel my eyes away, I stalk forward until a rail stops me, forcing me to stand still with my mouth parted, watching the hypnotic motion of bodies making their way to their final destination, dumped like rotted food, not even afforded the decency of a proper farewell. Someone shoves a handkerchief in front of my face, forcing me from my stupor, and for the first time, the putrid smell of decay pierces my nose, embedding itself into my brain as a permanent fixture, a parasite I will never be rid of, and with each breath I take, that odor morphs into an acrid film on my tongue, reminding me of stale meat that has sat out too long and was allowed to go green. The memory of molars forcing me to eat spoiled meat just to prove a point flashes in my mind. I vomited for the next 12 hours after that. From then on, I only ate meat that smelled fresh. The handkerchief hops up and down in front of me, reminding me of where I am, and I look up at the arbiter handing it to me, while her other hand holds another piece of cloth over her nose and mouth. None of the armed guards have such a thing over their face, but perhaps they can no longer smell it, or their helmets block it enough to make it bearable. She waves the cloth at me again, and I shake my head at her, refusing what temporary comfort it could provide. Commander Vi's sharp eyes watch me, taking in my refusal of the cloth, and she takes the material she had placed around her face and drops it on the floor, not wanting to be outshone by someone under her command. The arbiter in charge motions for us to follow him, and as we do, I notice movement in the shadows. People, condemned to a worse fate than burning in the ravenous fires, place bodies on the conveyor belts, choosing to hide in the shadows than face the shame of what they are forced to do. The hollow expressions on their faces unnerve me. Whatever humanity they possessed before coming here has been stripped from them, turning them into automatons who do the bidding of their master. Loud voices echo from behind us, and I swing around to see what the commotion is about. A man refuses to lift another corpse onto the conveyor belt. Without a single word, a guard raises his weapon and puts a hole in the man's head, and before his body touches the floor, other workers swoop in and strip him of his clothes before dumping him on the belt. The belt carries him to me, allowing me to get a good look at him, reminding me of just how fleeting everything is. And as I watch his body be carried to the fire, the feeling that his dead eyes stare straight into mine morphs into a warning that wafts over me. Commander Vi snaps her fingers, jerking me from my moment of silent wondering, and I hurry after her as she follows the guard guiding us. He leads us through the maze of conveyor belts and the people in the shadows stripping bodies of the possessions they had in life. We shove our way past them, ignoring them as they do their job. My shoulder bumps into a man holding a shirt coated in gray dust, masking its once vibrant blue color, with a tear stretching from the armpit of the left sleeve to the bottom of the hem, followed by blood, turned brown from oxidation. My mouth starts to apologize for bumping into him, but I stop myself before I give myself away. I am an arbiter, and not supposed to care if I disturb someone in their work, but that isn't what stops me. His hollow eyes, bleak and soulless just like this place, stare past me, as though he does not see me, almost as though I am nothing more than a ghost to him. Stop me, eating away at me until they have devoured the last bit of my humanity. He says nothing, makes no noise, and gives no indication that he knows I am here, as his hands remove the pants from the body in front of him, flopping it around with ease, as though he has done this hundreds of times. I glance around me. A bubble of indistinguishable noises roar so loud that my ears become deaf to everything else around me, while dark figures remain focused on their task, surrounded by moving shadows traveling into dancing light, wanting to be seen instead of forgotten. I am alone, cut off, lost in a sweltering ravine, the only guest death has invited to a feast of burned flesh and putrid decay. I cannot move. Despair greeted me at the mines, but this is not despair. It's hopelessness. Chained to the ground, I remain where I am among those stripping the bodies, dressed in my black uniform as though I am death, as though I am the reaper who has condemned them all to such a horrendous fate. This is why Tapiwa wanted me to be brought here. This is a reminder of where I will end up if I disobey Arel's commands. The squeaking wheels of the conveyor belt pull me from my stupor, forcing me to look at the body of a woman as it passes by me on its way to the fires. Her eyes, clouded from death, stare at me, accusing me of being her executioner, of condemning her to burn in heartless fires instead of giving her a proper farewell. Without thinking, I reach up and place my index and middle finger on her eyes, closing them so that she will not have to look at the soot-covered ceiling or at the terrifying flames that are always hungry. Perhaps she can dream before she is burned, floating on waves of serenity. The conveyor belt carries her corpse to the flames and dumps it without a second thought, and I wonder who she was and what crime she committed to end up here. An alarm blares. Its incessant beeping pounds my eardrums, making me want to cover them, but I dare not to. I am an arbiter, not a terrified child. Everyone moves to the side as the alarm sounds, and I do the same, while looking at the flashing red lights that circles us, warning us of something that is coming. A hole in the ceiling opens up, allowing me to see into the silo above it, but before I can ponder what it is, a wave of corpses plummet from the hole into the floor, adding to the pile of death's children, forming little mountains. Some of the bodies roll from the top all the way to the bottom, like rocks on a mountain, but instead of a roaring thunder, the only noise they make is that of soft thuds. One stops by my foot, and I look down at it, while my heart skips a couple of beats. For a moment, I believe that it is Sheila lying on the cold concrete floor in front of me. But as I study the girl's face, I realize that it is not Sheila. The pit in my stomach dissipates as this fact sinks in, but a girl about her age who looks a lot like her. Fresh bruises cover her body, and her face is still swollen from having been struck. She is no more than a few hours deceased. Swallowing a lump that has lodged itself in my throat, I pull my foot away from the girl's body and step back, moving away from her and toward Commander Vi, all the while reminding myself that Sheila is back at the manor, alive and waiting for me. Commander Vi gives me a reprimanding look for dawdling, and I glance away, unable to meet her unforgiving gaze. She turns back toward the guard guiding us, and I follow her, taking one last glance at the girl's corpse. Someone is already stripping it, and the foreboding notion that builds within me, unnerving me. We reach a patch of light, and relief floods over me, glad to be away from the darkness and its cold residents. A woman stands on a platform in the orange beam of light with her hands on her hips, close to her weapon, watching us as we come toward her. "Welcome," she says to Commander Vi and me, "to hell." She steps away from the light, though it seems to follow her no matter where she goes, accentuating her stocky features, putting her burly muscles on full display, letting everyone here know that she is in charge. No one watches her, except for me and Commander Vi. Not even the guards escorting us bother looking at this woman. My eyes stay glued to her, watching her every move as she stalks to a set of stairs in a regal manner, and an ominous feeling germinates in my stomach, growing by the second as each of her steps echoes around us, drowning the roars of the fires behind us as though they too are afraid of this woman. Thoughts about what she had done to get assigned to this place rush through my mind, each worse than the last, because she must have done something unforgivable. Why would anyone want to be assigned here? Unless... "My name," the woman says as she steps off the platform, each word leaving her mouth at the exact moment her foot stomps on a step, "is Commander Arel." Shit. There isn't an arbiter in Arel who does not know that name. Even Commander Vi's cheeks twitch upon hearing the name. It is synonymous with death and carnage. It is rumored that she has marks on her body, one for every enemy she has killed. Her body must be coated in tattoos by now. Though against regulation, the Arbiter Council decided to allow her this one bit of deviancy because of what she is able to accomplish. Everywhere her name goes, fear precedes it, while death follows. Arel the Butcher. Stories were told to the recruits in the training facility, and the recruits repeated the stories among themselves, where they grew and evolved, or remained true to the original. As I watch her stride in front of the arbiters under her command, what I had once thought of as embellished tales told to frighten us into submission look more realistic by the second. When she was a recruit, she murdered her roommates, all of them. She never gave a justification for such an act. When the warden on her floor saw her come out in the morning coated in blood, he rushed into the room to see what had happened and found a room covered in entrails, blood, bits of bone, severed fingers, 2 eyeballs, a dissected brain, if you could call it that, since it had been cut into thin strips that were woven together to form a sort of rope, bits of teeth, and a flab of skin that looked as though it had been filleted. The warden demanded to know what had happened, but all she did was stare at him, a predator sizing up its prey, with a sardonic grin on her face. She was put in detainment, but the council decided to let her live, to nurture her dark nature for their own purposes. I remember an older recruit telling me this story, and he demonstrated every part of it. I did not sleep for a week, and it still haunts me even now. Her murderous ways did not stop there. There is another story about her first assignment at one of our outposts. It was attacked by barbarians, and over 100 arbiters were killed, but not Arel. It is said that the commandant of her outpost panicked and left his post, and that she took charge. She turned the battle around and forced the barbarians to flee back into the wildlands where they belonged, but not before sending a message. She had managed to capture their leader. To ensure that they never attacked again, Arel strung him up on a pole just outside the outpost where all could see, unconcerned that someone might take a shot at her, and gutted him. She ripped out his intestines and chopped them into smaller pieces, throwing each piece at the barbarians watching from the trees, yelling at them to take the pieces back to their village, her blood-soaked uniform instilling fear into any who watched. The body hung out there for weeks, but Arel never allowed it to be taken down, even when its putrid smell made any unfortunate enough to be nearby vomit. Sometime later, she was tasked with cleaning out the very settlement that the attackers had come from. If Arel wanted to make a point, they succeeded. Arel not only attacked it, making sure that the barbarians who lived there were forced to leave, she made sure that they would never reside there again. She ordered their fields to be salted so that their crops would die, but that is not the worst of it. Every man, woman, and child was tied to a post and left to die the most agonizing death. A trail of bodies, left out to rot, stretched from the settlement to the outpost, and it is said that she walked among the carnage, pleased with her handiwork, an artist and her painting. As I ponder the stories told of her, I can't help but wonder why she is here. Commander Arel steps in front of me, and I feel her cold eyes scrutinizing me, taking in every detail of my posture, every twitch, every uncontrollable spasm that her gaze brings out. A smirk crosses her face, telling me that she is pleased by the fear that her very presence instills. I do my best to keep my eyes straight ahead and keep my focus on something in the background as an incessant amount of warmth builds around my neck, stretching down my back and to my waist as droplets of sweat form, causing my uniform jacket and undershirt to cling to me, forming some sort of seal. I want to move. I want to get away from her, but I cannot. If I do, it will show weakness, and weakness is never tolerated. "You must be Arbiter Noni," Commander Arel says in a stern voice, and I smell the decayed bits of meat that she must have eaten hours before my arrival, on her breath. I remain silent. There is no point in saying anything. She knows who I am. She knew before I arrived here. This entire venture was arranged by Tapua, and now I know why. It is a warning of what will happen to me if I continue to show mercy toward those Arel has deemed expendable. "Well," snaps Commander Arel. "You have not asked me a question, Commander," I reply. She hasn't. What did she expect me to say? "Yes, I'm Noni and you're a tyrannical bitch"? Such a reply will get me sent straight into the fires. Chase's words echo through my mind. Do what you have to survive. I keep repeating them, reminding myself of the promise I had made to him earlier, and to Sheila and Gwen. If anything happens to me, a far worse fate will befall to them. "What do you think of my empire?" Commander Arel asks. "Empire?" I reply, unsure of what to say, but knowing that no one in Arel has an empire, except for the two presidents, and to say otherwise is punishable by death. "My domain, then." Commander Arel bears down upon me as I take in her well-formed muscles that are twice the size of mine, and I know that she can crush me with one blow if I anger her, but I cannot stand her arrogance. This is all a test. I know it is. A test to see if I will break, if I will succumb to the fear that the crematoriums always instill in people, but seeing it now, seeing how the people here act like mindless drones as they throw corpses, the remains of individuals who once had hopes, wants, and desires, into the blazing inferno that hungers for more, my fear turns to anger, which transforms into defiance. I refuse to be broken, to allow this woman and her gruesome reputation to force me to coil into a ball, begging for mercy. "Perhaps you need to see more of it," Commander Arel says. She motions for us to follow her, and both Commander Vi and I do. Workers work in wanton repetition as they continue to strip lifeless bodies of their meager possessions, before tossing them onto the conveyor belt for their final farewell. Debilitating heat singes my skin, and smoke spews from the chimneys, leaking into the chamber, causing any who breathe it to choke, assuming the smell of rot hasn't already suffocated them, though my sense of smell no longer detects it, having become used to the death surrounding me. As Commander Arel leads us to another part of the crematorium, I do my best to keep my face emotionless, devoid of any humanity, otherwise I risk being outed as a dissenter. But inside, my heart aches for the souls condemned to this place. Whatever humanity they had before coming here has been stolen from them. Despite my efforts, I turn my head to watch as a man collapses from exhaustion, and like the one earlier, those next to him lift him up and dump him on the conveyor belt. He screams in terror as he is carried to the fire. He tries to claw his way off the belt, but bony hands push him back down, refusing him mercy, and his screams morph into agony as he is dumped into the fires, before being silenced forever, and death's cold hand grips my back, warning me that I will be next if I am not careful. We turn away from the fires, heading for a tunnel. Wild thoughts run through my mind as we trek down the metallic tube with charred grime crawling up the sides as though it is alive, forming whimsical patterns in a place devoid of beauty. The roar of the fires echo through the tunnel, forming a metallic drumbeat that pounds against my eardrums, causing my pulse to change its rhythm to this new melody of doom. Commander Arel continues down the tunnel as the lights fade to a dim glow, making me feel as though I have been buried alive beneath the ground, and a new wave of anxiety courses through me as I wonder what she is up to. We turn another corner and enter a room with a giant wheel on it, its barbaric shape and sharpened spokes causing my stomach to leap as the dark figure of a person comes into view. Without warning, lights turn on, causing me to squint until my eyes become accustomed to the sudden brightness. "This," says Commander Arel to Commander Vi and me, "is Shamey." I take a closer look at the man on the gigantic wheel. Blood drips from where the shackles have restrained him, and his swollen face only allows one eye to look at his spectators as he turns his head for a moment before going limp. Beneath the bruises and cuts on his body from where he has been beaten over and over again, I spot what had once been toned muscles, the muscles of an arbiter. The haircut, the physique. It is reminiscent of someone who was once like me, and I find myself wondering what he did to be sent down here. "Shamey was an arbiter," Commander Arel continues, enjoying every moment of the man's misery. "But he made one simple mistake, the mistake of believing that he could go against the rule of Arel, so he was sent here to me." Commander Arel waves her hand, and another arbiter brings her a torch. With horror, I realize what she intends to do with it, and clench my fists, debating with myself over whether I should stop her or not. But if I do, I will be put on that wheel. Now I know why she is here, why she is overseeing the crematoriums. She asked for such an assignment because it grants her the ability to torment others without judgment or repercussions. Commander Arel enjoys the misery of others and gets a certain amount of pleasure from being the deliverer of their misfortune. She lights the torch and holds it to the man's flesh, cackling as he screams from the agony of his flesh boiling away from his bones as he writhes in pain and pulls against his restraints in a futile attempt to break free before yanking the torch away from him. A quick glance at Commander Vi's clenched face tells me that she is as disgusted as I am, but Commander Arel isn't finished with me. She turns toward me, holding the torch out to me. "Perhaps you should give it a try." I remain still, refusing to take it. "It's quite simple," Commander Arel says to me in a low tone. "You just press it against him and watch him burn." The ease with which she explains this to me causes my stomach to churn. She holds it up to the man again, placing the tip of the torch on his left cheek before turning it on. Blue flames erupt from the nozzle, engulfing his cheek as the skin bubbles and cooks, filling the room with the smell of his cooking flesh, and a lump forms in the back of my throat, warning me that I am about to expel the contents of my stomach as Commander Arel releases a malevolent laugh. Unable to withstand it any longer, I step forward and reach my hand out for the cresset, doing my best to keep my face impassive and not betray the disgust that I feel toward this vile woman and her methods. Pleased, Commander Arel turns off the flambeau and hands it to me, thinking that she has convinced me to be just like her. My fingers wrap around the warm base of the torch, tingling as they clench it, not wanting to drop it, and I take it from her, studying its blackened tip while working up the courage to do what I know must be done. The man on the wheel looks at me with his one good eye, pleading with me to end it, to let him go and face the unknown, and I am reminded of the woman at Commandant Pack's outpost as she lay in a pool of her own blood, wishing for her own suffering to end, and how I granted her wish. I try to give the man a little bit of comfort before I help him, not caring what he did to be sentenced to this place. No arbiter deserves to be tortured like this. They deserve a quick death regardless of their crime. Commander Arel's sharp eyes burn into my back as she waits for me to turn on the torch and administer my form of punishment. I give a slight nod to the man stretched across the wheel, and he closes his eye, mouthing the words "thank you," and turns away. With my free hand, I grab his nose and mouth, squeezing them shut so that he cannot breathe, keeping my grip firm as his body struggles against my grip. "Shh," I say in a quiet voice, trying to soothe him, and he relaxes, allowing me to bestow upon him his one last wish. He goes limp. I remove my hand from his gaping mouth, trying not to look at the lifeless stare in his eye as it clouds over, unable to focus anymore. Stunned silence wells up around me, seething until it morphs into diabolical hatred. Commander Arel makes a move for me, but I whip around, holding the torch in front of me, ready to turn it on and burn her face off if necessary. And she stops, unwilling to be on the receiving end of the very punishment she administers to others. I glare at her, daring her to try it, daring her to make one false move, to give me any excuse to attack her. The bringer of carnage and death is what she may have been in the past, but those stories are old, and it's time for a new one to be told. Assured that she will not try anything, I use the butt of the torch to break the man's shackles loose, relishing in the clanging noise that reverberates around us with each strike. His metal cuffs break apart, falling to the ground, and I toss the torch aside, no longer needing it. Unconcerned about the others in the room, I grab the lifeless man and hoist him off the giant wheel, carting him to the doorway and into the metallic tunnel of sweltering filth and rotted flesh as I drag him to the belts. His feet leave streaks in the moist soot on the ground as I haul him away. No one stops me. Perhaps they are too afraid of what Commander Arel will do to them if they interfere with her plans. Or maybe they are too stunned by my actions to even consider stopping me. I don't care. I will not allow Commander Arel to desecrate his body like she has done to so many before him. The least I can do is make sure that he is disposed of in proper fashion and cannot be tormented anymore. Sunken eyes glance up from their work and watch as I walk past with the body of a former arbiter in my arms, no longer devoid of life, but instead, they watch me with intent, being filled with resolution for the first time in a long while. The tunnel morphs into a chamber of smoke and fire, and the hum of the conveyor belts greet me as an old friend. My arms tire from holding the man's corpse, but I refuse to drop him, ordering my hands to retain their grip and to not let go. As I reach the belts, a hand reaches for the body in my arms, and I smack them away. No one is stripping this man of his possessions. My harsh glare causes the one who had tried to grab him to step back and sink away into the shadows like a wraith, while the gears of the conveyor belt squeal as they turn, unwilling to stop in their mission to deliver bodies to the ravenous flames behind me. Guards and workers alike watch, paused in their work, as though time itself has stopped, as they watch me place the man on the conveyor belt, not like a person tossing away a piece of garbage, but as a friend saying farewell. "I'm sorry," I whisper into the dead man's ear while closing his one good eye with the tip of my index finger before he is carted away. Stepping back, I salute him as a fellow arbiter, giving him the farewell he deserves, and I watch as he is carried to the flames and dumped into the inferno without a single tear to mourn his passing. Feeling the stares of others on me, a mixture of confusion, pride, and disgust, I shift from my spot and consider the consequences of my actions. Commander Arel will not allow me to get away with this. The clanging of a piece of metal falling to the ground forces me to turn around, and in a far corner, away from the fires, the tunnel, and the conveyor belts, are the shadows of people hoping to go unnoticed. I hurry toward them as the workers and guards go back to their duties, unsure of what else they should do. I race to the area where the noise came from, blocking out the shouts of my name and the roar of the fires as my swift movements force the sweltering, stagnant air to dry the film of sweat on my face. Dodging around a corner, I reach a grate that appears to go to a ventilation shaft. It hangs at an angle from its hinges, and as I inspect it further, I find a missing screw laying on the soot-covered ground, having just been pried loose. A shuffling sound comes from inside the shaft. I grab the grate and yank it free, revealing 5 silhouettes in the darkness, having frozen themselves as they all stare at me in fear. Each carries a small bundle in their hands. They're running away. "Noni!" My name echoes through this chamber of death, stopping me cold. My punishment awaits, and I can save myself by turning these 5 in. But if I do, the punishment for trying to escape Arel is execution, and their deaths will be on my hands. I examine the shaft, feeling the air that comes through it, knowing that they must have put some thought into this plan. As I look around, I realize that the crematoriums have one weakness. Air needs to be brought in from the outside, meaning that the ventilation shaft is the one way out that is not guarded. "Noni!" My name strikes my ears again, warning me to hurry as I struggle with helping them or protecting myself. But as I continue to consider my options, I think of the woman I had tried to save, or the girl whom I was forced to execute, and Segal and his family, who managed to escape Arel because of me. If I turn them in, then Commander Aaron and Tapiwa have won. I will have become what they want me to be, a mindless drone that obeys without question and kills without impunity. Do you know how to get to the eastern sector? I ask, knowing that they will not get far on their own. One nods. Go to the plaza there. There will be a series of barrels with garbage in them. Hide in them. I will meet you there tonight. I put the grate back in position, but one of them stops me. They will know you helped us. Not if you go now, I reply. Commander Vi's voice draws near, and my time for getting them away from here draws short. I saw what you did. They will not let you go without punishment, says the man. You must turn one of us in. He starts to crawl out of the shaft, but a woman stops him, begging him to stay with her, but he places a gentle palm on her cheek and kisses her. Do as the arbiter says. Before anyone can react, he jumps out of the shaft and grabs the grate from me, placing it back in position. Go, he says to the others who crawl away, knowing that there is no going back now. Commander Vi's voice is feet from us, and at any moment she will round the corner. Before I have a chance to think of a plan, the man punches me in the face, forcing my training to kick in, and I seize his fist, wringing his arm behind his back and press him into the ground, immobilizing him. What is the meaning of this? Demands Commander Vi when she finds me. The man cranes his head to look at me, pleading with me to think of the others first. If I don't go along with his plan, we are all dead. I caught this filth, I say, doing my best to make my voice as harsh as I can, trying to escape. Commander Aaron appears with two of her guards. What is going on here? You can thank Arbiter Noni for discovering a weakness in your domain, replies Commander Vi with smugness. Commander Aaron's eyes go from me to the man as she realizes what he was trying to do. She marches up to him and backhands him. You thought you could just leave? He spits in her face. Infuriated, Commander Aaron shoves me aside, forcing me to land on my side, snatching him from me, and throws him to the floor, kicking him in the stomach and ribs over and over until I lose count, and he is left a mangled mess, coughing and spitting up blood. With one final bit of rage, she lifts her foot high into the air and brings her heavy boot upon his head, crushing his skull, grinning as blood and bits of his brain spurt onto the ash surrounding him. Without a word, the guards with her pick the man's body up and throw him on a conveyor belt to the fires, while I picture myself strangling the life from her to stop her from harming someone else. I press my hands in the ash, allowing it to coat them, as I bend my knees, ready to strike. And you little... Commander Aaron rounds on me, but I cut her off. You asked me what I think of your domain, I say, changing the subject and forcing her to take a step back in surprise. She folds her arms, waiting for me to praise her, to tell her how well she runs this place, and to commend her for her efforts. It is a dump, I reply, ruled by a sadistic bitch whose glory days of protecting Arel through a horde of carnage are well behind her, having been replaced as a caretaker of filth. Commander Aaron's smug face contorts into rage. She charges me, bringing her fist up to strike, but before I can defend myself, before anyone else can react, a hand snatches her wrist, stopping her in mid-swing. Commander Vi's stern face glares at Commander Aaron, refusing to release her hold on the commander's wrist. No one touches my arbiter without my consent, Commander Vi says through gritted teeth, and I imagine her muscles bulging underneath her uniform. The same muscles I witnessed lift her as she performed an endless amount of pull-ups when I first arrived in the eastern sector. I have always suspected her of being an unyielding individual, and I am about to find out just how unyielding she is. Commander Aaron glares at Commander Vi, and I step away, knowing what is about to happen. Another fist flies at Commander Vi, and she dodges it, landing a blow of her own on Commander Aaron's face. Commander Vi swings again, but misses, receiving a knee in the stomach as a reward. I watch, unsure of what to do, as the two wrestle with one another. A part of me wants to help my commander, but if I do, and she wins, it will invalidate her victory. She must defeat Commander Arel on her own, or be forever marred by my influence. The two become veiled by an onslaught of fists and feet as they move toward the fire, unaware of how close they are to it. Commander Arel fakes an attack and my commander falls for it, realizing her mistake too late as she is knocked to the floor with a grunt. Dazed, Commander Vi almost doesn't see the boot coming straight for her head, but she rolls out of the way just in time, and the boot slams into the blackened floor, missing her. Before her opponent can do anything, Commander Vi charges her, catching her around the middle and forcing her to take a few steps backward. But Commander Arel's strength is not to be underestimated, as she lifts Commander Vi up, throwing her over a conveyor belt, where she crashes into the floor with a gasp. She lifts herself up, but limps, meaning that my commander has injured her ankle, but she refuses to let it stop her. The two eye one another with the conveyor belt between them, carrying more bodies to the inferno. Commander Arel lunges for Commander Vi, but Commander Vi seizes her wrists and drags her over the conveyor belt, knocking two bodies off in the process, and slams her into another belt with her hands around her throat. Commander Arel reaches for the hands around her throat before flinging her knee into Commander Vi's stomach, forcing her to loosen her grip. Seizing her chance, she charges again, but Commander Vi swerves out of the way, causing Commander Arel to roll over her back and grunt as she slams into the conveyor belt and the air is knocked out of her. Once again, a flurry of movement envelops them, each striking and dodging the other as they move even closer to the fire that will consume us all one day. No one moves, no one dares. We all watch, waiting for one to come out the victor. Terror overwhelms me when Commander Arel wraps her arm around Commander Vi's windpipe, choking the life from her, and my commander struggles to break free. This is it. If she dies, I die too, because Commander Arel will never let me leave alive, not after being challenged by my commander and by me. I want to turn away, to not witness the inevitable, but I can't, and I keep my eyes on Commander Vi as she gives one last attempt to get free before going limp. Triumphant, Commander Arel releases her hold and stands up, but the moment she does, Commander Vi drops to the ground, rolls onto her back, and rams her foot into Commander Arel's calf, causing her to drop to one knee. In one swift series of movement, Commander Vi jumps up and kicks at Commander Arel, who catches her foot and twists, forcing her back to the floor. Limping, Commander Arel stands up, grabbing Commander Vi by the face and forcing her to her feet so that she can look her in the eyes as she kills her. A knife appears in her hand, one that she probably kept hidden in her sleeve, and she thrusts it at Commander Vi, but Commander Vi dodges, twists around, and swings her leg, striking Commander Arel in the center of her chest, forcing her into the wall of flames behind her, where she is consumed by her favorite method of punishment. Victorious, Commander Vi stands in front of the blazing fire, a menacing dark shape shrouded by dancing orange and yellow light, with swirls of smoke weaving in between her legs, daring any within the chamber to challenge her. No one moves. Not even the guards dare to defy her. Secured in her victory, she turns toward me.
We're done here.
Wasting no time, I hurry after her as we head back to the stairs that will lead us to the outside world and to our transport. Though none of the guards have stopped us, there will be hell to pay, of that I am certain. Chapter 19. Hello, darkness. The final chime sounds as the lights turn off throughout the manor, leaving only a few to illuminate the darkness that spreads throughout the dilapidated building, making the mold-infested rugs appear to be possessed by black ghosts, whose only goal is to snatch any victim unfortunate enough to cross their path. The last bits of rustling move past my door as a few arbiters who have tried to stay up past lights out realize that they need to get in their rooms before their indiscretion is discovered. I wait for the final 5 footsteps to cease thumping on the wooden floors before sitting up in bed, doing my best to not let the springs in my mattress squeak. While listening for anything that might prove my undoing, I put on my boots, lacing them up tight, having already gotten dressed before laying in my bed and pretending to be asleep. As I straighten up, I place my wristband on the desk. I open my door, wishing that it was quieter as it slides open, noting how every sound seems exaggerated when one is trying to not make any noise. A quick peek up and down the hallway proves that no one has heard me. Good. I let my eyes linger on Amal's room. He stared at me the entire time during dinner as though he knew I was planning something, a treasonous act, and it took all my willpower to not allow his suspicions to get to me. He has always been an ass, and I never liked him, and he never appreciated my spurning of his affections, nor my threats to be his undoing, and he seems to be rather cozy with molars, another thing I will have to watch out for. I slip out of my room, keeping an eye on Amal's door, hoping that he won't come out and catch me sneaking away. My door closes with a soft hiss behind me as I creep down the dim hallway, moving from faint lamplight to faint lamplight, a thief in the night. I reach the stairs and ease my foot on the first step, doing my best to not make it creak as I tiptoe downward, with my ears alert, listening for any sign that someone is up. As I near the fourth step from the top, I step over it, clinging to the rail so as not to fall down, avoiding its incessant creak whenever someone puts their weight on it. The silence surrounds me, suffocating me as I peek around the corner, making certain that I am alone. A cough resonates from far down the hallway, pounding my ears the way a hammer strikes a nail, striking the stiff silence and tearing an irreparable slit into its veil. It's Molars. Sweat forms around my neck and back, soaking my shirt as his heavy boots draw nearer. What is he doing up? Lights out is supposed to apply to everyone. I remember a previous conversation I overheard between him and Commander Vi, and how he insinuated that she will not remain commander of the Eastern Sector for long. That is something he covets for himself. I hurry back up the stairs, jumping over the creaky step and dash behind a corner as he appears at the bottom of the stairwell. He flips on the light, and I shrink back into the shadows, hoping to meld with them and go unnoticed as he studies the steps. My heart tries to jump into my throat and break free of its prison as it beats, warning me that I'm about to be caught, and that I was a fool to think that I could sneak out at night. Master Arbiter! Renal steps out of the shadows and stalks up to Molars with that commanding presence of his, and I shrink into the shadows even more. It's lights out! Lieutenant, growls Molars, and I know he is still angry from the time Renal prevented him from choking me to death. Explain yourself, commands Renal. I do not answer to you. You are not on night rotation while I am. If I were a commander, you would not be speaking to me in such a manner, Molars threatens. There is a reason why you are not one. Now answer me. Renal closes the distance between him and Molars, forcing Molars to take a step back. Why are you still up? I thought I heard a noise. Let's go. Molars gives Renal a quizzical look. If you heard something and an arbiter is out of bed after hours, then we should find out. So go. See what your noise was. I slink away, delving further into the shadows, wondering if I will be able to make it to my room before Molars reaches the top step. Renal snatches Molars' arm as he starts up the stairs. And you better pray that there is another arbiter out of bed up there, or it will be the worse for you. Molars steps back down to the bottom. You will not be protected by Commander Vi forever, he says. Renal grins, a secretive grin, the sort where the person smiling at you knows something that you do not, and they relish that fact and look forward to the day they can explain it to you, and Molars shrinks away, realizing his mistake. You are free to challenge me any time. Molars remains silent. Since you are having trouble sleeping, Renal begins, I suggest tiring out those muscles of yours. There was a sewage leakage in the back earlier today. Clean it up. Incensed, but knowing better than to push Renal, Molars salutes him and stalks away. And if any harm comes to that plebeian out there, I'll give you tenfold what he receives, Renal says, forcing Molars to pause for a moment before disappearing. I push myself against the grainy wall, trying to control my heart rate as Renal cranes his neck, looking up the stairs for anything out of place before shutting off the light and leaving me alone in the darkness with my worries. Chase! When Commander Vi and I returned to the manor, an arbiter informed her of a sewage leak that had sprung, and she sent Chase to clean it up and fix it. He's been out there all afternoon and now will be out there all night with Molars. What if Molars harms him? I start to think of how I can help him when my mind reminds me of my real purpose for sneaking out tonight. I have to help those from the crematoriums, the ones I promised to help. Chase will be fine, I remind myself. Renal did just threaten molars if any harm comes to him. But why would Renal concern himself with the well-being of a plebeian? Such questions will have to wait. Valuable time has been wasted due to Molar's nosiness. I hurry down the stairs, jumping over the 4th step from the top, and dash around the corner, heading for the door that goes to the plebeian quarters. Musty light illuminates the cracked door, causing my skin to glow a pale yellow as I reach it. Glancing around to make sure no one watches me, I open the door, slipping inside, shutting it behind me, and sealing myself in the murky darkness beyond. I creep down the stairs to the bottom where 2 cobweb-coated lights spread their weak beam on the floor. A hand touches me when I reach the bottom step, and I almost jump before remembering that it is Sheila. Somehow, she knew what I was planning when I returned to the manor today and refused to take no for an answer. Now, more than ever, I am glad she is here because she gives me the strength to continue in my mission, even though it should be me encouraging her.
You're late, she whispers.
There was a delay, I say. They're all asleep, she replies, referring to the other plebeians down here, and I hear faint snores coming from the rooms. Is it all clear? I ask. Yes, she replies. No one is outside. You should be safe until you get to the fence. I give her a hug, knowing how much she risks.
Thank you.
She smiles at me. I start down the corridor, but Sheila hangs onto my hand, pulling me back. Here. She places a wristband in my hand. Where? It's Amal's, she replies. I saw the way he was staring at you earlier, and you can't get caught without one. Something clicks in my mind as I realize what she planned, and I scold myself for not thinking of it earlier, but Sheila has. We are tracked by our wristbands, and if I wear Amal's into the city at night, it will make any who bother to check his whereabouts think that he is the one sneaking around the city, while mine is tucked underneath my mattress. You clever little thief, I whisper, proud of her and of how she has already, even for someone so young, thought about a way to save me should anyone want to scan my wristband and know where I have been. How did you? He tends to leave it in the showers. I'll be back before sunrise. Meet me in my room if you can, but only if it's safe. She nods. I give her one last hug and send her off to bed, wishing that there was a way to keep her out of all this, but I know that I can't. Once Sheila has disappeared into her room, I hurry down the musty corridor, almost choking on the moist air that fills every crevice and the odor of rotted wood, coated in mold, heading for the window that Chase had shown me the night we both had snuck out. I lift myself up and force my way through the tight space, wincing as the ends of exposed nails tear into my skin just enough to leave a burning sting. Once through, I crouch behind some bushes, listening to the night and its silence, except for the soft scrape of a shovel scooping up the mess left by the sewage leak. I have to time this just right, as I peek around the branches and watch Molars and Chase shovel up sewage. Neither looking at the other as the atmosphere around them intensifies. I position my feet underneath me, ready to spring into action as I watch and wait for the right moment. They both bend low, turning their backs to me, to scoop up more of the mess. I burst from the bushes and sprint across the moist grass to the fence that surrounds the manor and its iron bars imprisoning me, and shift the loose bar so that I can squeeze through, disappearing behind it and into the cloak of night just as Molars straightens up. My heart pounds in my chest, threatening to burst free as my anxiety increases, as the knowledge of what will happen to me should I be caught fills my mind. I shove it aside. I cannot allow it to weaken my resolve or force me to abandon those people from the crematorium. They depend on me. I hurry across the damp street, my soft footfalls releasing faint echoes behind me, and to the nearest alleyway, darting down it before turning a corner down another alley that leads to the main plaza. The hum of the walkways greet my ears as I near the main plaza and its haunting emptiness as ghoulish shadows stretch across it, broken only by the arbiters on duty. Their rhythmic footsteps click on the pavement in tune to their methodical pacing as they wander the area, searching for any violators. I spot the barrels on the other side of the plaza, but an arbiter paces near them. Theses is no way for me to get to them without being seen unless... Steam whistles from a nearby pipe stretching up the side of one of the ramshackle buildings next to me. On closer inspection, I can see the rusted metal, having corroded from the constant dampness in the air, passage of time, and lack of repairs. With a little pressure, I can break it, giving myself the distraction I need to coerce the arbiter to leave his position by the barrels. I grip the pipe. My hands make squishing sounds as droplets of water squeeze their way out from between my skin and the metal, mixed with my sweat, and pull, grimacing as a screeching noise echoes around me, causing a rat to scurry away. I have only seconds. Once the pipe breaks and steam shoots out of it, howling its fury at me, I dart away, around a corner, and duck behind a pile of crates overflowing with rotted vegetable scraps and waste. The arbiter's gaze jerks in my direction, focusing on the pipe, and he hurries over to it, crossing the plaza in 5 steps, rushing down the alley and to the pipe I had forced free of its hold, bending low to examine it. I seize my chance. Sprinting from my hiding spot, I cross the plaza, hoping that no other arbiter spots me, and reach the barrels, taking a quick glance behind me to make sure that the one arbiter I had spotted still busied himself with my handiwork. His back is to me still. Good. I lift the top off one of the barrels, hoping that the crematorium escapees are there, and that this is not a trap. As I remove the lid, frightened eyes stare back at me, blinking away the dust I have stirred, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I motion for the woman inside to come out. While the arbiter remains occupied, I pop the top off the other barrel, revealing another of the escapees, and he hurries out of the cramped space, relieved to be freed from it. They help me open the other barrels and release those hiding inside. I motion for them to follow me. As I search for the best way to leave, I spot the arbiter, staring right at us. We've been noticed. Go! I yell at the escapees and shove them around another corner, down another alleyway, but it is blocked, ending in a dead end. Shit! The arbiter calls for help, and we only have minutes before more arrive, if not less, and he stands between us and possible freedom. I snatch the scarf one of the escapees wears and tie it around my face so that only my eyes are visible, and jump out from behind the corner just as the arbiter reaches us, tackling him. We slam into the wall of the building next to us, and he grunts as the wind is knocked out of him, but I am not fast enough to block his swing at me. His fist collides with my cheek, dazing me, but before he can swing again, I duck out of the way and ram the point of my elbow into his jaw. He snatches my hair, yanking me backward, and as his other arm wraps around me, I seize it, bringing it toward me as I throw my body forward and fling him over me. He crashes into the pavement, but kicks me in the stomach before I can subdue him. Forced to gasp for air, I never notice the knife until it slashes me across the right side of my abdomen, burning as it slices into me, and as the pain grips me, I shove it aside, focusing on my opponent. The glint of his knife flashes before me as he brings it toward me again, but I catch it and force his hand back until his wrist breaks, while ramming my foot into the back of his knee, knocking him to the ground. I grab the knife out of his hand, and in one swift motion, shove it into his chest, while placing my hand over his mouth and nose so that he cannot take a final breath. Frozen, I stare at the body of my fellow arbiter, dead by my hands. And for what? Because I wanted to be a hero? To save people I don't even know? The knife is still in my blood-soaked hand. I throw it down the alley, away from me, not wanting to be a part of this terribleness any longer, wishing that this was all a dream. But it's not. And now I must make a choice. Eyes stare back at me, wondering what my next move will be as footsteps approach. One life or many, that was my choice. I know I must go, that I must get these people out of here, or we will all be put to death, so I steel myself, locking away my emotions, exhibiting the unfeeling nature that all arbiters are expected to possess. Let's go, I tell the eyes staring at me as blood soaks my shirt. They scurry out into the open, and I lead them into the plaza, hugging the sides and darting from one edge of a building to another until we reach another alleyway, and I motion for them to go down it. They move fast, with me in the lead, setting the pace, clutching my wound and breathing hard as fatigue threatens to overtake me. I'm bleeding more than I would like, and don't know how much time I have until my body quits. Amal's wristband lights up. The alarm has been sounded. The body has been found. I hurry down the alleyway, jumping over discarded shoes and mop handles, with my charges right behind me, until we run into a fence. Motioning for them to jump over it, I hold my hands out, helping the weaker ones, before hopping the fence myself. But as I do, the world spins, and I crash into the ground, landing on my side, as burning needles spread from my wound and sweep over my whole torso. Grime-coated hands grab me, helping me to my feet, and for the first time, I notice the concern of the ones I chose to help, but not the sort of concern one has when their life is in danger and they fear its end. This concern was for me, for my life. "Come on," I say to them as I haul myself to my feet, swaying from the exertion. "We cannot go to the wall, but there is one place we can go to, if he'll help us." Shouts and whistles echo around us as we navigate our way through the maze of alleys, and the buildings surrounding us remain dark, as the occupants prefer pretending that they hear nothing, rather than risk their own well-being to satisfy their curiosity. After a few more turns, we reach the narrow pathway that leads toward Luther's. Pressing myself against the rough brick of the building, I step sideways, feeling the air being whisked away as my inevitable doom encloses in on me, suffocating me. One by one, we ease our way through the narrow space between towering buildings, and I flinch as my shirt catches on the porous brick, snagging it and twisting it around me, while I try to put pressure on my wound as blood squirts between my fingers. Almost there. Just a few more steps. My chest heaves as my breathing quickens, and I feel as though I might pass out, but I mustn't. I need to remain conscious, or these people will be caught. I pop out from the narrow space between the buildings and find myself facing the familiar fork that led me to Luther's that night Chase and I had snuck out. Once the others have freed themselves from the claustrophobic-inducing space, I urge them to follow me down the left side of the fork until we reach the dead end. For a moment, I pause, taking in the steps leading to Luther's and the door shrouded in darkness, remarking at how it has remained unchanged. But now isn't the time for musings. Before any of them can ask me where to go next, I rip the scarf from around my face and knock on the door, not too loud, so as not to attract unwanted attention, but loud enough to wake him up. No one stirs. No lights turn on. I knock again, more forceful, but still trying to be quiet. Worry seizes me as the belief that I have just led us all to our end, or another trap, controls my mind. But before I can act on it, or allow it to control me, the latch on the door pops and it opens, allowing a pair of brown eyes to peek out at me. And the moment I see them, I recognize the sharp mind behind them, and my shoulders sag in relief. "We need your help," I whisper, still clutching my wound. Luther takes one look at my bleeding abdomen and the people huddled around me and waves us inside, closing the door in silence, refusing to allow the night's self-proclaimed guardians to enter. Luther takes my arm and leads me to a table with a single lamp on it and overflowing with contraband books, one of which lay open to a page with the words, "The Rights of Man," on the top in fancy script that I had not seen before. I grimace as I sit down, and a burning, stinging pain grips my knife wound, and more blood soaks into my shirt. It's not deep, but it bleeds as though it is. "Shut the drapes," Luther tells the others, "and make sure that they are sealed tight." Within moments, all the windows are closed off, refusing to allow even the most prying of eyes a glimpse into the secrets within this home. Luther turns on the lamp, allowing its weak yellow light to create a small dome around us at the table as he places some bandages, antibiotic ointment, a bowl of water, and a towel on its nicked surface. A part of me wonders whom he had paid to get the ointment and bandages, as they are also considered contraband. Arel didn't want her people to be too independent, otherwise they might get ideas. I lift my shirt up, not caring if the others see my naked body. It's not as though no one has seen it, since privacy is a foreign notion among arbiters, and dip the towel in the bowl of water before dabbing it on my wound to wipe away the blood. As I examine it in the faint light, I can see that it isn't too deep, but will require stitches. "Seems like you got yourself into a bit of trouble," comments Luther. I glare at him, nothing like stating the obvious. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I have gotten myself into a situation that I no longer know how to control. "Do you have any thread and a needle?" Without a word, Luther goes to a drawer in the room, and pulls out a spool of thread and a small wooden box with a floral design etched into it and places them on the table in front of me. Before he shuts the drawer, I manage to catch a glimpse of a scrap of blue paisley fabric and a pincushion and wonder if that had been something used by his wife before she died. I grab the box and open it, revealing needles, and thread one, knowing full well that what comes next is going to be a bitch. Stitch by stitch, I push the needle through my skin, gritting my teeth each time the needle pierces me, and droplets of blood coat my fingers, making them slippery. "They taught you well at that training facility," mutters Luther. "Not even one utterance of discomfort leaves your mouth as you stab yourself with that needle." My eyes meet his, and I watch him as he studies me as though I am a spectacle meant to be observed and not a human being. But as I also study his face, I remember that he has a reason not to trust arbiters and to view them as specimens, fighting machines that possess no humanity, only the skills to subdue a riotous population, and a fighting force meant to carry out orders, not question them. Only one fate awaits those who start to wonder if such a life is worthwhile. "Back at the training facility," I begin, not knowing why I tell them this, "we are taught to ignore pain. Before we are 5, our instructors swat our hands with a metal pipe until we no longer flinch or utter a sound. If you cry, you are considered weak. Weakness is failure, and failure is death," Luther finishes in a drawn-out tone. "They cannot stay here." He glances at the people surrounding us, wondering what is to become of them. "I know," I whisper, as I finish the last stitch and tie off the thread. It looks like a mess, as though an untrained hand tried to stitch themselves up, and, well, it's true, but it will have to do. As I try to find the right words to ask for help from a man I do not know well, but trust more than anyone else at this moment, I place some ointment on my wound with its zigzag stitch job and cover it with a clean bandage. I need to get them out. "No one leaves Arel," says Luther. "You know that's not true." "Well, it seems that you have cut off your only way out." "I don't have time for these games." Leaning on the table so that I can look into his eyes, I keep my voice low so that the others cannot hear me. "Something tells me that you know another way out of the city." "An act that is met with one end," says Luther. Before I can think of what to say, I notice a flask for the first time, and the aroma of alcohol, and a picture of a young woman, vibrant, full of life, and unafraid. Luther hadn't been asleep like I had first thought. He had been up, reminiscing, remembering when his daughter had been alive, before she had been taken to the crematorium to be burned as though she were trash, whose only value was that as fuel for a never-ending fire. "If you want to honor her memory," I say, pointing at the photograph, "help us." "Don't you—" "What was she arrested for?" I challenge him. "You know full well she was doing exactly what I am trying to do now. You have a chance to carry on her work, or you can sit here wallowing in your own grief and self-pity, shaming her and her memory." I stop myself, wondering where this emotion comes from, where these words are coming from. I have never acted like this before. What has changed? He cocks his head to the side as though seeing me for the first time. "The fierceness is still there," he muses. "The unwillingness to give in to fear is still there, but so is something else. Some sort of conviction that you don't even realize has already settled in the small semblance of a soul you have managed to maintain, despite their attempts to beat it out of you." He leans in closer until his freckled nose almost touches mine, as his eyes pry into the depths of my mind, of my innermost thoughts, the secrets I hide. But he finds them, finds where they are buried, and I cannot tear myself away from him as I find myself hypnotized by his unwavering gaze. "Ah, yes, the killer is still there, but tempered with mercy. What happened to you to make you go against your programming?" "I was at the crematorium today," I reply. There is no point in lying to him. "As a warning, I'm sure." He sits back in his chair, and despite that warning, you have decided to smuggle them out. For a moment, I think it's strange to be talking about these people as though they are not here, but my mind reminds me that I have always talked about others as though they could not hear me, unconcerned about their feelings. They know that our lives are in Luther's hands right now, and at any moment, he or I could turn them in. For all they know, this could be an elaborate setup. I open my mouth to speak, but I have no answer for Luther's unspoken question. I don't know why I am helping them, nor do I know the real reason I helped him earlier when his place was scheduled to be searched. I have no explanation for my actions, except this feeling, deep down, that people ought to be allowed to make their own choices in life, instead of being forced into a situation that is not of their choosing, a life of burning the bodies of those who were once alive, but were executed for asking questions, or the life of an arbiter, never allowed to have children, to love or feel loved, or to know happiness. And once you get them outside the city, continues Luther, what then? Their chance of survival is slim. Most likely they will be killed by the barbarians within a day. Not all barbarians are evil, I say, remembering the one who had helped chasten me when we were lost in the wildlands. He could have killed us, but chose to save us instead, and I never thanked him. Will I see him again? Luther studies me as I ponder that moment, allowing that memory to fill me, and wonder what happened to the one barbarian that prevented Chase from falling to his death, and a part of me wonders if he can read my thoughts. It does not bother you that they might die out there? They will be killed if they stay here, I say, my voice firm. I glance at the desperate and frightened eyes watching us, too afraid to speak. If people wish to leave Arel and take their chances in the wildlands, that is their choice to make. Who am I to stop them? A smile creeps across Luther's lips, as though he is pleased with himself, and I wish I could read him as well as he seems to be able to read me. You've just passed your first lesson. Lesson? What lesson? Was this whole conversation nothing more than a test? I am sick to death of tests. I am tired of always having my loyalty and my convictions questioned. Once again, I open my mouth to say something to him, but he raises his hand and silences me as he stands and stalks over to a cabinet, pulling out a paper map, and places it on the table in front of me. Intrigued, I stare at it, having not seen one in a long time. Arel does not use paper maps. Everything is on a tablet or holographic. The very thought of using paper seems foreign and archaic. The last time I saw a paper map was when I had snuck into Mandy's office one night. It was my 10th year, and I had been looking for snacks, having been forced to skip dinner, a punishment for one of my many indiscretions. Knowing that some of the instructors at the training facility stored extra treats in their offices, something that is forbidden, but they do it anyway. I had snuck into hers, hoping to find something I could eat that would stop the incessant growling of my stomach. Upon opening the bottom drawer of her desk, I found a strange piece of paper, folded up with care, and my curiosity forced me to forget about the meal I had missed. I had just pulled it out and unfolded it, recognizing it as a map, when Mandy walked in and caught me, causing me to drop the map and step back in fear, expecting to be punished for snooping. But she never said a word, never raised her voice. Instead, Mandy took the map, folded it, and placed it back in its drawer, before walking to a bookcase where she pulled out a couple of books, revealing an apple. She had handed it to me and sent me along my way. I remember hurrying back to my room, eating the apple as I went, and disposing of the core in one of the trash chutes, relieved that she had spared me from more punishment. I never spoke of the incident to anyone, and had forgotten about it until now. Luther stretches the map before me, placing the lamp in its center. There are some abandoned tunnels that run underneath Arel. They are abandoned sewers, and some serve as drains during the rainy season. Few know about them. How many? Huh? How many know about them? I ask again.
4, replies Luther. 2 are dead, 1 is on the council, and you are talking with the 4th. He places a finger on the map, tracing a line. There is a tunnel that runs through here. You can access it at the western side of the supply store. It is hidden, so you should be safe from prying eyes. The tunnel will take you outside the wall. After that, you are on your own.
Where outside the wall and how far? I ask. There is only one way to find out, replies Luther. I study the map, memorizing the path that Luther has shown me. He hands me the map, but I wave it away. At the training facility, recruits were expected to memorize any layout they were shown, any bit of weaponry, or any bit of instruction upon the first introduction to it. Failure to do so. "You best get going," says Luther. "The sun will be up soon." He's right. I've wasted too much time here. The arbiters chasing us should have given up by now. They will report the incident, but not that they lost us, because that would be a poor reflection upon them. Instead, they will make up some story about how it was a false alarm, or will pull people from their homes, saying that they were the perpetrators. A part of me feels terrible about the innocent who will suffer tonight because of me. But what can I do? My choices are to save the ones I have here with me, whom I promised to help, or turn them, Luther and myself in, to spare a few from being accused of a crime they never committed. Damned if I do, and damned if I don't. But I have made my choice. I turn to the people with me. "Let's go," I say to them, and go to the door, hoping that I can uphold my promise and get back to the manor before sunrise. We hurry outside, making as little noise as possible, for fear of arousing suspicion and attracting unwanted attention. We only have one chance to get this right. Failure means certain death. Once outside in the cool night air, Luther locks the door behind us, leaving us to our fate and the mercy of the darkness. "This way," I say, heading back the way we came. I know a shortcut to the supply store. I just hope that the arbiters on duty do not know of it as well. We follow the cramped alley that leads to Luther's back to its beginning. But before reaching it, I dive down a small space between two buildings, pressing my back against one as I step sideways, exhaling more than breathing in an attempt to squeeze my way through as bits of crumbling brick fall downward, pelting me on the top of my head before rolling down my shoulders and arms, their clacks causing me to cringe as the slightest sound seems louder than a mortar shell detonating. Craning my neck, I look back at the people with me, watching them struggle as they scoot sideways, trying not to become stuck between two dilapidated buildings that could very well become their grave. Focus, I tell myself, and continue easing my way to the other side, ignoring the snags on my shirt and hoping that the threads do not get pulled out. We reach the end, and each of us suck in a lungful of air, glad to be out of the cramped and suffocating space that I had pushed us through. Checking my bearings, I realize that we are not far from the supply shack, and I motion for them to follow after me. Within seconds, one of them steps in a puddle, forcing me to whip around and glare at him, reprimanding him with my cold stare, as the sound of splashing water echoes around us and mingles with the hum of a drone. I push them into the shadows once more as the drone draws closer, hoping that it doesn't notice it and that it will hover past, but it stops next to us, floating in the air as its sensors work overtime to try and determine what had drawn its attention in the first place. Pounding thuds in my ears as my heart beats against my chest and I gulp back air, willing the drone to conclude that nothing is here. Just when I think that we are done for, it flies away. But we haven't time to be relieved. I hurry down the alley before darting down another, looking back every so often to make sure that my charges are with me. We're almost there, just a little bit farther. I stop. The supply store is across the street. Peeking around the corner, I search for any signs that an arbiter is nearby, but see nothing, though there is the chance that a couple of them are hiding out of sight just waiting for someone to make the mistake of being out after curfew. But we have to risk it. There is no turning back now. I dart across the street with them behind me, and we all hunker by the side of the supply store, listening for any indication that our presence has been noticed, that our indiscretion has been realized. Nothing. Taking it as a good omen, I search around the supply store, looking for the entrance to the tunnel that Luther had shown me, growing more frustrated by the second as I find nothing. Could he have lied to me? Did he send me on a fool's errand to save himself? Will arbiters show up at any moment to arrest us? Scolding myself for allowing my mind to consider one dire scenario after another. If Luther had wanted to betray me, he could have done it at any moment before now. I tap my foot against the pavement, using the heel of my boot to listen for any difference in the thumping, and stop when a hollow sound reaches my ears. Tucked away in a little nook on the exterior of the supply store is a manhole cover, covered over by debris and garbage, thought of as little more than an abandoned metal plaque, and treated as nothing more than an afterthought. I try to pry it up, but it refuses to budge, having not been opened in so long. It has rusted shut.
Help me, I whisper to the others.
They each bend low and pick up an edge of the cover, and together we force it loose. Bits of copper rust break free, being carted away by the breeze, and scoot the cover over until the opening beneath it is revealed. The hollow darkness below unnerves me, but I spot the faint glint of light against what must be the rung of a ladder, and all I can do is hope that it is still intact enough for us to use it. I motion for them to enter the tunnel, and they do so without complaint, as I keep watch for signs of danger and move some of the garbage in front of the opening in an effort to disguise its presence. Once they have each disappeared below ground, it is my turn to venture into the unknown. I place my right foot on the top rung, jerking it back as it slips on the grime that has coated it due to neglect and lack of use. I steel my nerves, knowing that I must make this descent, and I place my foot on it again, shifting it until it feels firm below me. I place my other foot on the next rung of the ladder and lower myself into the hole, delving into the darkness, as though I am a miner searching for treasure, and continue feeling my way downward as grime coats my hands, causing me to grip the ladder even tighter, and relief floods through me when I reach the bottom and the familiar sound of my boots hitting a hard surface reaches my ears. But the moment is short-lived as the musty air strangles my lungs, forcing me to cough until I become used to it. Enveloped in darkness shroud, I call the map that Luther had shown me earlier to my mind, envisioning it, remembering it, and what direction we need to go in. I just hope I can navigate in pitch blackness. My anxiety builds, threatening to overtake me and turn me into a frightened child that is too scared to leave his place of hiding, even if it means certain death. But I cannot give in to the carnal nature of humanity, because if I do, we all die, and I will have broken my promise.
Follow me, I whisper, keeping my voice low, but the steel walls of the tunnel reverberate my words, and they grow by the second as they echo down the empty expanse before us.
As I feel my way through the darkness, slime coats my fingers, making them about as useful as a wet bar of soap that refuses to remain in your grip, and my hand slips off the wall, causing me to lose my balance and stumble in the mucky sludge that coats the tunnel floor, and I cringe as bits of it drip down the inside of my boots. Refusing to give up, I straighten myself as best I can, though the top of my head smacks the tunnel ceiling, forcing me to hunch over and make my way through its mysterious forebodings, looking back every so often. Sometimes, I think I can make out the faint outline of people behind me, but it is so dark that I cannot be sure if it isn't just a product of my imagination. Step by step, we trudge through the stagnant mixture of mud, water, and waste as it tries to hold onto our feet and prevent us from moving onward. But we mustn't let it succeed. The further we go, the gnawing feeling that we will never reach the end of this tunnel tears at me as precious seconds tick by, and I start to panic, to think that I have made a mistake and gone in the wrong direction, dooming us all, until my nose detects a change in the air. The musty odor that has plagued me since I entered this tomb changes as a small hint of freshness lingers within it, beckoning us forward, telling me that we are close. My pace quickens as hope washes over me. We have to be close. I just hope that we are far enough beyond the wall that we are not spotted by the arbiters guarding it. Something smacks me in the face, bringing me to a halt as I regain my senses and feel around, trying to determine what has stopped me, but the cold feeling of steel, despite the grime crusted on it, tells me that I have reached a ladder. This is the moment of truth. There is no going back. I climb the ladder, clinging to it as though it is my lifesaver, and ascend through the dark opening above me until my head bangs into a metal barrier, causing bits of dirt to fall away and splash in the water below. This must be the way out. I push against it, but just like I had feared, it refuses to budge, except there is no way for another person to squeeze in here to help me open it, meaning I will have to do it myself. Feeling the eyes of my charges on me, waiting for me to give them their freedom, I climb higher on the ladder, until I am on the second to last step and hunched so far over that my knees touch my chest. I ram my back into the manhole cover. Nothing. I ram myself into it again, hearing a small pop, but it still refuses to allow us passage. The feeling of claustrophobia threatens to overtake me as I remain hunched in this cramped space with sweat pouring down my chin and dripping onto my shirt, while my breathing quickens from the fear of failing settling in. Memories of the woman I had tried to help escape Arel course through my mind, and for a moment, I am back there, clutching her mangled body in the middle of a minefield, while the dog's incessant barking warn me that I will be their next meal as punishment for my failure. Guilt grips my shoulders as I remember how I had led her to her death in my efforts to help her, and how I was responsible for her fate, but it doesn't have to be the same outcome here. Right here, right now, I can make certain that the people with me have their chance at a better life. What they do afterward is up to them, but I will not let them die here in this sewer full of waste, as though they are refuse themselves, not wanted, never missed, and deemed unworthy of a chance at life. Summoning all my strength, I push hard with my legs and slam my back into the metal barrier above me, ignoring the pain that seizes it and the marks it will leave, and push with every ounce of strength I have until it moves. I refuse to stop, refuse to slacken my efforts, but push even harder as cool air slips between the cracks and dust rains down around me, coating my sweaty face. But I do not care. I cannot stop. I cannot quit. With another great push, I throw myself into the manhole cover, and it pops free, releasing a tremendous clang as it flies upward and lands on the ground, teetering on the edge of the opening, but I straighten up and push it to the side, glad to be free of the imprisoning darkness of the tunnel. I glance around, overjoyed at seeing the tall grass around me, obscuring my view of the wall, meaning that those on it will be hard-pressed to see my bit of rebellion, and the trees are not far. Laughter begins to emanate from me, but I stop myself, reminding myself that this is not the time. Hauling myself out of the opening, I lean over on my hands and knees, urging them to hurry up as a faint glow appears on the horizon, warning me that my time is short. One by one, I help them out of the darkness, and watch as they snake through the grass and into the jungle of trees beside us. No words pass between us. There is no time, nor is there any need. I watch as they disappear, wondering what will become of them, where they will go, and remember that none of us ever know what the future holds, but we can decide what happens in the present. The glow on the horizon grows brighter, reminding me that I must get back to the manor before the sun is up. I jump into the hole and pull the manhole cover over it, sealing it once more, as I bury myself in the darkness. But it doesn't seem so oppressive anymore, as thoughts and half-plans work their way through my mind, giving me ideas that Arel tries to trample into submission. I hurry through the streets, not caring if I run into arbiters on duty. I haven't time to worry about it or to be cautious. If I fail to get back into the manor by sunrise, my time on this earth will come to a close. Punishment is always swift in Arel, and dissonance is never tolerated. Windows remain shuttered, and the streets empty, with only the echo of silence for comfort, as I turn down street after street making my way to the manor. Almost there. I turn another corner and come out on the street leading to the manor, and the memory of me riding on the back of a trolley in an effort to not be late on my first day in the eastern sector rushes into my mind, but I shunt it aside. The sun pokes over the horizon as I crawl through the fence, doing my best not to tear my clothing on the loose bar that I have moved to the side so that I can squeeze through. The thudding of shovels delving into sludge hits my ears, telling me that Chase and Molars are still cleaning up the sewage that has leaked and covered the atrium. Once through the fence, I place the bar back in place, hoping that its indiscretion continues to go unnoticed, and dart across the lawn, using the long shadows of the building as they try to preserve what twilight is left, before the sun has a chance to rip it away from them. Before I reach the shelter of the thorny branches of a coveted bush, Chase spots me, and our eyes lock for a moment, but Molars must have seen the sudden change in his gaze because he turns in my direction. But before he spots me, Chase scoops up a handful of sewage and chucks it into Molars' face. Enraged, Molars rounds on him, closing the distance between them in 2 steps, swinging his fists and knocking Chase to the ground.
I stop. My heart aches as Chase plows into the sewage, and it covers him, coating his clothing, making him look like some sort of mud creature as he tries to regain his footing. But Mollers leers over him, bending low and placing his knee in the middle of Chase's back. My feet shift and take a step toward him, but the harsh hiss from Sheila as she holds the basement window open. She must have stayed up waiting for me, watching for me, and noticed me standing frozen in the middle of the grass, unable to tear my eyes away from Chase's plight, and Chase shaking his head, like he did at the mines when the guards jumped him, forced me to stop, breaking my heart into two as I struggle between the two paths placed before me. A blur of movement catches my attention, sparing me from making a choice I could never live with, as Renal rushes out of the manor and grips Mollers by the shoulders before throwing him onto the ground. The fury on Moller's face chills me. I have seen it before, too many times. He looks in my direction, but before he has time to register that it is me out after curfew, Renal rams his fist into Moller's face, blocking me from view, and I sprint into the bushes and crawl through the window while Renal's back still faces me, and before Mollers can recover. Before I close the window, I glance back at the Renal as he towers over Mollers, daring him to challenge him, to question his authority. And once again, I wonder if Renal is a marshal, sent here to ensure that the eastern sector remains in line and adheres to Arel's authority. I imagine the glare on Renal's face as he waits for Mollers to make a move. It's a look I've seen once before, when he stopped Mollers from killing me the day I interfered when Mollers struck Sheila. I continue watching the scene unfold before me, unable to tear my gaze away.
"You're dismissed," Renal says to Chase, without taking his eyes off Mollers. Chase scrambles to his feet and runs inside, glad to be away from the test of authority between two high-ranking arbiters.
"I gave you strict orders," Renal says to Mollers as he kicks the shovel to him, daring him to do something, but Mollers remains on the ground. "Since you seem to have all this extra time on your hands, you can finish up here."
Mollers picks up the shovel and stands up, as the sun peeks over the building, illuminating the two as they stand in a mixture of sewage and grass. He always searched for a chance to flaunt his authority over others, but never challenged anyone when the odds were not in his favor. And right here, right now, they have abandoned him, and he knows it. The shovel strikes the ground as Mollers scoops up creamy black sludge and dumps it in a wheelbarrow, but his face tells me that he will have his revenge. Renal notices it as well. He leans into Mollers so that no one can hear what he is about to say, and whispers into Mollers' ear before stalking away. As golden sunlight spills across the grass, I am reminded that my time is up. I need to get back to my room and fast. Sheila smacks my arm, holding her slender, pale hand out, waiting for me to give her Amal's wristband. I do. I start to say something, to thank her for her bravery, but she stops me. "I'll be fine." After a quick hug, I race down the musty hallway of the cellar and up the stairs, not caring if I make noise, since I haven't much time to get back into my quarters before the other arbiters wake up and leave their rooms, while those returning from duty walk through the front door. Pipes bang as water turns on in the bathrooms, and I quicken my pace, hurrying through the door to the main floor and taking a quick peek to make sure that no one spots me as I rush to the stairs leading to the second floor. I take them two at a time, my heart beating against my chest from the exertion and the anxiety that surrounds me, threatening to suffocate me in an effort to make me fail. A door opens as I reach the top of the stairs and I duck back behind the wall, before the woman leaving her room can spot me. She rubs her eyes and drags herself to the bathroom, while her nightshirt hangs off her shoulder, exposing the top part of her right breast, without bothering to stifle a yawn. Her grogginess plays in my favor. Once she disappears, I race for my door and do not wait for it to open all the way before ramming my way through and letting out the air that has been trapped in my lungs since Mollers' confrontation with Renal. Safe in the confines of my room, I slump against the door as the sun fills my window, allowing me to view the wall that surrounds Arel, and my thoughts drift to the people I helped escape. What will become of them? I will never see them again or know their fate, but I hope they find the peace they are looking for. As the sun rises higher, a red-orange glow stretches across the top of the wall, lasting only for a split second, before it disappears, but it catches my gaze, and I stare out at it, as though seeing it for the first time, and knowing its true purpose, its true nature. The sun's warm rays fall upon my face as I study my enemy, hardening my resolve to help others escape its imprisonment and the tyranny of those who built it.
Chapter 20.
Discretion. My foot reaches the last carpeted. The brown color of the carpet has turned a darker shade, and it now seems to crunch underneath my weight, giving me a sickened feeling. Step of the stairwell, settling on the cracked wooden edge of its surface, before allowing me to step down onto the main floor of the manor so that I may begin my day. My hand still rests on the railing, and the nicks that make up what once had been a smooth and polished surface that reflected the yellow light pouring in from the stained window and its grimy edges. Lost in the moment, and forgetting where I am because of a lack of sleep, I imagine what this manor must have looked like, brand new and filled with arbiters for the first time. But, perhaps, it has not always been filled with arbiters, but served a different purpose before being reassigned. I spot Sheila near the kitchen and hurry over to her, hoping that everything is all right, that she isn't in any sort of trouble because of me. None of the other arbiters seem to be paying any attention to me, which is just as well. I prefer to go unnoticed. I slip through the doors to the kitchen with its counters full of baskets of fresh fruit, and the musty smell of dirty dishwater fills my nose, glad that the cooks are elsewhere, leaving Sheila and me alone.
Is everything... I begin.
I'm fine. She hands me a plate with buttered toast, crisp apple slices, whose intoxicating smell causes my mouth to salivate, scrambled egg, and cooked ham. I look at the toast and its inviting texture, wondering where she has gotten it, since arbiters are not supposed to eat bread very often and are denied it on most occasions. She must have read my mind because she laughs, saying, "Mollers has toast snuck into his room most nights. I borrowed some on a permanent basis."
Soft laughter escapes my mouth at her joke. "How did you get so good at sneaking things?" I ask. Her face falls as unpleasant memories are drudged up, and my laughter dissipates at the somber note in her voice. I had to survive.
"Not anymore," I tell her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "She shouldn't have to go to such lengths just to survive." She smiles. I take a bite of the toast and finish it within seconds.
Thank you.
2 arbiters stroll past the kitchen, and I know I need to get going, or we will be caught and punished, and Sheila's will be more severe than mine. I hug her, doing my best to protect her from this world, but it is insufficient, superficial at best, as we both know that there is little else I can do.
Stay safe, I tell her.
Do the same, she replies as I leave the kitchen with my plate of food. Once in the dining room, I spot Amal, and his gaze is fixed on me, unnerving me, and I wonder how long he has been there, watching the door to the kitchen, waiting to see if I came out with anyone in particular. I stare at him, keeping my posture tall and proud, hoping that he doesn't see through it or the anxiety building within me. Before I have a chance to force myself to walk past him and find a chair at the table, Commander Vi's sharp voice breaks through my fears and snaps me back to attention. "Noni," she says, causing all murmuring within the room to cease. "A word." I hurry after her, clutching my plate close so that the food on it will not fall to the ground as my stomach gurgles at me, demanding that I feed it, and shove my way past Amal. Commander Vi and I reach the oval doorway underneath the stairwell, with me shoving the slice of ham in my mouth and swallowing it in 2 bites as I follow her into her office, noting the line of pens on the left side of the desk that still sit in a neat line, and the stack of reports on the other side seems to have grown. She sits in the chair behind her desk with her hands clasped before her, reminding me of my first day here and the terrible impression I had made, but something seems off. She seems worried, something I have never seen plague her before. "Your duties for today have been suspended," Commander Vi says, while I finish chewing the apples. What? Suspended? Has she discovered that I have been sneaking out of the manor at night? Worry that my exploits the night before and the people I smuggled outside of the city fills my mind as it races to come up with a legitimate excuse or anything to mitigate the impending consequences of my indiscretions.
Ma'am? I say, doing my best to keep the inflection out of my voice so as not arouse suspicion.
An old friend of yours is visiting the eastern sector, and she has requested your presence. You are to meet her here. Commander Vi sends the location to me, and it pops up on my wristband, and I recognize it as one of the Kafwa Sias in the plaza. An old friend? Fea? The last time I saw her was before I had been taken to visit the outposts, before Chase and I were forced to rely on each other for survival after our convoy was attacked. She had mentioned coming to the eastern sector for a visit. Perhaps she has finally gotten the time off to come. I have no knowledge of how things are done in the business sector, but the one time I was there, they did not seem to be as strict as the eastern sector, nor do they need to be. You will report there immediately, Commander Vi tells me. I salute her and turn for the door, but she stops me. One other thing, Commander Vi says, and her shoulders sag, a motion that would go unnoticed by most, but I notice it. Be careful. Concern fills her voice, and it unsettles me. I have always known her to be proud and strong, but today, she seems vulnerable, worn, beaten, and I wonder what has been happening behind the scenes, the secrets that no one ever sees. It seems as though it has been ages since I have been in her presence and talked with her, even if it was just her issuing me orders, and my mind wanders back to the conversation between her and Molars that I overheard, before Tapiwa sent me to the mines. I haven't seen Raynal much either. So much has happened in such a short period of time, but I feel as though I have aged 10 years, and she looks to have aged 20. Commander, I say, keeping my voice low, is everything all right? You've no doubt noticed some changes around here. Some, yes, but I never thought about it too much, until now. There is a different feeling in the air, one of anxiety and tension, so overwhelming that it drowns any who are trapped in it. I know the attack outside the tribunal. It's not just that. Commander Vi's eyes flicker to the door, making certain that it is shut, as she lowers her voice even more, forcing me to strain my ears to make out her words. There has been a series of unrest since you were sent to the mines. More than one? There has always been a bit of rebellion, but never enough to cause such trepidation within my commander. There are rumors of a group of rebels whose sole intention is to bring down Arel and its society. Sweat forms underneath the collar of my jacket. Sneaking people out of the city is an act of rebellion, and one that could be seen as trying to destroy Arel. And there has been a grumbling in the back of my mind that parts of Arel need to change, though I am always reminded of the cost. Sometimes change can be beneficial, I say, choosing my words with care. Commander Vi raises her eyebrows at me. Being sent to the mines required me to change. How so? I had to negotiate with others, not in words but in actions. I am aware of your exploits in the mines, how you demanded better treatment for the workers, reprimanded Commandant Gant, and the rebellion that ensued there. I cannot deny any of that. The entire mine was turned into a graveyard by the Arelian air fleet, and all because of my actions. The workers were starved and unable to meet the demands. Treating them better helped production go up. Commandant Gant did what he thought would bring him self-glorification and help him advance up in the ranks, not for the betterment of Arel. The uprising was the result of years of mistreatment by the hands of a man bent on furthering his own ends. I failed to consider that my actions might give them the courage to act upon their sentiments. It's just... I should stop myself. I have said too much, but the words spill out of my mouth before I can stop them, betraying me. I am an arbiter, charged with protecting all citizens, and that included the ones at the mine. It turned into something I could not control. Most situations do. The world is a messy place, Noni. We have rules for a reason. Some of them seem a bit too strict, I mumble, but Commander Vi hears it and wraps her fingers on the edge of her desk, stopping me. Her eyes dart between me and the door before she jumps from her chair and hurries to it, opening it, making certain the hallway is empty. A single click pierces the tension I have caused when the door closes, and Commander Vi rounds on me. Expel such thoughts from you, mind. She grips my shoulders, causing me to tip my plate up and spill the scrambled eggs onto the carpeted floor, and I try to take a step back, to get away from her, as a crazed but frightened look covers her face, but she stares right into my eyes, holding me in place with her hawk-like gaze. My reaction forces her to release me and calm herself as she places her hands by her side, straightening her shoulders, standing even more erect and looking like the commander I know. "I apologize, Commander," I say, hoping that this will quell her sudden rage, but perhaps it wasn't anger at all, but something else.
A grim line settles on her face before she speaks. "There comes a time, Noni, when every arbiter realizes just how uncertain the world is, and they have to make a choice. Each choice has a consequence. Make sure it is one you can live with."
Commander Vi paces the room before going back to the chair behind her desk and settling down in it, while still maintaining her erect posture.
"What happened in the mines is in the past. Lieutenant Renal spoke very highly of you in his report and mentioned how Commandant Gant's rebellion helped lead to the uprising. He also mentioned that you are responsible for rescuing him from such insurrection."
I couldn't have done it without Trevor's, but instead of opening my mouth, I ascertain that it is best if I let Commander Vi finish.
"Therefore," she continues, "it is best if you do not speak of it again. Once you have finished your visit, you may take the rest of the day for leisure activities. Just make sure you are back before curfew."
"Yes, Commander," I say in a robotic tone. "And as for the crematoriums, it is best you forget that they happened." I understand. The aftermath of our actions there have not been felt, at least not by me. We both overstepped our bounds that day. The Council may decide that it is the normal happenings in such a place, as everyone there is considered expendable, or they may decide that a stricter hand is needed to keep their arbiters in line. "Understood," I say. "Dismissed." I salute her and reach for the door.
"And, Noni," Commander Vi says before I can open the door, "you do well to remember that you are not the only one who has changed since leaving the training facility."
I hurry out into the hallway, wondering what caused the entire exchange, but that isn't what bothers me most. Her last words to me seem to be more of a warning, her way of protecting me. I spot Chase, hunkered behind a wall cabinet, waiting for me, and I start to head for him, but stop when Mollers appears in the corridor. We lock eyes, and as though we are able to read the other's mind, we both turn and leave, going in opposite directions. Chase disappears into another room, while I hurry to the front door, noting how its yellowed glass has darkened even more, and slip outside, glad to be away from the oppressive atmosphere within the manor. I inhale as deep as I can, relishing the feeling of the warm sun on my face as my skin tingles beneath its rays before heading down the driveway to the street. Faya is waiting for me in the plaza, and I have been ordered to go see her. Chapter 21. An old friend.
I reach the plaza in the eastern sector, somewhat comforted by its familiarity, as I step across the broken, discolored bricks that make up the square itself, as people dart back and forth in a hurry to get to where they need to be, afraid of lingering too long and attracting an arbiter's attention. The bell of the trolley echoes around me as it storms past, bouncing down the rails in an effort to get to its destination on time. Schedules must be kept. Someone bumps into me, dropping his bag, and I turn around to find a man scrambling to pick up the spilled cylindrical packages that roll across the blackened bricks, which seem to have been soaked with blood, and upon closer inspection, I can see that they have been a concept that does not surprise me.
The man looks up at me as his glasses slip down his nose, threatening to fall off as he reaches for a cylindrical package, more afraid of losing it than of angering me, though his wide eyes remain fixed on me as he waits to see what I will do for his indiscretion. I stare at him, mesmerized by his spectacles. It isn't often that one sees a person wearing glasses in Arel, as they are a sign of physical weakness and discouraged, unless the individual is of some value to the city. Without a word, I pick up one of the cylindrical packages, wondering if they are maps or designs for a new building as I study the man's uniform. I hand it to him, and like I have experienced on many occasions, he hesitates to take it, wondering if I am toying with him or testing him, and as he continues to debate whether he should fall for what he views as bait, I place the package in his bag, noting that the edges show some signs of wear as they start to fray.
sending small bits of threads in various directions.
Once his packages have been recovered, I motion for him to go about his business, and he scurries away, thankful to be free of me. I watch him, not with pity or judgment, but with sadness. I do not want people to fear me just because of my uniform. I want them to understand that I am here to help them and protect them from danger, not abuse them. But Arel has made good people fear me. Once the man has disappeared, I remember my purpose for being in the plaza and glance around, wondering where Faya is. Perhaps I am early, which would be a minor miracle if it is true. Noni! No such luck.
I whip around and find Faya sitting at one of the outdoor cafés that we have, though I have never eaten here, having always preferred cigars, and finding my mouth lamenting the absence of his miracle intriques, with a man I have never seen before. Glad to see her. How long has it been? I rush over to her and we give each other a hug, while a few people passing by us give us a wide berth. Faya takes a seat, while I glance at the man with her. "This is Joel," she says, with an elated smile on her face, and memories of the last time we had lunch together as she told me all about him come to mind. Coupling among arbiters is not allowed, but it still happens, and as I watch the way she lights up around him, I cannot blame her. Joel stands up, showcasing his muscular shoulders and tall stature as he reaches out for my hand, and I shake his, putting as much pressure into it as possible so that he does not think of me as weak. "Good to meet you," I say to him before taking my seat. "I've heard a lot about you." His deep, resonating voice tickles me, and I see why Faya is attracted to him. The perfect physique, the deep voice, and a genuine sense of propriety surrounds him. I detect no arrogance, something that plagues most citizens in Arel. Well, no more than usual, nothing like what Mollers displays. "She has mentioned you as well," I say. "All good things, I hope." Joel smiles a little, which makes Faya beam even more, and I can tell that she is having trouble not wrapping herself around him, but public appearances must be maintained because no one ever knows when someone will decide that your happiness is undeserved and seek to take it away. "So," Faya says, "how have you been?" "Okay," I tell her. I don't know what to say. I cannot tell her about my excursions at night, nor can I divulge my feelings toward Chase, and how he spared me from a beating, not out of a sense of obligation that a servant has toward his master, but because he did not want me to suffer, and I have been unable to repay him. "Just okay?" Faya looks at me over the rim of her glass of water with a doubtful expression. "It's the eastern sector," I say, hoping that it eases her curiosity and stops her from trying to delve too much into my current life. She rolls her eyes and agrees with me, for which I am pleased. "I see what you mean," Joel says as he watches a couple of plebeians hurry across the street, jumping 2 steps back when an arbiter arrives, their ragged clothing trailing behind them in the breeze, with bits of thread falling off. "They definitely gave you a terrible assignment." "Joel!" Worry crosses Faya's face when he says that, not because she disagrees with him, but because of what might happen if the wrong ears hear him. "Everyone knows it's true," he defends himself. Faya gives him a reprimanding expression mixed with worry. "I'm sorry," Joel says, placing a gentle hand on hers, but removing it the moment the waiter shows up with 3 plates, each with a steak, cooked to medium, roasted Brussels sprouts, and some sought-seed leafy greens. We hold up our wrists, allowing him to scan our wristbands as he fills our glasses of water, and he gives us a curt nod before hurrying away. "I didn't realize you guys had ordered already," I say. "We didn't," Faya replies. "They must have an arbiter special," Joel quips, and we all chuckle. Arbiter special is a term used among arbiters to describe a place that only serves one dish to arbiters, instead of giving them a choice. Every eatery knows the dietary restrictions that arbiters have and the punishment for deviating. Not that it ever stopped Seagal, but some would allow us a few choices. This place is one that does not that it matters. I am famished and need to eat something. As I chew on a piece of steak, my thoughts turn to Sheila, Gwen, and Chase. They could use some better nourishment than what plebeians are allowed,
And the thought of wrapping my meat up strikes me, but dissipates quicker than it had arrived when I remember that I have company.
Is something wrong with your food? Asks Faya.
What? No, it's fine, I say. I was remembering this place I and others went to that always served the best food. Anything would taste delicious after that training facility garbage, Faya mutters as a Brussels sprout rolls around in her mouth.
True, I laugh, but Seagal had a way of making the most basic food taste like the stuff served in the presidential palace.
What happened to him? Joel asks.
He disappeared and his place has been closed down, I respond, as I think back to the night I had helped Seagal and his family escape, even though it meant betraying Renal, a fact that still haunts me, since Renal has done nothing but protect me since I arrived here.
They chewed on their food in silence, knowing what I mean by disappeared. It's probably just as well, Faya says after taking a swig of her water. We don't need people like that in Arel. Didn't you tell me once that it was popular among the arbiters here?
Yes.
And none of them spotted anything odd? This line of questioning is a side of Faya I have never seen before. When we were at the training facility, she never struck me as someone who would be so callous about a person having been disposed of for going against Arel, and this newfound coldness unnerves me. Though maybe it isn't new, maybe I never noticed it before because I once thought just like her, and such a notion fills me with guilt.
Noni, she says, mistaking my internal conflict for feeling like I had let down all of Arel for not noticing Seagal's crimes, even though I had suspected but never said anything. You cannot be blamed for what he did. You were new and hadn't been here that long. It is the others who are at fault. They should have known.
I manage a weak smile, but remain silent, fearing that I might give myself away and tell her about the night I hit Renal over the head with my baton before helping Seagal and his family escape Arel. Faya continues talking, going on about the business district and the demands placed on her there, and how she had to put two economists in their place when they got into a public argument about the proper way in which Arel's economy should be handled. But I'm not listening. As she drones on and on, her voice becomes distant, mired by my own internal thoughts about everything that has happened to me since I had arrived in the eastern sector, as I shove one bite of food after another into my mouth, as though I am little more than a mindless drone, while my gaze remains fixed upon the people walking by, each with their own internal struggles, each with their own fears, and each pretending to be happy, just like me. I watch as a young plebeian girl hurries to a store, her hair covering her face, the same way Gwen's covered hers the night I first met her, the night I first met Chase, as he shoved me down a flight of stairs to protect his sister. At the time, anger over my failure to stop 2 curfew violators had filled me, but now, guilt anguishes me as I think about what would have become of them if I had succeeded in detaining them.
Noni! Noni! Faya waves her hand in front of my face, and I realize that I have been holding my fork in the air as bits of sought seed leafy greens fell from it, almost like I am frozen in time. Are you all right, Noni? I'm sure she's fine. Joel steps in, probably just tired of hearing you go on about yourself. Annoyed, Faya chucks a Brussels sprout at him before relinquishing. Sorry, I have been dominating the conversation. Tell us about your exploits, about the eastern sector. There isn't much to tell. I eat the last of my lunch and place my empty fork back on the plate. With the constant attacks on the wall and the rise of terrorist attacks within the city, we are all on edge.
I've no doubt. Is that why you volunteered for the Trial of Fears? Faya asks. I had almost forgotten about that.
No, I reply.
Then why did you?
I look at Faya, trying to decide how to form my words when I settle on, Molars happened. He's here, says Faya with incredulity, while Joel has a different reaction.
I'd heard that he had finally managed to get transferred here.
What do you mean by finally? I ask him. Everyone at the training facility knew that Molars had wanted a transfer to another sector, but I didn't know that he had been trying to get here all those years.
Joel leans in closer, keeping his voice low. Word is, he has been vying for a position in the eastern sector for over 10 years. I guess he got his wish.
But why now? I ask, confused as to why Molars would be allowed the assignment of his dreams. if one could call it that, now of all times.
The increased unrest within Arel. It is believed that if the eastern sector, the most troublesome sector, can be controlled, it will send a powerful message to the other sectors. And stop future riots, no doubt, but I don't voice my thoughts. And whomever can control the eastern sector will have their pick of assignments in Arel, Faya says. She had told me something similar when I was first assigned here. But you received the Arelian Medal of Honor, Faya continues, pointing at me. That would reflect favorably on your commander. Except, I say with dismay, there have been a lot of riots lately, and that bombing would be a black mark on her record. If all our speculations are accurate, this explains not only why Mollers is here, but the increased tension between him and Commander Vi. I do not know what Mollers' final aspirations are, but for now, they seem centered upon getting rid of my commander, and somehow, I feel responsible. None of this affects you, says Faya. It will if Mollers is made commander here, I say. A sly smile creeps across Faya's face as she nudges Joel's arm, and the thought that the two have held a secret from me permeates my brain. What's going on? I ask. Tell her, Faya urges Joel. We wanted to wait until it is official, but there is the possibility that you won't have to be in this sector for much longer. What do you mean? I ask, confused. Joel got that transfer to the executive district And, continues Joel, I have put in a good word for you. Faya told me about what you did for her in the gauntlet, and achieving the honor you did looks very good. Now, don't get your hopes too high. My influence is limited, but I like to think that I have my commander's ear, and it helps that President Tapiwa has taken an interest in you. He knows about that? Does he also know about my mission to the mines? My face must have betrayed me, because to assuage my misgivings, Joel says, much of what happens at the presidential palace gets gossiped about in the executive district. My lips do not move. I know I must say something. I have to say something. They expect me to say something, and it would be rude to not show any appreciation for their efforts at helping me move up. But silence settles between us as a familiar shape steals my attention, and I recognize the person on the other side of the plaza, and disgust fills me the moment I do. Amal. He approaches a girl who looks to be no more than 11, wearing a blue uniform, the color for the water treatment and sewage departments, and one of the few who are looked upon with as much disdain as plebeians. She walks with a plebeian boy of about the same age, but instead of forcing the plebeian to walk behind her, she allows him to walk beside her. It is not unusual. This happens sometimes among the young, until they are trained to loathe the plebeians as much as Mollers does. Amal sneaks up behind the two kids and grabs the plebeian boy by the shoulders, throwing him to the ground, before knocking the tablet out of the girl's hands, causing it to break into 3 pieces as it hits the pavement. Thank you, I say, but my mind is on Amal and his brutish behavior. I jump from my seat and race across the pavement, knocking people out of my way, while a crowd gathers around Amal to see why he chose to pick on the 2 children. I knock the hat off one woman, apologizing for my actions, while tripping another by accident, in my efforts to get to Amal before he does irreparable harm. The crowd around him grows, but a small sliver of space remains, allowing me to watch in horror as he raises his fist and punches the girl in the face. No one stops him. No one says anything. But I am not no one. I ram my way through the crowd, yelling at people to move out of my way. At first, a few challenge me, until they see my uniform and jump out of my way, not wanting to be on the receiving end of my anger. I shove the last of those between me and Amal out of my way, bursting onto the scene just in time to see Amal raise his baton, preparing to bring it down upon the girl in the blue uniform. She watches in fear, as tears stream down her dark face, and the curls from her ebony hair outline her terrified eyes. My hand seizes Amal's wrist, and I wrench the baton away from him, striking him in the face before swooping down and ramming it into the back of his knees, causing him to fall backward. He glares back at me, cursing me with his eyes as he wishes me harm for stopping him, but I remain firm, towering over him with his baton in my hand, ready to strike him again and daring him to give me a reason. While the crowd backs away, unsure of what to make of this scene as two arbiters challenge each other.
What is the meaning of this? I demand, not caring that I am not Amal's superior officer. His attack on the two children is unwarranted, and he did something that even Arel frowns upon. He didn't just reprimand a citizen who is a minor, he intended to kill her without cause and without the authority of the Ministry of Justice.
None of your business, spits Amal.
Statute 72369 clearly states that no citizen is to be detained unless there is proof of a crime having been committed. Statute 72369A states that all minors who are detained are not to be physically harmed, but sent straight to the Ministry of Justice for detainment. You have violated both statutes.
It may seem odd to be quoting the law in the middle of a square, surrounded by a crowd of citizens and plebeians, but from the moment we can talk, we are taught the law and expected to recite it word for word. Failure means death. Failure to uphold it means death. What Amal has done can get him sent straight to the crematoriums, and as we glare at one another, the small notion that something isn't right creeps into my mind, but before I let it grow into a full-fledged thought, he charges me. Amal rams his head into my stomach and forces me onto my back, causing me to grunt as the wind is knocked out of me. He sits up, preparing to strike, but I kick him in the chest, forcing him off me, before jumping to my feet. Amal rises to his full height with murderous intent in his eyes. If he wanted an excuse to try and kill me, I have just given it to him. He rushes me, and I step back, blocking his left fist with his baton, but as I bring the baton to block his right fist, he snatches it from my grip and punches me in the face with a counterswing. Stunned, I take 2 steps back as blood trickles from my nose, but I haven't time to regain my senses as he runs for me, swinging his baton. In one swift action, I jump back, releasing my baton, and the 2 metal rods clang as they meet in midair. Seconds tick by as the ringing sound of our batons striking one another echoes around us in a morbid melody as we try to harm one another, with me backing up while Amal pushes forward. He feigns a swing, and I fall for it, cursing when he kicks me in the chest, causing me to stumble backward again. Thinking he has won, Amal swings his baton at me again, but I jump over it, somersaulting on the ground when I land, and twist myself around so that I can wrap my legs around his. He falls face first into the ground. I pounce on him, ramming my fist into the middle of his back. Fury overtakes me as my blood boils over his actions, and my fists develop a mind of their own, pounding his back as he tries in vain to escape my wrath, but I refuse to stop until a single gunshot rings out, silencing the entire plaza. I crawl off Amal, and we both look up into the stern face of an arbiter I have only met once. The same one that Ranel had introduced me to during my first day within the eastern sector, and all my anger dissipates, replaced by fear, as I look into the man's face, knowing why Ranel had warned me to not be on the receiving end of his wrath.
Explain yourselves,
he demands as 3 other arbiters walk up behind him. She attacked me without cause, Amal says. I open my mouth to protest, but the senior arbiter before us silences us both. He walks up to Amal, bearing down upon him, and Amal shrinks underneath his gaze. Heat rises up, enveloping me in its anxiety, as the man moves over to me and looks me up and down.
Speak, he says, pointing at me, and Amal is wise enough to not challenge him.
I witnessed Arbiter Amal strike a citizen without cause. I spot Faya's and Joel's faces, and can only imagine what they think of my rash actions, and I wish they haven't had to witness my failure, and continue to beat her until the point of death. The senior arbiter glances behind me and notices the girl on the ground bruised and crying with the plebeian boy trying to help calm her. He walks over to them, and both Amal and I know better than to move, and in a gentler voice asks, "Is that what happened?" "Yes," says the girl in a meek voice through her tears. The arbiter points at someone within the crowd. "Take her to the medical center," he orders, and a man jumps from the crowd and helps the girl up, disappearing with her as she holds her face, while the plebeian boy follows behind after having picked up the pieces of her tablet. My hands shake as the senior arbiter stalks back to us, but not as much as Amal does, knowing that he has made a terrible mistake. "What reason?" The senior arbiter leans in close to Amal, but his words are heard by all. "Did you have to harass that child?"
She, begins Amal as he swallows a wad of spit, stole a tablet.
His pathetic excuse stirs up murmurs among the crowd, but they stop the moment the senior arbiter straightens up.
There have been no reports of a theft.
Sweat drips down Amal's face. I'll ask you again, says the senior arbiter. What reason did you have to strike that child?
None, sir, says Amal.
You understand the severity of your actions, says the man. Yes, sir, Amal replies. The senior arbiter turns to me. Yes, sir, I say, knowing what is to come next. Clear the square, yells the senior arbiter, his voice reverberating off the surrounding buildings. One by one, people file out of the square, knowing better than to challenge a direct order from an arbiter. That also means you two, the senior arbiter says to Faya and Joel. They walk away from the crowd, but Faya gives me a sympathetic look. I remain facing forward, but hope she knows that I appreciate her little bit of comfort, even though I am unable to tell her. But as I watch her leave with Joel, I spot a woman observing the proceedings with interest, her gaze fixed upon me. But before I have a chance to ponder it, arbiters seize my shoulders and drag me to an information booth, which also serves as a detainment box. Protocol must be followed. One places their hand, with the wristband, on the screen and it scans it, bringing up their information. Next, my hand and wristband are scanned. State the reason for detainment, says an electronic voice. The arbiter lists the infractions I am charged with: disturbing the peace, attacking a fellow officer, and insolence. The detainment box opens and fear rises within me, choking me. I have always been the one placing people within the box, but now I am the one being detained. I get to be locked away in the darkness. The arbiter jerks me toward the box, not caring if I bump into it and end up with a bruised shoulder, and pushes me inside, and the door slides closed, sealing with a small bit of suction, encasing me in total darkness, and leaving me to my fate. Chapter 22. Detainment. The floor drops out from beneath me, and I plunge downward, unable to see anything, except a blur of metal, as I fall faster and faster, until I believe that I will crash on the bottom and be nothing more than a flattened mess of flesh and liquefied bones, while air rushes past me from my feet to my head, forcing strands of my hair out to whip me in the face, stinging my eyes, as my bun wobbles and loses its hold. I crash into the side of the metal chute, or is it the bottom? As it bends, forming a slide of sorts, as it carries me to my destination, despite my pathetic attempts to slow myself down by pressing my hands against the sides, doing my best to ignore the excruciating pain as my palm burns from the friction building between them and the metal chute. For a split second, I wonder how Amal is faring until I slam into a metallic seat and come to an abrupt halt. Before I have time to catch my breath, a glass casing covers the transport I am in, reflecting the lights from the console, the only light in the dark tunnel, and seals me inside. The transport speeds down the tunnel, slamming me into the back of the chair, allowing its edges to dig through my uniform and into my skin. But my mind remains focused on the twisting darkness before me as the car slips up the side of the tunnel. Realizing what is about to happen, I wrap my feet around the bottom of the seat and grip the armrest with such force that I am afraid I will tear them away. The transport follows the track until it is upside down and blood rushes to my head, causing it to ache with tremendous pain as my pulse beats against my temple with each pump of my heart, which pumps faster and faster the longer I am forced to grip my seat for dear life, in an effort to not hit head first into the glass covering. My arms tire and my feet loosen their grip as I continue to plunge, upside down the tunnel. This is planned. It has to be, as a way to weaken the detainees so that they will be more compliant when they reach the end. Without warning, the track spins down the tunnel until the transport is right side up, but the sudden movement dazes me, and my vision blackens as my equilibrium returns to normal. Not that I can see much of anything in this tunnel. I see specks up ahead. They grow bigger and bigger, intensifying, until I realize that they are lights, and that I must be nearing the end of this horrific ride. I have never before thought about the ones I had sentenced to detainment and placed in the box, forcing them to endure this nightmare. But now, I pity them. Some, others deserved their fate. The car comes to an abrupt halt, forcing me to slam against the console and gasp as the air is knocked out of me. But before I have time to recover and gain my bearings, the glass shield recesses and hands seize me, yanking me out of the transport and throwing me onto the platform. I see no faces. Masks cover them. Of course they do. This way, any who come through here will have no idea who the arbiters are that drag them away, making it impossible for retaliation later. It also adds to the intimidation, to the feeding of one's fear, but I refuse to give in to that fear. One of the arbiters tries to lower a black canvas bag over my head, but I ram the sole of my boot into his knee, relishing in the sound of it breaking as he doubles over in pain. I snatch the bag out of his hands, jump to my feet, and round on another, ramming the bag over her masked face and pulling the cord so tight that she claws at her throat as she struggles for air. But I hold firm. As another rushes for me, I swing the woman by her neck, still holding onto the cords around her throat, placing her between me and my attacker. She grunts as she takes the impact, and I am forced to take 3 steps back. But before he can force me off the platform, I kick the woman in the chest with all my might, forcing both of them to fly away from me and crash onto the ground. Judging by the odd angle of the woman's head and the stillness of her chest, I know that her neck is broken and that her troubles are over. Furious at being forced into this place, even though my own actions brought me here, I stalk over to the arbiter on the ground as he struggles to get up, ready to end him, if need be. But before I reach him, before I can make my move, electrical shocks course through my body as 3 cattle prods dig into my back and I collapse, jerking with each jolt, unable to control my spasms. The arbiter on the ground stands up, pleased at my demise. He stalks over to me, and I sense the triumphant smile behind his mask as he raises his left foot and kicks me in the face. Stunned, and still crippled from the jolts of electricity that have seized my muscles, I remain limp as 2 arbiters lift me up and a third places a bag over my head. They drag me from the platform and through a doorway. The tips of my boots smack into a bump as we are forced to step up, and into a tunnel, while my mind struggles to focus, choosing to concentrate on the stinging pain that ripples my body, while my muscles continue to spasm from the residue of electricity still flowing through me. A small tear in the bag allows in a little bit of light from the bulbs above me, and I crane my head in an effort to get a glimpse of my surroundings, but receive a fist in the face for my efforts. Seconds seem like hours as they carry me through the detainment facility, with their feet stomping the metallic floor with such force that a series of endless echoes reverberate through the tunnel, surrounding us and spelling out my doom. We stop. 3 distinct beeps hit my ears, but my confused mind finds it difficult to process their meaning, until we move again, and I am dragged through another doorway. The tips of my boots get caught in another crack as the flooring changes, and the hands gripping me let go, allowing me to drop onto the floor before stomping away, not caring about what will become of me. Still hurting from the jolts of electricity, I manage to pull the hood off my head and look around my cell, noting the camera in an obscure corner with its edges illuminated by the pale green light coming from 2 rods in one of the walls for me to see its presence. I snort, unsurprised by it. Spying on people is common in Arel, and they will want to observe every move I make to assess how well I am taking my confinement. This must be what is done to every individual that is sent here. I scrape my hands along the ground, feeling for anything of use, and my fingers brush against a pebble. I pick it up. After pulling on the cords attached to the bag, I determine that they are stretchy enough for what I want and fashion them into a sling. I hope whomever is monitoring the camera is watching. Taking my makeshift sling and pebble, I aim at the camera and release my shot, striking it, pleased when the lens cracks, but my pleasure is short-lived, as the weight of what I have done crushes me, causing me to lay on the ground and curl up into a ball as my eyes burn from the tears forming there. Tears I have not cried in so long, that I have refused to allow to be free for fear of what would happen if I do. But I cannot stop them, just like I was unable to stop them the night the woman died because I tried to help her escape. Faces float in front of my mind's eye, familiar faces, as the tears pour forth, refusing to be stopped, refusing to be imprisoned, and I think about Chase, about Sheila, and about Gwen, and how I have let them all down. So I remain curled on the floor, in a pool of crusted urine and feces, unable to stop crying, comforted only by the untouched dust on the floor as it coats my face and uniform. A clang rings out, echoing off the rusted metal walls, as the latch is released and the door opens, letting in the tiniest sliver of light, but not enough for me to make out the faces of the arbiters that storm inside my cell and seize both my arms, hauling me to my knees before dragging me outside. A third snatches the mangled bag I had left discarded on the floor and rams it over my head, but not before I manage to bite him, tearing a piece of skin away from his wrist. I receive a baton in the stomach in response, causing me to double over. My captors drag me down a corridor, allowing the rough and uneven floor to tear a hole in my pants before scraping the skin away from my knees. Biting my lower lip to keep from releasing even the slightest moan, I clench my fists in an effort to take my mind off the stinging pain that grips my kneecaps. I'll not give these bastards the satisfaction of knowing that they caused me pain. Pain is weakness, and weakness is not allowed, not in this place. The clomping of the boots beside me stop, and I am forced to sit on my bleeding knees and endure the pain they bring me, while the arbiters release my arms. Moist vapor from my mouth fills the bag, causing my face to sweat as droplets of moisture drip from the tip of my nose, settling into the canvas around my face, soaking it. Claustrophobia starts to overtake me as I am forced to remain in this forced isolation of not being allowed to see the faces of those who sit in judgment of me. "Arbiter Noni," says a harsh male voice, the voice of one of those charged with passing judgment over me. "You stand accused of assaulting one of your fellow arbiters." I almost laugh, but catch myself. Such an act will get me executed. But it is ironic that I am being punished for challenging a fellow arbiter when such challenges are encouraged to a point. Though, when arbiters fight among themselves in front of civilians, it can prove problematic and maybe even cause dissent among the public, or make them question the authority of the arbiters. "How do you plead?" says the same voice. "Not guilty, sir," I reply. Silence follows for a moment. They must not have expected this answer. Perhaps all the others that have been brought here before me have pled guilty, knowing that you are always guilty in Arel, with no chance of proving your innocence, regardless of the truth. It is unclear as to why they insist on getting me to admit that I did something wrong, unless this is another test, another power play, performed to prove to me, and the rest of Arel, who is truly in charge. Heavy boots move on my right as someone pulls out their baton. I listen and wait for him to get closer. At the training facility, each arbiter had to undergo a test of being blindfolded and be able to defend themselves against an attack. Some excelled at it, others did not. I managed to get by, but right here, right now, will be a test of my skills. I prepare myself for what is coming. I listen to the thundering sounds of heavy-soled boots against a metallic floor, worn down from use, muffling the sounds. The snap of a baton being whipped out hits my ears, and I listen for the unmistakable sound of it slicing the air. I hear it. Just before the baton can strike me, I bring my arms up, forming a cross, blocking the attack, and snatch the baton from the arbiter before swiping it across the floor, catching him in the shins and knocking him off his feet. That lesson in the training facility has paid off. Before I can make another move, two arbiters throw me to the floor, restrain me, and wrench the baton from my grasp. "Enough!" yells the one sitting in judgment. His voice thunders off the rafters, but instead of dissipating with each echo, it grows stronger, imbuing me with fear, making me second-guess my actions. "Arbiter Noni," he begins again, "do you plead guilty?" His voice cuts off. I strain my ears to listen to him, but his booming voice drops to the smallest whisper as he speaks with someone else, someone whose presence I am not supposed to be aware of. I try leaning forward, hoping to glean a few words, but a gruff hand jerks me back into a kneeling position, refusing to allow me the courtesy of receiving some sort of forewarning about my fate. The arbiter in judgment clears his throat before speaking again, but before he does, the distinct sound of a monitor being turned off hits my ears as he ends his transmission. "Take her away." "What? Away? Away where?" Hands seize my shoulders, pulling me backwards as they obey their orders, and drag me from the room. Bits of light spill through the few loose threads of the bag over my head, but everyone moves so fast that I am unable to gather my bearings or even understand what is about to be done with me. I am dumped on the floor, but before I can turn over on my side and stand up, cold steel snaps around my right wrist, locking into place as the rattling of a chain clinks against the floor before someone shoves their foot into my stomach, forcing me to roll over the edge of a drop-off and plunge downward. My stomach surges into my throat as I fall, expelling its contents the moment I crash into a barrier that gives way beneath me, but still slices through my jacket and into my skin, drawing bits of blood. I rip the bag off my head, tossing it aside and hoping to never see it again, and look at my wrist and the archaic shackle that has been placed on it. But that isn't what bothers me. On the other end of the chain is Amal. "If you wish to survive this day," says the arbiter that has ordered us down here, dropping a key that lands on a protruding edge of the chute itself, something both Amal and I notice, "you will climb to the top of this chute before it's sealed." The low vibration of gears, metal on metal, moving a gigantic door, in this case, a barrier sealing the chute off from the outside world, rumbles around me. Failure means incineration.
We're in a garbage chute.
Consider this a test of your will to serve Arel. The arbiters above us disappear, leaving me alone with Amal and a possible future of being cremated, with him as my only companion. My foot moves and something crunches underneath it, piercing the rumbling around me, as though it has managed to silence all extraneous noise so that its distinct note is the only thing I hear. An ominous feeling overtakes me as I look down at what I am standing on, knowing that I will not like it. Bones. Human bones, mixed with bits of burnt clothing that have somehow escaped the fury of the fire and create the surface I stand on, and every little movement breaks their brittle structure, reminding me of what I will become, what we all become, should I fail to escape this place. Bits of sweat drop from the tips of my hair as it escapes its bun and rolls down my back, leaving a streak on my uniform jacket, as more beads of sweat dot my skin in this stifling chute, threatening to suffocate me. Something isn't right. This is no ordinary garbage chute. This had to have been created for the sole purpose of watching people struggle to survive, only to meet a terrible end. A clanking noise surrounds Amal and me as rungs appear on the sides of the chute, beckoning us to climb up them. But the feeling that they are a trap gnaws at me. Our eyes meet. As one, we both move to opposite sides of the chute, desperate to cling to a rung, but we both are pulled backward and crash into the human remains. I wince as a single rib stabs me in the side, while the chain attaching us pulls taut, forcing us to an abrupt halt. Once again, we look at each other, knowing that we will have to put our differences aside and work together if we want to survive. But betrayal always lies just beneath the surface, and almost always rears its ugly head. A fact I am reminded of as we both eye the key poking out over the edge of its little ledge, calling to us. He points at a set of rungs that are side by side and beneath the key, and I follow after him, slipping on the mangled mass of skeletal remains as I try to hurry, while foreboding sounds weave their way around us, mocking us and our feeble attempt to escape their lair. We grip the rungs of a metallic ladder that seems to have formed from the chute itself, though the rungs seem to be somewhat rubberized, and for a moment, I marvel at the technology involved to create such a thing, before reminding myself of where I am. The chain around our wrists dangles as we climb higher, clanking against the chute with each movement, mimicking a ticking sound that fills the air, almost like a timer, urging us to hurry up. The hair on my arms and neck stand up as though charged with electricity, as a low buzzing that grows with intensity with each passing second builds, wafting over us, warning us of impending doom. Before I have time to register what it means, the rungs that I am climbing disappear, melting into the side of the chute, and I plunge downward, taking Amal with me, and we both crash into the skeletal remains below us, as a bolt of electricity stretches from the top of the chute and strikes the side to our left, releasing a tremendous popping sound and forcing us both to turn away as its intense heat singes our skin.
That's new.
For a moment, I watch as rungs appear and disappear on the sides of the chute, noting that there seems to be a pattern. Where one set disappears, another appears next to it. Another set of rungs appear next to us, and I drag Amal with me as I bolt to my feet and sprint for them. We jump on them, climbing upward as fast as we can, as the ticking sound starts again, counting down the seconds until the rungs disappear. My hands slip from the metal rungs as sweat coats them, and I try wiping them on the sides of my pants to dry them, but to no avail. I push my way upward, doing my best to not become entangled in the shackles connecting me to Amal as we inch our way upwards. The static builds around me again as the individual hairs on my body lift upward as the ticking stops. I jump to my left, and Amal follows suit as the rungs disappear and a bolt of electricity strikes the side of the chute above me, leaving a fresh burn mark that looks more like a splatter than a charred piece of metal plating, while hoping that my guess on where to go is correct. New rungs appear as gravity starts to take its hold, and I reach out to them, grasping them and holding tight, refusing to allow my sweaty palms to let go. Pain grips my chest as I smack into the rungs, but neither I nor Amal have time to catch our breath as the ticking sound begins again, reminding us that time is our enemy. We both climb upward once again while keeping a close eye on where the key is and the covering that moves over the top of the chute, threatening to seal us inside forever. We take the rungs two at a time, ignoring the swinging chain between us as it smacks against the side of the chute, while the timer counts down. The ticking stops. Knowing what comes next, we look at each other, wondering which direction to go in, when Amal points to the right. I don't argue. As the rungs we are climbing vanish, we throw ourselves to the right and seize the new ones that materialize within the metal sides of the chute, while another electrical shock strikes the side of the chute, forcing us to duck in an effort to protect ourselves. As I grip the rungs that have just formed, the skin on my hand stings as though thousands of pins have stabbed it, while the flesh burns, making it difficult to cling to the metal rungs as I climb. I glance at Amal and he is having the same difficulty, the bolts of electricity. With each strike, the handholds heat up and will soon be too hot to climb. The creeping covering above us taunts us while the key laughs at us, and anger rises within me, fueling my resolve, urging me onward. I pull at my jacket, tearing off pieces of fabric and wrap them around my hands to provide a barrier between my skin and the hot rungs of the ladder. We continue our trek upward, pausing as the familiar ticking sound ceases, while the electrified air around us builds. New rungs appear, and both Amal and I jump for them as another bolt of electricity slams into the sides of the chute. But my hand slips and I tumble downward, slamming into the side of the ladder as Amal catches my hand, stopping me from plunging to my death. Before he has time to change his mind, even though I know that a sense of self-preservation stopped him from letting me fall, knowing that my weight would take him with me, I seize the rungs before me and wrap my arms around them. I look up to say something, but stop when I notice the key is not that far above us, and neither is the top of the chute. Amal sees it too. Knowing what the other has planned, we both climb as fast as we can, but my fall has given Amal an advantage. He reaches the tiny ledge with the ornate key and reaches for it, but as he grabs it with his shackled hand, I tug on the chain, forcing him to drop the key and snatch it out of the air as it falls past me. Before Amal has a chance to retaliate, I ram the key into the keyhole on the shackle around my wrist and twist, freeing myself from him. The ticking stops. Once again, the thin hairs on my skin stand on end as the static in the air builds around us, warning us of another strike. The rungs vanish as I jump to my right, while Amal flings himself to his left, and we both grab the new set of rungs that have appeared, our feet swinging to the side from the momentum of our movements, while another bolt of electricity strikes the area where we had been. That is too close. Without bothering to glance at him, I hurry up the makeshift ladder that has appeared, wishing that the material around my hands was thicker as the smoldering heat within the chute itself burns into my skin. But I ignore the pain as I focus on the door closing above me and the ever-shrinking space in the top of the chute. I reach the top as the ticking resonates around me, urging me to move faster. Flinging myself over the edge of the chute's opening, I drag myself away from its peril and to safety, or what passes for safety in this dreadful place, and turn back around to watch as Amal flies over the rungs of the ladder, desperate to break free of this nightmare. He is only 3 feet below me. The ticking stops for the last time. Our eyes meet. For a moment, I consider allowing him to fall to his death, to be rid of this annoyance,
This pain in my side that has burdened me since the day I arrived in the eastern sector. But as I do, the memory of me clinging to the side of a rock wall with Chase, and of a hand that appeared from nowhere to help us, slaps me in the face, reminding me that not every option involves allowing someone to die. Shamed by it, I hurl myself over the edge of the chute and seize the other end of the chain around Amal's wrist, stopping him from falling, and haul him upward, pulling him out of the chute as the cover seals shut and more electricity grips the chute's interior. For a moment, we sit side by side, breathing hard, but before either of us can react to our new circumstances, arbiters appear from behind and ram bags over our heads. Once again, hands grip my shoulders, digging into them as they haul me to my feet and shove me through a corridor, forcing me to trip over the exposed edges of the uneven floor. My feet twist and turn, entangling themselves as I am shoved in several different directions, unable to catch my bearings or my breath, while boots stomp around me, chastising me for daring to uphold the law, for daring to protect an innocent person from the actions of a bully. My back slams into a wall, and a sharp edge stabs it, causing me to wince, though I am grateful that the bag over my head prevents my captors from seeing that they succeeded in causing me pain. Steam hisses as it is released from a pipe, making me wonder where I am being taken, but the hands pushing me refuse to allow me to know, as they shove me around, not caring if I bump into obstacles or trip from the disorientation forced upon me. Just as the fear that I am being led to my execution settles in, fresh, cool air engulfs my hands, as doors open and the wind brushes past me in an effort to calm me. But before I can relish in its comfort, the hands gripping me throw me into a transport, not caring that my head bangs into the top of the vehicle as I am shoved inside. The door seals shut. I feel the presence of someone sitting next to me but cannot be sure. The only way to find out is to take the bag off my head, but I know that if I do, I risk being punished. The transport jerks into action as it speeds down a roadway, making sharp turns and not caring if its passengers are thrown around. I try to position my head so that I can see through a worn spot in the material of the bag covering me, but every time I try, the transport jerks to the side, causing me to slam into its side. It picks up speed, jerking me backward, before coming to a sudden stop, flinging me forward into the seat in front of me. The door opens and more hands seize me by the arms, hauling me out of the transport, delighting in the fact that my feet are caught, causing me to fall to the ground. My hands burn from the impact, but before I can lift myself up, the same hands grab me and jerk me to my feet, causing me to become dizzy for a moment as they shove me forward, growing frustrated as I stumble and almost trip again. Each time I start to fall, they jerk me upward. The sweltering air encasing my head makes it difficult to breathe, as more spittle and water vapor coats my face, causing me to gag. Just as my mind races from one dismal possibility to the next, the hands gripping me thrust me to the ground, and my knees slam into hard metal with small raised bumps covering it, causing instant pain to surge through them as the metal bumps dig into them. Someone rips the bag off my head, and I turn in time to see them do the same to Amal as he kneels on the ground beside me. Blinking in an effort to focus, as I grapple with my changing situation, a stark figure towers over both of us, silhouetted by the railcar's lights behind him. A railcar? We're on a platform, but it is empty, void of any activity, except for the arbiters surrounding us. The arbiters encircling us lift Amal to his feet and drag him onto the railcar without waiting to be told, forcing him to sit in a seat near a window. My stomach jumps when I see him sitting there, while I am left on the platform, and I wonder if perhaps this is another test, another trick, or something much worse. But before my mind has a chance to mull through the worst-case scenarios, a voice speaks from behind me, the same voice as the man who had me thrown into the chute.
"You are lucky," he says in a mocking tone as he paces around me, until he stands in front of me, bearing down on me, making me feel smaller than a mouse and wishing I was back in that chute, to have the loyalty of friends.
What is he talking about?
"Someone has vouched for you, collaborating your story," the man continues. "So you are being released. However, you will still have a demerit placed on your record."
He walks away, leaving me to wonder what the hell the chute was all about, and why it is that I have the demerit and Amal gets nothing. I turn my head and start to open my mouth, but a harsh voice stops me cold, a voice I recognize and had never possessed such coldness before.
Get in!
Renal, why is he here? I look at the open door to the rail car, and Amal sitting in a window, doing his best to not look at me, though the curiosity on his face is evident, despite his futile attempts to hide it. Ashamed and feeling vulnerable, I stand up, ignoring the wails of my knees at being forced to move while they still burn from the torture thrust upon them, and mosey over to the rail car, afraid to walk too fast or to make any sudden movements. Once aboard, I pick a seat away from Amal and stare out the window as Renal steps onto the car and the door closes with a slight hiss. The rail car takes off, thrusting me backward into my seat, but I do not care. I have failed. Failed to stop Amal from abusing his authority. Failed to be the epitome of a good arbiter for Commander Vi's sake. Failed Faya, failed Chase, Sheila, and Gwen. And I have failed Renal. I allowed my own sense of justice to get in the way, and here I am, on an empty railcar with Amal and Renal, heading back to the eastern sector in the middle of the night as a warning to others. The moon breaks through the clouds and envelops me with its pale rays of silver light. Perhaps it is trying to comfort me, or perhaps it is admonishing me for being so ignorant, in allowing my emotions to dictate my actions. I glance at Renal as he stands between Amal and me, facing forward and keeping his eyes fixed on the door in front of him, before turning back to the window to watch the spires of the executive district as the moon illuminates them and the specks of light that dot their majesty, a true testament to the might of Arel. The shuttle swings upward, shifting my center of gravity, but I go limp, not fighting it, and instead, allow it to push me where it wills until we are high up and pass over the tops of buildings. Despite my empty feelings, I cannot help but marvel at the purplish hue of the buildings as the moon graces them with its ethereal glow. A few stars poke through the clouds, curious as to the happenings of the world below them, and the railcar pivots downward, and I brace my knees against the seat in front of me to hold myself in place as the smooth glass buildings passing by are replaced with roofs missing tiles, beams hanging in a precarious fashion, broken windows, and decaying brick. The railcar comes to a stop, and neither Amal nor I wait to be told to get off. We follow Renal onto the empty platform. Its eerie silence unnerves me, and to a waiting transport, crawling into the back seat while Renal sits in the front. The driver says nothing as he puts the vehicle in gear and we speed off, heading toward the manor, and I watch as it grows larger in the windshield, wondering what awaits me when I arrive. The transport stops in front of the door, and a small smirk crosses my face as I look at the yellowed pane of glass covering it, preventing anyone from being able to see inside, remembering my first day here. I wonder if Commander Vi knew then how much of a burden I would be to her. Renal gets out of the transport and Amal and I do the same.
Go to your quarters, he says to us.
Amal wants to argue. I see it on his face, but decides against it, knowing that he is already in enough trouble and not wanting to be on the receiving end of Renal's anger. He goes inside and disappears, but before I can follow, Renal stops me. Noni, a moment. I hang back, working up the courage to look into his eyes. Caution is your friend, he says to me in a cryptic sort of way, and in a gentler tone than what he had used earlier. Sir, I say. Renal drops something into my hand. One day your luck will run out. He walks off, leaving me alone outside the manor. Confused about his warning, I look at what he had placed into my hand and gasp when I see the thin metal wire I had fashioned into a wristband on one of the nights I had snuck out after curfew, a warning in and of itself. Not wanting to get caught outside, I rush inside and up the stairs to the second floor, wasting no time in going to my room, where I find Chase. He covers his mouth before I can speak, warning me to stay quiet, and I shut the door, running to him. Are you all right? He whispers to me, examining me. I'm fine, I tell him. What were you thinking sneaking out last night and today? I place a finger over his lips to calm him, touched by the concern in his voice, and knowing that I owe him an explanation. After everything we have been through, the least I can do is let him in on my secret. I sit down on the bed, and he does the same. I have something I need to tell you, I say. Chase looks at me with gentle eyes, worried about what I'm going to say,
or perhaps more concerned about what I won't tell him. His hand reaches up and touches my chin, and I cringe from the pressure, realizing for the first time that I am missing a patch of skin there. The intensity of the shoot and my desperate attempts to get free must have prevented me from noticing it and the bit of blood that dots it. He takes his shirt off, unable to find any other sort of cloth, and knowing the importance of keeping the uniforms in my closet free of stains and contamination, he pours water from the pitcher onto it before holding it to my face and dabbing the blood and dirt away from the scrape on my chin. I pull back as it stings, but stop myself, reminding myself that the feeling of pain is weakness. "What did they do to you?" he asks as he cleans my chin, being careful not to cause too much discomfort. I think back to that night in the cave, when I had tended to his injuries and stayed with him to make sure he had made it through the night. It wasn't that long ago, but so much has happened that it seems like a lifetime ago. Words form in my throat, choking me, forcing their way out despite my desperate attempt to keep them confined so that I could continue to have the illusion of safety. But in Arel, safety is a figment of one's imagination. No one is safe in Arel. They gave me a test of my commitment to Arel. Chase lowers his hand with his crumpled shirt in it. They threw me into a garbage chute and I had to climb my way out before burning to death. "Animals!" Chase spits. "I have been," I say, keeping my voice low so that no one outside the room can hear me, helping people leave the city. "What?" I place my hand over his mouth to stop him from saying anything else, for fear that he might be overheard. "It started the night of the bombings," I tell him. "Segal, you know him?" Chase nods. Renal had caught them trying to leave. He never saw me come up from behind and I knocked him out. After that, I helped Segal and his family get past the wall. And then, during the riot, I stumbled upon this pregnant woman. "But the sterilization in the water?" "I know. But somehow she was, and she had a bag with her. I knew right then that she was not a part of the riot, but was trying to get out before her baby was born and taken from her. So, I hid her and went back to get her that night. Everything had gone so well, until after she had gotten outside of the wall and..." Tears form in my eyes, and my throat clenches in an attempt to stop them, but they refuse to be stopped. She stepped on a landmine, Chase holds me close, wrapping his muscular arm around me, comforting me as I relive my failure, and images of the woman's body fill my mind, tormenting me, refusing to let me be free of my guilt. "She is dead because of me." For the first time, in a long time, I cry without fear of repercussions or of appearing weak. Tears stream down my face, stinging my skin as they edge their way down past my chin and drip onto my chest. The more I try to control myself, the more the tears force their way out, refusing to let me rest. In an effort to stop this outpour of emotion, I wipe my face with the back of my hands, doing my best to stop the tears. But Chase grabs my hands and forces them away from my face as he stares into my eyes, his soft expression soothing me and forcing me to calm down. "It's okay to cry," he says. "I am an arbiter. I am not supposed to show weakness." He pulls me close to him, allowing me to feel his strength and his calmness. I place my ear on his chest and listen to the air as he breathes in and lets it out, remembering the night I had done the same to make sure that he was alive after he had spared me from the wrath of Commandant Gant. "You're not weak, Noni," he says to me as he holds on to me. "You are the reason we survived the wilderness. Your resourcefulness, your fortitude, are why we are here. It is not weakness to feel shame or to cry when things get to be too much to bear. It is human." "But..." "You are the strongest person I have met, next to Gwen, of course." I chuckle at that last statement. "So you do smile," he says to me. "Gwen despises me," I say, "and she should." "She doesn't." "But I am the reason you were taken from her." "No, you are the reason I am reunited with her." More tears spill onto Chase's bare chest as he continues to hold me close in a comforting hug, letting me know that he is here for me. "Don't worry, I will help you carry your secrets," he says,
I lift my head and look at him, unsure of what to say.
You're not alone, Noni. You don't need to do any of this alone.
I have to, I say. I don't want to endanger any of you.
Chase cups my cheeks with his hands as he brings his face close to me and his warm forehead touches mine. This is my choice, and I choose to be here for you. If this is what you want to do, if you are going to continue helping people leave the city, then I am going to be with you, by your side.
I manage a weak smile, unsure of what to say. I have never had anyone willing to risk their life for me, or willing to help me break the law, knowing full well what the punishment is if we are caught. But Chase is, and the resolve in his voice gives me strength.
Now tell me about last night.
I swallow a lump in my throat, doing my best to moisten my mouth before I speak. Last night, I helped a group escape the crematorium and get outside the wall. And they did. They made it to the woods beyond the grassy field. But I wasn't alone this time.
What do you mean? Who helped you?
A man who has every reason to hate me.
No, he doesn't.
What do you say that? I'm a plebeian. I have more reason than any to despise arbiters, and I don't hate you. I snuggle into his embrace, and he kisses the top of my head. But before I can fall asleep, Sheila bursts into my room, her face filled with worry and fear, and I jump up, forgetting all that has happened to me, and only caring about what troubles her. It's Commander Vi, she says, her voice squeaking. What's wrong? I ask, my voice taking on the arbiter tone. She's acting strange. Where is she?
Her office.
I glance at Chase, who motions for me to go, and run out of my room, racing down the hall into the stairs, while still trying to not make any noise. I reach Commander Vi's office within a minute, and stop once I open the door and see her slumped on her desk with an open bottle in her left hand. The once neat stack of reports on her desk lay strewn all over the room, forming misshapen piles in every crevice. One even has the print of a boot on it. She raises her head and looks at me with an unfocused gaze as I shut the door and pick up the papers, shoving them together and placing them in an even stack on her desk, in the same corner they had been in on my first day here, and pause for a moment when I notice a report with my name on it, and my curiosity urges me to pick it up and read it, but I'm stopped by the solemnness that has taken possession of my commander's once strong and curt voice. You needn't bother, she says, her words slurred. I ignore her. I see you survived the detention center. I don't know if I should congratulate you or offer you my condolences. Puzzled, I stare at her for a moment, unsure of what to make of her words. There is no malice in them, no mocking, no condescending undertone, just unabashed honesty. I reach for the glass bottle in her hand. She jerks it back, but my firm grip stops her unsteady one, and I rip it free of her grasp, not caring if I anger her. Take it then, she says as she sits up and leans back in her chair. You're going to need one. I place the opening of the bottle underneath my nose and sniff, wrinkling it as the aroma of alcohol fills my nostrils. Drinking among arbiters is forbidden in Arel, but that doesn't stop a few from sneaking the occasional one in. Go on, take a swig. I scrunch my eyebrows together, uncertain as to why my commander is ordering me to disobey the arbiter code of conduct, but decide that I have already committed several infractions, so many, that it is a wonder I am still alive. What's one more? I place my dry lips over the rim of the bottle, ignoring the thin film of saliva that already coats it, and tip it up, taking a mouthful, wincing as its amber liquid burns my throat and warms my chest on the way down, wondering why anyone would want to drink this. First drink, huh? Commander Vi laughs. I walk over to the window, open it, and dump the contents of the bottle onto the bushes outside, before closing the window and tossing the bottle into the open drawer of her desk. Commander Vi smiles as though she had expected me to do that. He wants my job, she says, and I stand there, listening to her as she talks, seeing a side of her I would never have guessed existed, a vulnerability, a weakness. He won't stop until he has it, and with the riots and recent attacks within the city by a group of terrorists, it won't be long until he gets his wish.
Attacks? I ask. I know of two. One on the night I helped Segal escape, and another on the day of my questioning before the tribunal.
While you were gone, there were at least two. Terrible ones. So many citizens dead. The bodies, if you can call them that, mangled and spread all across the city with pieces scattered among the pavement and entrails dangling from the eaves of the nearest buildings. But that isn't what bothers me most. It's the silence that follows. The awful, deadened silence of nothing left alive. Commander Zvai's gaze, sharp and hawk-like on so many occasions, focuses on the door to the hallway, as though she doesn't see it at all, just the aftermath of a bomb's wrath. The council believes that they originated in the eastern sector, she finishes. If that is the case, then Commander Vi's days are numbered, which explains her slippage and indulgence in a forbidden vice. For the first time in the year that I have known her, I pity her. She had seemed so strong, confident, as though nothing would ever strike her down. But on this night, alone in this room, she seems wounded, but instead of being visible, her wounds are attached to her soul.
Who wants your job? I ask, already guessing the answer.
Molars, she hisses. You know the saying, the one who can control the eastern sector can govern all of Arel.
If there is one thing Molars craves above all else, it's power. He more than craves it. It's an obsession. I thought I was cursed when I was first assigned here, much like you did. Don't deny it, she says when I start to protest. I saw it on your face the moment you walked through that door. I keep my mouth shut and say nothing as my commander rambles on, but it seems more like she is confiding in me instead of babbling nonsense.
They allow the commanders of every region to watch the gauntlet, if they so choose. I went every year as recruit after recruit battle their way through, hoping to make it to the end, searching for someone strong enough to withstand this place. But even more so, someone I can trust. You were the first recruit I noticed. While the others thought of themselves, you went back to help a fellow recruit. You're an enigma, Noni. Most like you are sent to the crematoriums and last only 6 months, but you managed to finish your training and pass the gauntlet, all without allowing your intricacies to be noticed. It isn't often, but sometimes the commander of a region can request that a particular recruit be assigned to them.
She requested that I be assigned here? Everything I have gone through is because of her? Why? I whispered without realizing it.
I told you once that I see a lot of myself in you. The eastern sector is the first line of defense for Arel. If it falls, the entire city falls, and so do the people within it. Prestige isn't found in the halls of the presidential palace, but in what you do, in how you conduct yourself, and in the choices you make. Arel needs someone who will defend her people.
But Arel is flawed, I say, knowing the risk I take for voicing such a sentiment.
Every place is flawed. It is up to you to choose how you deal with those flaws. If I fail here as commander of the Eastern region, a more stringent policy will be implemented, and a new commander, more strict, more unforgiving, and harsher than me will be assigned here. And who do you think will suffer for it? As Commander Vi speaks, I start to understand why she insists on staying here. This isn't a job to her, but something more. She believes that her presence here helps the people of Arel more than if she were somewhere else. Though she has never shown mercy to me, I wonder how many times she has shown it when I wasn't around. Has she chosen the lesser of punishments in order to give someone a second chance, much like what I have done? How many arbiters have done the same, conflicted between upholding the laws of Arel no matter the cost, and doing what they knew to be right?
Don't be like me, Commander Vi says, her voice so soft that I almost don't hear her.
It seems strange for her to tell me such a thing, and not knowing what else to do, I look at her and notice her haggard appearance for the first time, with a few bags under her eyes, lines around her mouth, as though she has aged 20 years in one day, and is worn and tired, and the sense that much has happened in my absence, and despite her efforts to keep others from seeing its effect on her, it rears its ugly head anyway. Don't you think it's strange that you were taken to the detention center for challenging a fellow arbiter, and not for what happened at the crematoriums? Once she mentioned it, my mind goes back to the crematoriums and how Commander Vi not only challenged Commander Aaron, but killed her as well. There have been no inquiries, no summons to the tribunal, nothing.
Why do you think we haven't heard from them? I ask.
There could be a variety of reasons, replies Commander Vi. None of them good.
May I ask you a question?
Commander Vi waves her hand, and I take it as a sign of approval. Did you know Commander Arel personally? Commander Vi's lips form a thin line, answering my question, but just when I think that she is not going to speak, she opens her mouth and stilted words spill from it. Soon after my assignment to the eastern sector, when I was about your age, I was sent to the outposts, just like you, to see how Arel operated outside of the city. Commander Arel ran one of those outposts. The smell of death surrounded her, and to this day, I cannot get it out of my nose. That night, I awoke to a commotion. I went outside to see what it was, and she had my commander chained to 2 transports, carving out entire chunks of his flesh from his body, feeding it to the 2 wild dogs she kept as pets. I still hear his screams, and they will haunt me until the day I die. Being young and stupid, I demanded to know why my commander was being tortured, and demanded that she stop. Erin knocked me down and placed her foot on my head, pressing against it. I thought I would die that day, but she released me at the last minute, lifting me up and placing her knife in my hand, telling me that my commander was a traitor to Arel, and that to prove my loyalty, I had to carve him up like an animal for slaughter. My commander was innocent of the crime she accused him of. I saw it in his face and the faces of those under her command. They were too afraid to stand up to her. I refused. I tried to stab her with the knife, but she was ready for me and made sure to leave her mark. Commander Vi lifts her shirt and shows me a mark on the right side of her abdomen where someone had stabbed her a long time ago. She gave the order for the transports to drive away, ripping my commander in half and covering me in his blood. When Arel learned of her actions, they recalled her and placed her in the crematoriums. I later found out that my commander had slighted her at supper, so she decided to teach him a lesson. I made sure that bitch got what she deserved. Commander Vi watched her commander die over something so trivial. I have no idea what I would do if I ever saw her die. I can't even... Commander Vi slumps over the table, exhaustion taking its hold on her, and I rush to her side, helping her up, knowing that I need to get her to bed before anyone finds her like this. She protests at first, but stops the moment I fling her arm over my shoulder and guide her to the door. The hallway is empty as we head for the staircase and make our way up, making certain to not step on the one creaky step. Darkness swarms around us as the hall lights shut off, leaving us to fend for ourselves, but I refuse to leave her in the hallway, to be the perfect victim for Molars to sink his teeth into. Her room is at the end of the corridor, and I help her down there, hushing her when she starts to speak, knowing what the consequences will be if she is seen in such a state. Relief showers over me when the door to her room, coated in grime and fogged just like the others, slides open, allowing us entrance, and I place her on the cot, tucking the pillow under her head. Her eyelids flutter, telling me that she is on the verge of passing out. Before I'm able to turn and leave, she grabs my arm and pulls me in close. "Don't trust anyone," she tells me, "except Renal." Her grip loosens when she falls asleep, leaving me to wonder about the meaning behind her cryptic message. It seems odd that she would tell me not to trust anyone, though it could be the alcohol talking, but my mind dismisses that the moment I think it. I leave Commander Vi alone, hoping that she will sleep off the amount of alcohol she has drunk and that she will be more like her old self in the morning. When I enter the corridor, the sound of a door closing catches my attention, and I turn toward the sound, unable to learn where it originates from. But the uneasy feeling that someone else in this manner is aware of Commander Vi's vulnerability fills me. Not wanting to be caught out of bed, I hurry back to my room where Chase waits for me, and fall asleep the moment I lay down, with him holding on to me, afraid to let me go. Chapter 23. Sickening silence. The last bobby pin slips into my dark hair, securing the final strand into place. Taking a step back, I look into the mirror at my walnut-colored face and the slight blemish that is still there from where I received a burn from my time in the detention center and the chute that they had put me in as a test of my loyalty.
2 weeks have passed since that incident, though it seems more like 2 years, since whenever I step outside my room, wandering eyes always stare at me, only to dart away the moment I glance in their direction. But they are the least of my worries. Amal has kept a close watch on me. Why, I do not know, but I guess that he has decided that I am a threat, and that he is going to deal with that threat the only way that is proper in Arel, by eliminating it. Worried eyes stare back at me as I study my reflection in the mirror, a stark contrast to the confidence that my uniform instilled in me on most occasions. I reach up and touch the remnants of the burn on my face and scrape off the last bit of the scab with the tip of my nail, flicking it into the air and watching as it swirls downward, landing on my right foot, a speck tarnishing the pristine black polish of my boot. A dish on my desk with a spoon next to it captures my attention. Turning, I pick it up and examine the quinoa mush with strawberries mixed in. Sheila must have snuck in here and left it for me before I woke up, since I chose to sleep most of the day in preparation for my shift, so that I would not have to eat in the dining room with molars. I scoop some of the mushy mixture into my mouth and chew, as I try not to think about the next few hours. I got stuck with night rotation, with molars. Unnatural heat rises around me, surrounding me, as the dread of spending the next 12 hours with molars overtakes me. I finish the last bite of my meal and place the dish and the spoon back on the desk, making sure that the spoon is even with the edge, before summoning my courage to face the unavoidable. My door slides open, allowing me to leave, and I step into the familiar hallway with its peeling, speckled wallpaper, its once white shade having darkened from time and the buildup of grime, and stalk toward the stairs that descend to the main floor, taking each step with purpose, determined to face the night's threats. Once I reach the bottom, I glance around for Sheila, Gwen, or Chase, desiring to assure myself that they are safe for the moment, but can find no sign of them, until a wisp of blonde hair dances from behind the staircase, pushing a broom, much like Sheila had my first day here. It's Gwen. She looks up at me and manages a small smile, but darts away the moment Commander Vi appears.
Noni, a word. Commander Vi's voice commands obedience, and I follow her to her office, remembering the night I had chanced upon her after she had indulged in a forbidden vice. I haven't seen much of her since, and suspect that she has been avoiding me, or watching me to see if I intend to turn her in. I could have, and any other arbiter might have. Commanding officers are not supposed to drink, though everyone knows that some do, but if caught, the punishment is swift and severe, and I would have been well rewarded for snuffing out a weak link in the strength and might of Arel. But I have no desire to be remembered for such a thing, for being a snitch. I do not wish my commander harm. I sympathize with her, and now understand the weight she bears. I do not want to add to it. Once I step into her office, she shuts the door behind me, before stepping around the room and taking her place behind her desk. The wild, disarrayed reports that had littered the floor that night sit in tidy stacks on her desk, read and to be read, though I cannot find the one that had my name on it. She must have hidden it. Disappointment rises within me at the thought, not that I blame her for doing so, but I do want to read what it said. 2 weeks ago, you may have witnessed something. Her words are cautious, as though she is gauging my reaction more than struggling to find the right words, to discern my loyalty to her. We both know that all I have to do is go to any of the other arbiters here and mention that she has violated Arelian law, give details of the infraction, and she will disappear like so many, but I do not want that, and having that sort of power over her sickens me. And I want you to know. What I saw, I say, interrupting her and hoping to put her anxiety at ease, was my commander sacrificing much-needed rest to do her duty for Arel, and reminding me of my own duties as well. Commander Vi's hardened face stares back at me, but despite the fag she exhibits, relief floods her eyes and my mind.
You be careful out there tonight, she says in a low voice, with a note of caring that I have not heard before. Do as Mollers tells you. Do not give him a reason to report anything negative about you.
The warning in her voice unnerves me. The gnawing feeling that she had tried to prevent me from having to go on patrol with him, but was unable to, fills me with dread.
Yes, ma'am, I say. Watch yourself, she says to me in a lower voice. Dismissed.
I open my mouth to ask her about her warning, about why she is giving it to me, but think better of it and leave her office as ordered. Taking a deep breath, I walk to the entrance and the yellow door slides open, allowing the last rays of the sun's light to enter the building as I step outside and find Molars tapping his foot with impatience. Your shift started 5 minutes ago, he says to me, as a way of trying to instill fear into me, but I ignore him and continue down the driveway to the gate and into the street as a trolley races past, allowing the long shadows of a building to flicker on it as it roars down the street to its destination. Curfew will be soon. Molars catches up to me, but I continue to ignore his small outburst of frustration, refusing to allow him to dictate how this night will go. I make my way to the plaza, passing under the moving walkways, and the hum of the conveyor belts working non-stop fills my ears as I near them, only to fade away as I continue on, to be replaced by the bustling, ordered chaos of the square. The crowds are not as thick as they would have been earlier in the day. The lower the sun sinks in the sky, and the longer the shadows of the buildings become, the more people hurry inside, knowing that curfew will be soon, and what the consequence is for being caught outside once it passes. I check the time on my wristband. There is still a couple of hours left, but I am just as pleased to see people abiding by the curfew law. I don't feel like arresting anyone today and sending them to the detention center, where they may face far worse than I did. Molars grabs my shoulder and whirls me around to face him, not caring about the odd glances from the people around us.
You don't have to like being on patrol with me, he growls, placing his face so close to mine that our noses almost touch. But you will respect me. Understand?
His fingers dig into my shoulder, pinching a nerve and causing it to burn, but I refuse to allow him the satisfaction of knowing that he has hurt me. Yes, sir, I say, keeping my voice even. Before he can respond, a shop owner rushes out of his store yelling, "Thief!"
We both look over and see a man in brown overalls and a long-sleeved brown shirt, indicating that he is one of the Arelian maintenance crew, people responsible for fixing power lines and water lines. Running through the square, clutching something in his hand. Molars lets go of my shoulder and motions for me to chase after the man. I sprint across the square, shoving people out of my way, though most jump to the side on their own, not wanting to get caught up in arbiter business, as I hurry after the thief. A woman screams as the man grabs her and throws her at me, but I catch her before continuing after him. He darts down a side street. "Stop!" I yell at him, but he continues to run away. My feet pound the pavement as I hurry after the man, ignoring the pain in my side from the exertion, but he continues to outpace me and darts down another side street, knocking over a cart full of apples. I jump over the cart, but my foot lands on an apple, causing me to lose my balance and fall to the ground, but I ignore the stinging pain of the hard pavement digging into my skin and grab an apple, throwing it at the man, hitting him in his calf. For a moment he stumbles, and it appears that he might fall, but he manages to regain his balance and continue on. I scramble to my feet and hurry after him, stretching my legs as much as I can to make up the distance. Squinting, I do my best to keep my eyes on the thief as he blends in with the ever-darkening part of the city as the buildings block every part of the sun. He heads for the trolley tracks, and its whistle reaches my ears, warning us of its approach. Dread fills me as he races for the rails while the trolley draws nearer, playing a dangerous game of chicken. With each passing second, I watch as the two continue on a collision course and hold my breath as the man jumps the tracks right before the trolley rushes past. I stop. Heaving, I wait for the trolley to roar past, allowing me passage across the tracks. Once it's gone, I scan the crowd of people beyond for the thief, but the darkened area around me makes spotting him difficult, except I see a man in brown overalls. Taking a chance that he is my thief, I jump over the tracks and rush for him. He turns around and sees me. The man takes off. Once again, I shove my way through people as they head home, trying to catch the man before he gets away. I do not need another failure on my record. The thief veers left, taking another side street. Knowing that I will never catch him like this, I pause, scanning the buildings, and spot a door that leads to a small eatery. I run for it, bursting through the door, and ignoring the man asking if he can seat me as I charge past tables where diners finish up their meals and prepare to leave. A tray clatters to the tile floor as dishes crash around it, splattering food all over the nearby tables and chairs, and the waitress glowers at me as she cleans it up, but I don't have time to apologize for making her drop her dishes. I rush through the dining area and into the kitchen, looking for the back exit. Found it. As dishwashers and cooks glance in my direction, I hurry past them, ignoring them, while they turn back to their work, not wanting to get involved in my reasons for disturbing their workday. I slam into the exit door, forcing it open as the thief races by. Quickening my pace, I charge after him, moving my feet as fast as I can, until I am close enough to him that I jump on him, tackling him, and taking him to the ground. He tries to get away, but I place my left knee in the middle of his back and wrench his arms behind him, forcing him to drop what is in his hand, and it clatters on the pavement, rolling away, until it nestles into the concrete foundation of the building next to us.
Please, begs the man, let me go. I was told not to come back without it.
You are being detained for stealing, I say, ignoring his pleas.
Please, the man continues. My supervisor told me it would be my head if I failed to get it, but didn't give me the credits to buy it.
Before I can bind his hands, a single gunshot rings out, echoing off the sides of the tall buildings, and the man goes limp, while a hole appears in his head and blood splatters onto my uniform jacket. Stunned, I let go of him and turn in the direction of the sound. Mollers approaches from my right and holsters his pistol. As I stare at the lifeless body in front of me, I spot the item the man had stolen and pick it up. It is just a copper fitting for a pipe. That's it. This is what the man died for. Enraged, I throw the copper fitting away and jump to my feet. Are you crazy? I yell at Mollers, not caring about the consequences afterward. The man was just a thief. According to Statute 2626, all thieves are to be remanded to the detention center where... There have been a few changes since you've been gone. Mollers' voice echoes around me in the alley, and anyone passing by on the street continues on, ignoring the exchange. Not that I blame them. But you wouldn't know any of that, would you? Says Mollers, since you were so busy being President Tapiwa's emissary. To deal with the terror threats, arbiters have the authority to deal with violators with any means they deem necessary. What? This goes against the law that I am sworn to uphold, that we are all sworn to uphold. The man hadn't harmed anyone. He just stole something. And if it wasn't his third offense, he could have been re-educated and... My stomach churns as I realize that the thoughts in my head are no better than the ultimate solution Mollers had decided on. Maybe killing the man was more merciful than sending him to a re-education center. But what is the point of the law if we can just decide how it is to be executed? Confusion mixed with anger roil through me, filling me until it boils over, causing me to not think about my next set of actions. You could have struck me, I say, my voice a low growl. If I wanted you dead, you would be. Then perhaps you should have. Mollers whips out his pistol and points it at my forehead, saying, I can right now if you'd like. Refusing to flinch or show any ounce of fear, I stare into his cold eyes, remembering all the pain he had put me through while I was in the training facility, and this is no different. It's just another mind game of his. Do it, I say, stepping forward so that the cold end of the barrel presses into my sweaty forehead. He smirks, entertained by my boldness, and puts his pistol back in its holster.
This way,
he says, turning around and walking away, while speaking into his wristband to report the dead body next to me. A cleanup crew will be here soon to cart it away. Knowing that I will not get away with disobeying him again, I follow after him, clenching my fists as I do, and drawing blood as my nails dig into my palms.
It's time you learn that everyone in Arel has their place, Mollers says as he leads me to a disreputable part of the eastern sector, one that Commander Vi forbade her arbiters to go to, and you will either learn yours or be assigned other duties.
Mollers marches through the streets of the eastern sector, and I dare not disobey him, knowing what can happen to me if I refuse. His quick pace proves difficult to keep up with, and I find myself somewhat surprised, considering that he is at least 40 years my senior. The streets turn narrower, with more cracks in the pavement, and in some areas, entire chunks of concrete are missing,
leaving sinking holes in their place to capture unsuspecting people who are unaware of their existence. The deeper we go into the heart of the eastern sector, an area I never had the courage to venture into, the darker it becomes, as the sun's rays cannot reach between the tight-knit buildings that are squished together, forming a prison of decaying brick that crumbles away from its place, yet refuses to allow its structure to wither into nothingness. Despite the eldritch nature of these tucked-away roads, no graffiti, no trash, no rats plague this area, unsettling my nerves as the ominous feeling of being led into the deepest chasms of a sickening horror, so evil, so diabolical that even hell itself repudiates it, for the vomitous thing that it is. My heart skips every other beat as Molars leads me deeper into a tangled web of malevolence that many in Arel pretend does not exist, though all make use of its offerings. He stops in front of a wooden door, which does not belong in a city full of automatic entrances and constructions made of steel and glass. Yet here it is, an ode to times past, or a reminder that some things never change, no matter how hidden society pretends it to be. But it isn't just the door that is odd. It's the darkened color that stands out among the white brick, not stark white, but gray, soiled by dust and debris, and the sinister happenings that my intuition tells me takes place behind such an innocuous setting. No windows, no signs, just a black door with a curved handle, nestled between bricks of false purity. Molars raps on the door, and a solid yet somewhat hollow sound fills the area around me, causing a chilled sensation to work its way up my spine until perspiration overtakes me, making my uniform stick to my skin like an uncomfortable second skin that needs to be shed. The idea that he has been here before and made use of the diabolical offerings behind that door swarms over me, warning me that I will not like what I find, and that this is a test, not Arel's, but his. The door opens with no sounds, not even the slightest bit of a squeak from the hinges, telling me that they are oiled each day. A face, paler than most of the dark-skinned in Arel, telling me that this man never sees sunlight, peeks out from behind the barrier. His yellowed eyes take in Molars and me, and without a single word, he opens the door wider, allowing us passage into an underbelly of filth. I refuse to move, but Molars' iniquitous glare forces me to do as I am told, without question, so I walk through the dark hole in a structure of fraudulent piety and disappear behind the barrier that seals me inside. Seconds pass as my eyes adjust to the darker atmosphere and the horrors within. Lamps are dispersed throughout the main room, illuminating couches and benches covered in silks and pillows and adorned with children. Dark-skinned, fair-skinned, or in between, children of every age, ranging from 4 years old to 16, sit poised, clad in such scant clothing that they might as well have been naked, and line the room, all of them staring at me with hollow eyes, devoid of emotion, having had their innocence, their humanity, ripped away from them just so they could provide entertainment to the sickness of Arel's citizenry. Behind them all stand shapes, stiff, unmoving, doing their best to pretend that they do not exist. But as I study them and force my eyes to focus on them, to see through the shadows they hide behind, I realize that they are older, yet still under 30. Men and women, dressed in the same see-through material, so as to showcase what they have to offer, and with the same eyes devoid of any emotion, of any sign of life. Behind them are armed guards, each in a black uniform, similar to an arbiter's. But unlike an arbiter's, their chests bear triangles and circles woven together, forming a never-ending web of sickness, and each holds a baton, ready to strike should anyone in the room dare disobey. Heavy boots stomp across the breezeway as a man exits a room, leaving its door open, and stomps down the stairs that are tucked away on the left side of the room. I almost don't see them as the long shadows of the lamp cover them. Each thump rings in my ears, and I turn, watching as an arbiter, male and older than me, descends, straightening his jacket and zipping his pants closed as he reaches the bottom step. He strolls past me, pausing for a moment to look at me, not appreciating my censorious scowl, as the knowledge of what he has done in that room contaminates my mind, and I commit his face to memory before he leaves. I've never seen him before,
But Arel isn't that big of a city.
Master Arbiter,
says a deep voice, somewhat scrappy, as though its owner had the misfortune of breathing in mustard gas for long periods of time at some point in his life. And a man jumps out of whatever hiding hole he was in and stands in front of us.
I didn't expect to see you here so soon.
So soon? The fact that Mollers not only knows of this place, but frequents it as well, does not surprise me.
I brought a guest, Moller says, pointing at me. I thought it best that she learn what happens to those deemed to have other qualities when they prove too troublesome.
The man, whom I assume runs this place, turns toward me, his soiled shirt twisting around his protruding belly as he does, showcasing the tears in it, giving me the impression that he cannot be bothered to put on clothes with no rips or holes in them, much less ones that are clean.
You have come to the right place, if you are looking to have certain needs fulfilled. We serve everyone, he boasts, from arbiters to the average Arelian, from the presidential manor to the council. I don't mean to brag, but I do think we offer better merchandise than some of the other houses in Arel. I always make sure to have a fresh supply.
Other houses? There is more than one place like this?
Do you have any preferences? He asks me.
I remain silent, thinking of what I could do to him if left alone with him.
Come now, he prods. You must have some idea of what you like.
He waves 2 children over. They look to be around 12, a boy and a girl, and forces them to stand in front of me, their sheer clothing allowing me to see something I wish to erase from my mind. But for the first time, I notice the brand on their right cheeks, a triangle and circle woven together. They keep their eyes focused on the floor, on their grubby little feet, as their bare toes curl underneath them, each of them aware of what awaits them should I choose either of them. The proprietor of this filthy establishment steps behind them, placing his gnarled hands underneath the pointed chin of the girl, digging his yellowed, misshapen nails into her skin, forcing it into the light.
Do you prefer something delicate and soft? He asks, moving on to the boy, rubbing his black hand down the child's side, making my stomach churn in multiple directions as the desire to vomit, as well as rip the man's face off, rises within me, as I imagine myself breaking every bone in his rotund body. Or, the man sends the 2 children away and strolls over to a 5-year-old boy, whose wide eyes fill with terror, lifting him from his seat and dragging him in front of me.
Do you prefer something a little younger, more untested? My fists clench, but before I can follow through on my desire to beat this man to a pulp, Mollers places his muscular hand on the back of my neck, squeezing just enough to let me know what he will do, should I act upon impulse.
You might want to rethink that decision, he whispers into my ear as his moist breath coats it.
I unclench my fists.
You'll have to forgive her, Mollers says. This is her first time.
Yes. Well, replies the proprietor, perhaps you should look around. I have some stock in the rooms upstairs too, should you find nothing here. He hurries away, giddy and excited at having a new customer. With his hand still on the back of my neck, Mollers steers me toward the main part of the room. I suggest, he says, that you make good use of this. And remember, the crematoriums, the fields, and the mines are not the only places undesirables can find themselves. He snatches a male who looks to be 15 and pulls him over to me.
State where you were before you ended up here, Mollers demands of him.
The training facility, says the boy in a small voice.
What training facility? The Martial Diplomatic Corps.
Mollers shoves him back to his place next to a couch before pushing me into the middle of the room. Words are not needed to tell me what is expected of me. I know what I am supposed to do, and that I cannot win this battle. My boots send up hollow taps as I pace the perimeter of the room, with my arms behind my back, doing my best to play the part that is expected of me, while swallowing down the bile that creeps into my throat. As I move closer to the ones with batons, I spot the same brand on their right cheeks, the triangle with a circle woven together. Were they forced to work here as sex slaves before being allowed to be an enforcer? The sickening thought that they would volunteer to force others into this life strikes me, before I remind myself that I am no better. I am an arbiter, bred to be one, trained to be one since infancy, And I uphold the laws of Arel, including the more sinister ones. Why should I expect the enforcers here to be any different? If they were brought here at a young age, forced to allow others to touch them in reprehensible ways, how can I blame them for taking the only way out of such a life, when they know no other way? Yet, I can blame them. They know better than anyone the cost of being here, just as I blame any arbiter who abuses their power for their own gain. A young girl quivers in her sheer gown, doing her best to not cry, but a few tears escape her eyes as a puddle of urine forms beneath her. In an instant, one of the enforcers steps forward, ready to punish the girl, but I stand between them, ready to stop the admonishment that is to be dealt to her. The enforcer studies me for a moment before stepping back into the shadows, deciding it best to not test me. "Clean her up," I say to another sitting next to the girl, and after she receives an approving nod from the proprietor, she takes the girl who had soiled herself away from the main area and to the bathroom. Once they are gone, I wander to the stairs and go to the second floor. No one stops me. Perhaps the proprietor figures that I am interested in seeing all that he has to offer before making a decision. In reality, I just want out of here, away from this putrid stench of depravity, this black hole of misery, and the feeling that I will never be clean again. Once at the top of the stairs, someone knocks on the door. I turn. The same man who had let Molars and me inside allows a woman dressed in a blue silk shirt that drapes over silk pants of burgundy orange inside. She smiles and laughs with the proprietor about needing some relaxation from the grueling duties she has had to perform the last few days. As she talks, her curls bob from the motion of her head, breaking free from the multicolored scarf tied around her scalp. It takes a few moments, but as she and the proprietor chat, I realize that the expensive dress and her mannerisms indicate that she is a member of the Arelian Council. It is rare for someone of such background to come to the eastern sector, which means the proprietor had told me the truth about the people he services, and that she must have used a private transport to come here in secrecy. I watch as she stalks to a young boy and motions for him to follow her. Before she reaches the stairs, I slip into a room, the very room that the arbiter from earlier had been in when I first arrived, and shut the door. Gurgled breathing, as though someone is trying to breathe through a straw just under the surface of water, pulls me from the door, and I whirl around, finding a bloody mound on the bed. As the gurgled breathing continues, I approach it, my face scrunching up in horror as I realize that the bloody mound is a 9-year-old kid having been beaten to the verge of death. His jaw hangs at an odd angle, while his chest remains very still, unable to expand with each desperate attempt at a breath. I sit on the bed next to him as the blood pooling on the sheets seep into my pants, matching the bloodstains on my jacket, looking for a place to go, unsure of what to do, as he stares at me in fear with his one good eye. I want to tell him that it will be okay, that no harm will come to him, but I can't when the truth is the opposite. No medical center will take him. He has been deemed expendable. Memories of the woman Commandant Pac-El had beaten and how I relieved her of her suffering flood my mind, only to mingle with those of the girl from the inquiry that I was forced to execute in order to prove my loyalty. But she too had been beaten. I saw the same look in both of their eyes that I see in this kid's. He knows he is dying. He cannot tell me, but he doesn't need to. A sickening feeling envelops me as two choices are presented to me: relieve his suffering or leave him here to die an agonizing death. His end will be the same either way. Grinding my teeth and hardening my resolve, forcing myself to do the only merciful thing I can think of, I place the heel of my palm on his throat. It slips from the blood coating it, but I do not let that stop me from doing what must be done. I press down. His one eye widens with fear, while the other remains sealed shut. "It's okay," I say to him in a soft voice. "Just close your eyes. Death is not to be feared. Just go to sleep." My voice chokes in the end, and I swallow a lump that has formed, doing my best to remain strong. He closes his only eye as I press harder on his throat, cutting off his air, until he no longer moves. Unable to move myself, as grief over the loss of someone so young, so defenseless, overwhelms me, I remain seated in the pool of blood, not caring if I am forced to throw this uniform away later.
Just then, the door opens and the same woman from before pops her head in. I glare at her, but before I can scream at her to leave, she gives me a whimsical smile and steps out, shutting the door behind her. Pulled from my stupor, I place a blanket over the boy's face, bending down to his ear to whisper, "I'm sorry." Jumping from the bed, I hurry to the door and open it with care, not wanting to make a sound, and peek into the hallway in time to see the woman disappear into another room with a boy about the same age as the one whose suffering I just ended. I creep down the hallway, not allowing my boots to make a sound on the hard wood, hoping that it doesn't creak from my movements, and pause at the door the woman disappeared behind. I grasp the knob, its cold exterior cooling the sweat coating my palm, and twist it, mimicking a snail with my movements. Once the latch clicks free, I ease the door open, making no sound. The woman stands in front of a dresser with a mirror attached to it with her silk blouse unbuttoned, revealing her breasts while rearranging her hair, ignoring the boy seated on the bed with his head bowed low. One step at a time, I sneak up behind the woman. She never sees me, nor does she hear me. With one swift motion, I grab the back of her head and slam her face into the mirror, breaking it, and allow her unconscious form to slump over the dresser with the bits of broken glass that now lay scattered across it, not caring if its sharp edges slice her. The boy stares at me with frightened eyes, but he never screams. "Is there a way out of here?" I demand. There is no time to waste. I cannot save all of them, but I might be able to get him out of here. He doesn't respond. "Is there any way out of here besides the front door?" I say again. "The garbage chute." "Where is it?" He points to the door. "Do you wish to leave this place?" I ask. He nods. "Arbiter Noni!" Muller's voice echoes through the building, resonating off the walls and filling me with dread. He has grown tired of waiting for me. I grab the boy and drag him to the door and into the hallway. "Where?" I ask him. He points to a slim metal handle sticking out of the wall. Of course, they would have tucked it away, but it is convenient for my purposes. "Do you know where it leads?" I ask. "To the dumpsters outside." "Don't make a sound," I tell him. "Straight to the dumpsters. Makes sense. This way, no one leaves this place, and they have everyone so scared that no one would dare try to escape, not to mention the penalty for doing so." I carry him to the garbage chute as Mollers yells for me again, open it up, and dump the boy inside before closing it behind him. With no time to hope for the best or think about how things can go wrong in an instant, I march down the corridor as Mollers yells my name for a third time. I tromp down the stairs, ignoring his irate face and the threats spewing from his mouth as I pass him, heading for the door. The man who had allowed us entrance tries to stop me, but I toss him into Mollers, not daring to stop, open the door, and slam it shut behind me as I step outside into the twilight. Once free of that suffocating place of desecration, I run down the street and hide before Mollers steps outside. He looks around, but I remain crouched, willing him to go away. Relief floods over me as he runs in the opposite direction. I step out of my place of hiding and circle the alleyway, searching for a dumpster, growing anxious for every minute that passes, and the nauseating thought of having failed percolates in my brain, growing stronger with each second, but dissipates the moment I spot it. I race for the dumpster and fling open its top, revealing the boy inside, and help him out. With no time to waste, I hold him close as I dart through the narrow street, glad that it is devoid of people. They are all heading home by now, not that anyone was here when Mollers and I first came through. I need someplace to hide him, but where? Panic rises within me as my frantic search turns up nothing, and the ever-growing possibility of being captured turns into a reality. A flapping sound reaches me. Following the noise, I dart around another corner and find black tape stretched across the door to a residence. Arbiter tape, left there after a raid had been performed. When the raid took place, I cannot say, nor does it matter. No new residents have been assigned there yet, and no one will dare enter a place that has been searched by arbiters, meaning that I have found a safe place to hide the boy, for the moment at least.
I carry him over to the door and glance around for any prying eyes, but am not surprised when I find nothing. No one ever strays near a place that has been the site of a raid. The punishment for doing so is severe. I test the door. It opens. Relieved, I put the boy down and tell him to go inside, but he refuses to budge.
I need you to go in there. Don't make a sound. I will send someone for you tonight. His name is Chase. You can trust him.
The boy's worried and frightened eyes stare into mine.
Go!
He ducks under the tape and slips inside. I hope he remains undiscovered. Knowing that I cannot stay here, and I will need to face molars at some point, I leave the marked-off residence and navigate my way back to the main part of the eastern sector, hoping that the boy stays where he is. I run through the maze of narrow streets and alleyways as I head back to the plaza, hoping to get here before molars does. Darkness creeps around me, warning me that the sun has set and curfew will be soon. All citizens and plebeians are expected to be inside an hour after sunset. Familiar sounds reach my ears, and relief hits me as the trolley speeds past, ringing its bell as it carries its passengers to their destination. A plebeian almost bumps into me, but veers to the side just in time to miss me, as she hurries away with her arms full of packages, while a bulging red bag slams against her hip as she runs off. I am almost to the plaza, and some semblance of normalcy to wash away the stain of decrepitness that molars forced onto me. As I watch the girl, wondering why she is in such a hurry, besides the impending approach of curfew and who her master is, a broad shoulder rams into me, almost knocking me over as the man it belongs to stalks away, without bothering to give me so much as a side glance or even an abrupt apology. My eyes stay fixed on him as I consider his behavior to be odd. Most people do anything they can to avoid bumping into an arbiter, but this man acts as though he never saw me, as though his mind is focused on something else. I follow after him, dodging a group of people as they hurry down the street in an effort to get home, lest they be caught out after curfew, and their sandaled feet flop on the pavement in a mishmash tune that sounds as though they are stomping on potatoes in an ill-conceived attempt to mash them. Rushing through the streets, I push person after person out of my way, though most jump back, glad to that I am not interested in them, as I keep my eyes on the mysterious man and the bulging padded jacket he holds closed, but the bulge hidden underneath does not match his slender physique. It is unnatural, as though it does not belong. He turns his head from side to side, allowing me to see the scared expression on his face, but the foreboding sense that his fear is not for himself fills me. He hikes up a stairwell leading to a moving walkway. Running, I speed for the causeway knowing that I cannot lose him and afraid of what will happen if he escapes me. A woman gasps as I ram into her, but she keeps her insults to herself as I take the stairs 2 at a time while keeping my eyes on the man as he moves down the walkway, too impatient to just allow it to carry him to his destination, and as he bumps into person after person, unaware that he is not the only one on the causeway. The sinking feeling that something is amiss grows deeper, forming a chasm so deep within me that I cannot escape. My boot thumps on the metal grate of the final step as I push myself onto the platform before jumping onto the walkway. For a moment, I fear I will lose my balance as the conveyor belt jerks me to the side, but I grow accustomed to its motion within seconds. He is ahead of me, but doesn't seem to have noticed my interest in him. A huge crackle, followed by a deafening monotone, spew from the loudspeakers surrounding us, warning everyone that curfew is near. "Curfew will be in 60 minutes, says a robotic voice, masquerading as feminine, as though that is supposed to put people at ease. I worm my way through the few that are on the moving walkway, while some jump off and hurry for the stairs in a desperate attempt to get home, being careful to not cause too much of a ruckus and alert the man to my presence. The gears of the causeway squeal, forcing the conveyor belt to cart me onward. I spot another arbiter directing people, urging them to hurry home, and I yell at him, knowing that I might need help, but my voice is drowned by the bustle of those around me, and he is out of earshot within seconds. Quickening my pace, I hurry for the man, as each step seems to make me bounce just a little as the rubber soles of my boots meet the ribbed rubber surface of the walkway, while the feeling of dread urges me onward. 2 people step onto the walkway in front of me, but I shove them out of my way, not caring if they say anything, as the man moves further ahead of me, shrinking in the distance as though mocking my efforts. I need to catch him. I need to... What are they doing here? For a brief moment, I allow myself to do the one thing arbiters are not supposed to do when fulfilling their duties. I become distracted. Underneath a lighted sign, reminding all Arelians to do their duty for Arel, because we are all one and are all in this together, are Mandy and Natalie tucked away in its shadow, and they seem to be having a heated argument before Mandy stalks away, slipping into a crowd and disappearing, leaving Natalie to do the same. An unending barrage of questions about why they are here, and the notion that this is not the first time I have seen them meet in a secretive manner, while pretending that their rendezvous is nothing more than innocence, fills me. Lost in my own musings of what I just saw, I forget about the man, until I look ahead and find that he has gone.
Damn it!
Panicked, I scold myself for allowing him to get away. I need to find him. If something happens because of my negligence, I will turn myself into the detention center, as the blood of others will be on my hands. I do not know how I am certain of this. I just am. I rush to the railing of the moving walkway and search the causeways above and below me, scanning them, searching for the man in the bulging coat that does not fit him as my failure taunts me, reminding me that this will be another to add to the list. But all I find is an assortment of uniforms, each a certain color, signifying their station, mixed in a sea of others not chosen to serve the way I was, but allowed to have a semblance of normalcy, so long as they obey Arel, as they parade around in their ostentatious, tie-dyed outfits. Second by second, the people on the walkways grow thinner, while anxiety brews within me, intensifying as the man remains elusive, until...
There he is!
I spot him stepping off a walkway above me and heading for the railcar platform. I need to get up there, but if I wait until I have reached the stairwell that borders this walkway, I'll lose him again. Frantic, I look all around, searching for a shortcut, and settle upon one, a pole, stretching from the overhang that covers the walkways to the street below. This is my only chance. Bracing myself, and judging the distance between me and the fast-approaching pole, I race down the causeway, allowing its movement to give my speed an added boost, before jumping onto the railing and leaping to the pole, amidst a few screams as onlookers watch my death-defying stunt. My hands grasp the warm metal post, squeaking as my sweaty palms threaten to be my undoing, but I cling to the pole, refusing to let go, and wrap my legs around it, letting them support my weight. Inch by inch, I climb upward, pushing with my legs and pulling with my arms, while my jacket bunches around me, digging into my armpits and elbows, scolding me for being so reckless. I ignore it, ignore everything and everyone around me, as I push myself to the moving walkway above me, concentrating on the overhang towering over me, reminding myself of my goal. An eternity passes before me, ticking the seconds away, as I ease my way upward. I'm almost there, just a little further. With one final push, I am level with the walkway. My heart pounds in my ears as I take a deep breath to calm my nerves and let go, pushing with all my might, leaping from the pole to the causeway. I slam into the railing but cling to its smooth surface, my muscles burning as I pull myself over it, until I am able to swing my feet over it and onto the conveyor belt, landing with a thump, while the sudden sensation of moving causes my stomach to leap into my throat before I refocus my attention. I look where the man has disappeared and race down the walkway, glad that only 1 or 2 people are on it, as I hurry for where I last saw him, knowing where he is headed. I plow through the exit for the walkway and charge down the platform to the stairs leading to the rail cars, ignoring any who get in my way as I race past them and stomp up the stairs, shoving everyone out of my way with such force that some almost topple over the railing. Like a madman, I weave between people, almost tripping over 1 or 2 as I make my way upward, until I burst onto the railcar platform and the crowds forcing their way onto the last shuttle.
Curfew will be in 50 minutes, says the loudspeaker, but I ignore it as I scan the crowd, searching for my target.
People brush past me, sprinting for the edge of the platform, wanting to be the first on the approaching shuttle as its whine draws near. Damn it! Where is he? I move around, edging my way into the gathering crowd, knowing he is here, as I glance from one individual to the next, hoping that the next one I spot will be him. He could not have gone far. I see him. Near the edge of the platform, the man stands with his hands gripping his oversized coat as he summons the resolve to do what he has planned. Another man stands in front of me. I grab him and throw him to the side as I squeeze through the tight-knit crowd, forcing my way to the man. He opens his coat, revealing a vest of explosives with a symbol painted on it, the Arelian insignia with a line through it, as he stretches out his arms and raises his right hand with a trigger in it. Realizing that their lives are in jeopardy, people scream and run away in a desperate attempt to put as much distance between the bomber and themselves while I charge for him. Ignoring the screams, ignoring the chaos, I race for him and plow into him, knocking him to the ground as the trigger shoots from his hand and skips across the platform before rolling over the side and onto the tracks. The man struggles to get away, but I pin him to the ground, noticing the wires on his vest. Fearful that it can still detonate, I reach for the wires, knowing that this could be my last act, and rip them out. The man screams in frustrations and flings an elbow at me, but I block it and throw him onto his stomach, straddling him so that he cannot get up. "Who are you working for?" I demand as I grip his hands and pin them behind him. Before he can answer, movement catches my attention as more arbiters move in to subdue the man, distracting me just enough for him to roll on his side, tossing me off him. Stunned, I shake my head to clear it, as he scrambles to his feet and reach for him, but I am too late. The whine of the rail car fills the platform and pounds against my ears, suffocating me as it races forward, desperate to stay on schedule. "No!" I scream as the man in the vest jumps from the platform and into the path of the shuttle. Bits of his flesh smack into me as he is sprayed in every direction from the impact, turning him into nothing more than a terrible memory, while I am left on my knees on the platform, wondering if I should feel relief or shame. Chapter 24. Still not over. Commander Vi stands next to me, while I stand at attention in her office, reading my demeanor, my every movement, trying to discern if I have hidden anything from her while I recount the events of the past few hours. "Are you sure that is everything?" "Yes, ma'am," I say in a stoic voice, burying my emotions and refusing to allow them to escape, fearing that I may betray the young life that depends on me now. "And just why were you at such a disreputable place, knowing full well that it is forbidden?" she asks me, her sharp voice slicing through me as though I am nothing more than softened butter. "Master Arbiter Mollers commanded me to," I reply, refusing to flick my eyes in Moller's direction as he stands at attention in the room with me, knowing full well that, for the moment, he is not the one in charge and must submit to Commander Vi's interrogation, but I feel his eyes burning holes into my skull for having reported that he forced me to go to a house of pedophilia. I hope he burns for his crime. "And?" prods Commander Vi, rounding on Mollers. "Where were you when the suicide bomber was spotted?" "Arbiter Noni ran away," answers Mollers, "and I had no knowledge that she was in pursuit of a suspect." "Perhaps you would have been if you hadn't been piddling your time away at a house full of child prostitutes," roars Commander Vi. "You know that all my arbiters are forbidden to go there, and you just demonstrated why." Ringing silence fills the temporary void as Commander Vi regains control over her anger. "Noni, you are dismissed." Not wanting to be there any longer than necessary, I salute and leave, glad to be out of there. But now is not the time to rejoice in such a small victory. There is still the matter of the boy, but I know that I will not be able to get him out of the city, yet he cannot stay where he is. I need help, and there is only one person I can think of who will be able to do what I need done. But the thought of risking his life for a situation I created sickens me. But if I don't, someone far more innocent will die. The empty hallway gives me courage to do what I must. I creep down the corridor, almost tripping over the strings of a rug that has begun to unravel, a form of its revenge for not being maintained, and head for the door leading down to the plebeian quarters. Though the barrenness of the hallway unnerves me, I assume it is because some are on duty, while others are avoiding being caught eavesdropping, lest they also suffer Commander Vi's wrath. Not that I blame them. I find the rotted door and grip the handle, prying it open, hoping that Chase is down there and not on some other task. The stale air of the basement attacks my lungs, causing me to cough as I grip the rail, while flecks of the peeling polish flick off and coat my hand as it slides down it in an effort to balance me, while I step on each of the bent wooden steps that wobble beneath me, giving me the sensation of floating as I descend into the unknown depths below. A small splash sounds as I reach the bottom. Musty light greets me as I look up and watch the balls of dust hang in the air, forming a thin curtain of pollution that my lungs detest inhaling. But I ignore their protests as I hurry to the end of the first corridor and past the swaying cobwebs hanging from the bare walls with strips of wood missing, having fallen away from rot. I turn the corner, heading down the other corridor, like I did the first night I had snuck down here, leaving prints in the layer of dirt on the concrete floor. It looks as though it has not seen a broom in years, and charge past the swinging manual doors as I head for one particular one. I burst through it. Chase sits on the bed with Gwen, combing her hair for her as she fiddles with the tattered blanket that has brown stains on it. I hope they are not the remains of someone's blood. They both stop what they are doing and stare at me with wide eyes, each asking a question, but not daring to speak it. "I need your help," I say. Chase stands up and pulls me inside, after looking up and down the hallway, assuring himself that no one has witnessed my presence down here.
"Tell me," he says.
"There is this boy," I begin, keeping my voice low so that prying ears will not hear me as I tell him about the house of pedophilia and the child I had helped escape from there, but now have no place to take him so that he can be free from ever having to satisfy another's perverted needs. After what has happened today, I cannot sneak out without attracting attention.
"I'll go," Chase says without me having to ask.
I tell him where the boy is hidden before telling him about Luther.
"Are you sure you can find it?" "I know my way around these streets."
"Just be careful."
"Are you sure he will help?" Chase asks me.
"He pretends he doesn't care, but something tells me that he does," I reply. Without another word, Chase puts on his shoes and grabs a sweater before rubbing dirt on his face. But before he leaves, he squats down, putting himself at Gwen's level, and looks her in the eyes as he touches his forehead to hers, trying to ease her fears.
"I'll be back," he says. "That's a promise."
She wraps her thin arms around him and squeezes, not wanting to let him go, but releases him when he stands up. He looks at me and says, "You should go back upstairs before they notice you're missing." I nod in agreement. Just as he steps out the door, I grab his arm, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach, afraid that I am sending him to his death. "Come back to me."
Always. He disappears, heading for the window that we had used the night he took me to see how plebeians are treated in Arel.
Gwen looks at me with those wide eyes, and I remember the night I had first seen her when she tried to get medicine for her mistress, but her mistress died anyway. The worried expression on her face gnaws at me, and I do not know what to do other than to hold her for a moment. So I walk over to her, sitting on the cot next to her, and place an arm around her, comforting her the best I can, hoping that my embrace alleviates some of her fears. No words pass between us. There is nothing I can say that will eradicate her fears. All we can do is wait and hope.
"I have to go," I whisper to her. "It's true. I cannot stay here, not tonight."
She nods, and I wipe a stray tear from her eye, helping her to lie down as I tuck the blanket around her before leaving and running for the stairs that will take me back to the main floor. My lungs thank me as I step through the door, crossing the threshold from the basement to the main floor of the manor, thankful to have cleaner air to breathe, if one could say such a thing, as the air has smelled foul to me these past few weeks. I close the door to the basement and hurry to the stairs leading to the second floor, but pause when I notice a commotion, followed by an unusual silence, as though everyone is in a hurry to be somewhere, frightened of the consequences of disobedience. Grasping the rounded curve of the railing and ignoring the few splinters that try to dig into my hand, I look around, watching as the arbiters that live here with me hurry outside to the green atrium, wondering what is happening and what I have missed in my short absence. One of the arbiters stops in front of me, giving me a pondering glance. "What are you doing?" he says to me. "We have been ordered on to the green." "What? Why?"
Knowing better than to ask questions, this is not the time to be inquisitive. I tuck the few stray strands of my black hair behind me ear and straighten my jacket, smoothing out the wrinkles as best I can, before running for the back door that leads to the giant quad where the exercise equipment is, not wanting to be the last one there. This could be a surprise inspection, a visit from a council member, or some sort of hazing of a new member to our ranks. Untold possibilities run through my mind, but I haven't time to think about them. When I reach the quad, I pause, spotting 2 poles, spaced an even length apart, and my stomach sinks as I remember the day I was brought out here to receive my punishment for failing to carry out my duties as an arbiter. Not wanting to be forced to stand between them again, I fall in line with the other arbiters as they form 2 lines, one on each side of the poles, standing erect and facing forward, refusing to show an ounce of pity toward the offender. Commander Vi stands between the 2 poles, staring out at those under her command, her hawk-like gaze missing nothing as she watches from her perch, with a stoic look on her face, causing me to quiver as I take my place in line, glad that I am not the one being punished. A soft roll of thunder echoes above us as clouds move in, blocking out the stars and making the night sky appear darker than it is, adding to the foreboding atmosphere that has overtaken us.
"Bring him forth!"
says Commander Vi, her hardened voice ensnaring us in its vice-like grip, causing a chill to course through me, making me shiver, despite the warmth in the air. I move my eyes so that I can see who has earned this sort of admonishment, and almost gasp when I see Molars marching to the front between Renal and another arbiter, his head held high in defiance of Commander Vi's attempts to humiliate him. With each step he takes, thunder rumbles, growing closer, warning us of a storm that none shall escape. Memories of my own lashing flood my mind, but I push them away, willing myself to remain focused and to not give in to their terror. He stops between the poles and allows arbiters to tie each arm to one and rip his shirt off, exposing his back and the marks that already litter it, forming crisscross patterns from previous punishments. For a brief moment, I feel sorry for him, realizing that, like most arbiters in Arel, he has received his share of chastisement and bear the scars of such harshness, just like me. But that pity ceases the moment I see the smile on his face, as though he is enjoying this moment, relishing its teachings and how it helps one build strength. "Arbiter Noni!" Commander Vi's voice stabs me, jerking me from my internal conflict. Unsure of the reason for my name being called, I step out of the line of arbiters and face her. She motions for me to approach. I do, all the while, my heart jumping around in my chest, desperate to break free and to run away from this moment, not wanting to be a part of it, but knowing that there is no escape. More thunder rumbles overhead, and I feel its vibrations in my chest as I inhale, until I am in front of my commander. She stares at me, her cold eyes making me feel like an ant underneath a boot, knowing that its end is near, and I wish I could run away. She hands me a whip as a crack of thunder reverberates above us. My hand shaking, I reach for it, not wanting to take it, unsure of her reasons for forcing me into this situation. The moment I grasp the smooth leather, a great weight forces my hand to drop downward, pinning me to the ground as the remainder of the whip smacks into the grass with its metal tips clinking against one another.
"Master Arbiter Molars," says Commander Vi, her cold voice ringing out, mixing in with the growing thunder above us. "You have been found negligent in your duties, having allowed a terrorist to almost commit irreparable harm to the citizens of Arel. For such an act, you have been sentenced to 20 lashes.
"I'll wear them with pride," Molars says, loud enough for everyone present to hear him. Commander Vi steps back and looks at me as I continue to hold the whip in my hand. I know what is expected of me, what is always expected of me, to obey, to show my commitment to Arel. Menacious grumbling moves above me, filling the clouds with its sounds as though it is a harbinger of what is to come. Commander Vi clears her throat as a silent warning to me. Squeezing the handle of the lash, I step behind Molars as small flashes of lightning illuminate his muscular frame, and swing my arm backward, preparing to strike. In one swift motion, I bring my arm up overhead, swinging it as hard as I can, and strike molars already scarred back as a streak of lightning stretches across the night sky, lighting the entire quad, followed by an ear-splitting crack of thunder that rattles the glass in the windows on the manor.
1, Commander Viscounts.
A drop of rain strikes my boot as I swing my arm back before snapping the whip again, wrapping it around his shoulders, and I watch as the metal bits on the end rip into his skin, tearing bits of it away, spraying droplets of blood. Again, Commander Vi counts the number Molars has received. As I fling the lash at him again and again, thinking of how he had tried to choke the life out of me, of all the horrors he had put me through while at the training facility, of the man he had executed in cold blood, and of the place he had taken me to earlier, filled with children too young to understand what was being done for them, but old enough to know that their lives were forever changed. The more I focus on what he has done, the harder I snap the whip, willing it to massacre him, to tear into him, and to cause as much pain as possible so that he will feel what I feel, understand what he has done. With each strike, lightning fills the sky above us, demonstrating its displeasure and its fury. I ignore it. Again, I bring the lash down upon him, not flinching as it digs into his skin, leaving a gorge where smooth flesh had once been. Again and again, I strike him with the whip, losing myself to its power and the dangers it holds until... Lightning stretches from the sky and strikes the wall surrounding Arel, sending sparks and debris in every direction, warning me of my slippage into depravity, of what I risk turning into. I stop, allowing my arm to go limp by my side as the lash snakes around me, forming a leathery coil with metallic teeth, ready for its next victim. I am becoming molars. While I stand underneath the stormy sky, ashamed of the pleasure I took in torturing him, Molars laughs, not a whimper or a soft chortle, but a baleful laugh, deep from within, as though he senses my shame and knows that once again, he has won.
Noni, says Commander Vi, there is still one more to go.
Setting my mouth in a firm line, as I grip the whip once more, feeling the raised knobs of the handle press into my skin, I swing my arm back and bring it forward, allowing the lash to sail through the air and find its mark, delivering the final count of Molar's punishment. Once it hits its mark, I hold the whip out and drop it, allowing it to land in the grass with a plunk, before turning and taking my place back in formation with the other arbiters, feeling Commander Vi's gaze upon me the entire time. She motions for a couple of arbiters to come forward and take Molars down. They hasten to do so and carry him away from the quad and into the manor.
Dismissed, yells Commander Vi.
Following orders, the two lines of arbiters break up as everyone files back inside, but without me. I remain rooted to the ground underneath the grumbling thunder and flashes of lightning, and for reasons I do not understand, no one says anything, not even my commander, but instead, they leave me with a turmoil of thoughts and emotions that I do not understand for company. Wind whips around me as I remain outside, not caring about the storm raging around me. I felt pleasure while inflicting pain on my former instructor. I wanted revenge. I did as I was told. I didn't question it. Is this who I am? A robot? A drone? Programmed to follow orders until my dying day? I think of the people I have helped escape Arel, of how I had helped Luther when his home was searched, and of the boy Chase is with now. No, I am so much more. I am Noni. Molars will get what he deserves someday, but not tied up. It will be a fair fight when it happens. Footsteps sound behind me, causing me to whip around, ready to defend myself from whomever had decided to sneak up behind me. But I put my hands down the moment I see who it is. "You should go inside," says Renal. "I know," I reply in a low voice. "Commander Vi never should have made you do that."
Why did she?
I don't know, but I'm sure she had her reasons. A thought plagues my mind, and I do not want to think the worst of Renal, but he has been here longer than me, and I need to know. "Did you—" I begin, allowing my voice to trail off before starting over. "Did you know about that place? A house of pleasure provided by the young?"
Yes.
Surprised by his answer, I glare at him as ill thoughts roam through my mind and my perception of him changes.
How? I begin, but he cuts me off.
Such places are all over Arel. Each sector has one or two, providing services for the despicable, allowed by the council and the presidents.
A part of me cannot believe what I am hearing, but another part knows it to be true. A stain, buried deep beneath shiny glass and steel for none but the partakers to know about, or those unfortunate enough to discover the truth.
That place deserves to burn, says Renal, but judging by the way he says it, I don't think he meant for me to hear it.
I remain silent, unsure of what to say.
You never should have been sent on patrol with him, Renal continues, referring to molars. You need to watch your back around him.
Sir, I say, wondering where all this is coming from. Don't you think it is strange that the only punishment he received for allowing a suicide bomber to almost take out an entire railcar platform is 20 lashes, while you were sent to the detention center for stopping another arbiter from abusing their power? And don't you think it is equally strange that you have received no commendation for stopping the bomber?
I hadn't thought about it, but Renal is correct. Many arbiters receive far worse punishments for the most minor of infractions, but not molars. Things have been amiss ever since Molars was assigned to the eastern sector.
Watch yourself, Noni. Renal gets up and heads for the back door leading into the manor, motioning for me to follow. As I take a step toward him, I notice movement out of the corner of my eye and glance at it, thrilled to see Chase standing behind some bushes, but manage to keep my face unreadable in case I alert Renal to his presence. Chase and I look into each other's eyes, and somehow, I do not know how, but somehow I know that he succeeded in getting the boy to safety and in coming back to me.
Chapter 25. An Invitation. The massive wall stretches outside my window, texturizing the reflection of my walnut-colored face in the glass, as I stare out at its ever-present reminder of how we are all locked inside the city, never allowed to leave. I understand the need to keep the barbarians from being able to invade us, and they have been silent of late, making me wonder what is happening that no one within Arel knows about, or if they are planning something. I fear the latter. The reflection of my brown eyes in the glass is level with the top of the wall, as dark, minuscule shapes trace back and forth along the top, making me believe, just for a moment, that I can see over it and the field of grass beyond before it melts into the tangled mesh of trees, as vines and branches twist around one another, forming an impenetrable wall itself, as though it wants to separate the wild from civilization. My eyes trace the line of the wall as it stretches around Arel, curving just so, in order to form the perfect barrier, preventing anything from getting in, but its primary function is to stop anyone from leaving. Opposing feelings battle one another as I observe the magnificent structure, each trying to triumph over the other, and as they tear my mind apart, a soft knock sounds on my door. I say nothing as my mind dwells upon the night Molars received a flogging for disobedience, for forcing me to go to that despicable place full of children who are nothing more than objects meant to appease the desires of certain members of Arelian society. My face flushes with anger at the thought of that place, and though it has been 3 weeks, I still smell the musty odor of the mildew that seeped into the porous bricks of its walls, and the wooden stench of the lumber beams that had warped from the humid air and never dried out. Ranel's sentiments that horrid place should burn mirror my own. I just wish I could do it without consequence. But if it did burn down, what would become of its residents? The knowledge that they would be sent to another place just like it tears away at me. You can't save them all.
Luther's voice plays in my mind, reminding me of the sad truth of my world. I can't save them all.
The soft knock sounds again, more forceful than before, jolting me from my sullen reverie, as once again I grapple with the reality of my world.
Enter, I say in a flat tone devoid of any emotion or warmth.
Sheila stands in the doorway when it slides open, and I turn away from the window as pangs of guilt gnaw at me for being so cold toward her.
Sheila, I say, is anything wrong?
No, mistress, she says.
You don't need to call me that, I tell her. A door down the hall slides shut and Amal strolls past, glancing at me for a moment, but my eyes narrow as I stare back at him, daring him to try something, and wishing he would,
just so I would have an excuse to beat my fists into someone in a vain attempt to alleviate my anger. As he waltzes past, his sleeve rises up on his arm just enough to expose his wrist and the missing band. Once again, he has forgotten to wear his wristband. I wonder how he manages to get away with such an infraction, but the more I think about it, the more I remember that I have not seen him eat at any of the eateries in the eastern sector. He only eats at the manor. Maybe I should report him, just to put another mark on his record and earn favor with the powers that be, and perhaps get the mark on mine removed or changed to a less severe one. No, I have a better plan. There is a message for you, says Sheila, ripping me from my never-ending thoughts once again.
A message? From whom?
Thank you, I tell her, and she steps back into the hallway, knowing that the message for me is private. I take 2 steps from the window to the wall monitor and turn it on, taking a step back when I see Faya's face appear, filling it from edge to edge, having not expected her to call me, nor have I thought about her since the day I had been taken to detainment. Noni!
Faya, I say with surprise, is everything okay? I'm worried about you.
I'm fine, I say, trying to relieve her fears, and wondering why she hadn't called me earlier if she is this concerned about my well-being, before scolding myself that arbiters are discouraged from having friendships, and her very call puts her at risk unless she can make it seem like an official communication. She glances around before leaning in closer to the monitor on her end, lowering her voice.
Noni, what were you thinking? Attacking another arbiter like that?
He was going to kill someone, I reply, aghast that she would even ask me such a question. You should have let him, Faya says. I cannot believe my ears. Never has Faya told me to leave another to their fate, to die a senseless death. I have never left her to hers in all the times her life was in danger while we were recruits.
We are tasked with upholding the law, and the law states that arbiters are not to attack citizens of Arel without just cause. They must have...
Noni, we aren't at the training facility anymore. Your idealistic ways work there, but here in Arel, you need to keep your head down. But we all swore an oath to protect Arel and uphold its laws. I sound like little more than a first-year recruit that has just learned to speak, but the last bit gnaws at me, chastising me, reminding me that I had been breaking one of Arel's most sacred laws by helping people escape the city and her long arm of tyranny. In a way, I am as bad as Amal and some other arbiters, choosing which laws I will uphold and which ones I won't, but I fail to see how stopping a man from beating a girl to death is equatable to helping people leave who chose to leave. Don't be so nave. Faya's words strike me, stabbing me where it hurts most, and memories of all the times I had helped her, of all the times I had sacrificed for her, flood my mind as her words cut deeper than any knife ever could.
I shouldn't even be talking to you. What are you saying? I ask, confused.
You were sent to detainment. You have a black mark on your record. Talking to you could be putting myself in jeopardy. So... You put Joel in a terrible position. This explains the call. I never considered the position I would put her and Joel in when I stopped Amal, and she is worried about him, about how my actions will reflect on him, since he had put a good word in for me with the palace guards.
I'm sorry, I say in a low voice. I never meant...
You never do, but you never think about the consequences of your actions either. This new side of Faya unnerves me, and a strong desire to end the call propels me to raise my hand and tap the button on the screen. But I pause for a moment, rethinking my actions and how it will look. But this is not the Faya I remember. Noni, please be careful. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything dangerous. Her face says that she is concerned for my welfare, but her voice betrays her, revealing the fact that she is more concerned about how my actions may reflect upon her, which cuts through me, considering we were friends while at the training facility. A part of me always knew that we might go our separate ways after being commissioned, but I had hoped. Faya is right. I am nave. As I stare at her on the wall monitor, with a wroth expression poking through the facade of concern, an anger rises up within me, threatening, once again, to overtake me, as I realize that Faya called me more for her own benefit instead of mine, and before I can stop it, My mouth speaks the words on the forefront of my mind. Dangerous for whom, me or you? Faya is taken aback by the harshness in my voice, and I regret saying those words the moment they leave my mouth. Tact was never my strong suit, and now more than ever, I need to practice it. Faya chews her lower lip, a slight nibble, as she gathers her thoughts and considers her next move. I don't want anything happening to you. You're the only friend I have. My face softens as I rethink my previous words to her and change direction. I do not want the call to end on bad terms, and I cannot blame her for being worried about how my actions might reflect upon her and Joel. Thank you, I say in a humble voice, for backing me up when questioned about what had happened. I never collaborated your story. My eyes widen when Faya says this. When I was released from detainment, I was told that someone had confirmed my version of events, and I just assumed that Faya had been the one person who had done so. If it wasn't her, then who did? What do you mean? I ask her. A single curl from Faya's wiry hair falls in front of her face, as though to help her next words punch me in the gut. When questioned about your actions, I told them the truth, that you had run from the table and attacked another arbiter unprovoked, and that I never saw him strike anyone. Words leave me when she says this, and I do not know what to think. Faya had been my friend since we were in our 4th year at the training facility. All recruits had been gathered into a room and were expected to not speak, to not move, to do nothing but sit still in such a way that it put a statue to shame. Any who failed were carried away kicking and screaming and were never seen again. Faya had trouble not fidgeting, like most toddlers, but obedience is demanded of us since the day of our birth. She kept shifting her feet, and at one point, her foot got caught in the cracks between the mosaic, a geometrical pattern formed from the Arelian insignia, gray upon black, tiles of the floor, and she tripped, almost falling over, but I caught her. Even at 4 years of age, I prevented her from going to the crematorium. From that day forward, we have been friends, but now, I question whether she knows me at all, since she chose to believe the worst about me. I have to go, she says, and switches her monitor off, thus ending the call, and leaving me in my room, surrounded by shadows and floating bits of dust, as the morning sun focuses its yellow rays upon me in my sudden solitude. Faya left me to my fate in the detention center. Numb, I step to my closet and pull out a clean jacket that had been pressed the day before, allowing my automatic movements to take over as I put it on and smooth out any creases, while my mind dwells upon my conversation with Faya and the ambivalence, laced with anger, she displayed toward me. Still trapped in a mental fog, I leave my room, allowing my feet to lead me down the stairs and to the main floor, since they know the way, still not believing that Faya had treated me in such a cold manner. But before I can dwell on it further, a man in an arbiter uniform, but with white stripes stretching from the cuffs of his sleeves up to his shoulders, stands in the hallway, staring right at me, as though he expected me to appear at this exact moment. Arbiter Noni? He says to me in a brusque manner. Yes, I reply, trying to sound unconcerned and not as though my mind had been somewhere else. The man hands me an ivory envelope with gold ribbon pressed into its edges. No writing stains it, piquing my curiosity. I open it with care, not wanting to tear the flawless envelope, and pull out a card with the Arelian emblem forming slight indentions in it, as fancy script stretches across it. Arbiter Noni is hereby requested to appear at the Presidential Palace. Signed, President Tapiwa. I have been invited to the Presidential Palace? The man stretches his right arm out, pointing at the entrance. No other arbiters are around, having made themselves scarce, no doubt the moment this man arrived. A quick glance around proves that even Commander Vi is nowhere to be found. Perhaps she is under strict orders to not interfere in this matter. Shall we? The man says, though I have the feeling that his politeness is more courtesy than anything else. Knowing that I have little choice, and apprehensive about why Tapiwa has summoned me, I hand the invitation back to the man and head for the door, well aware that refusing a presidential summons can be fatal. I nod my head and walk outside into the bright sunlight, squinting just a little as my eyes adjust, and head for the presidential transport with its flags on full display, exhibiting pride in its function.
A plebeian holds a door open for me as his burgundy shirt moves in the breeze, held in place by the white pants, with embroidered burgundy and gold circles stretching from the hem to the waistband. There is nothing for me to do, except to get in the transport, but the desire to run away fills me as the fear of what awaits me settles in, considering that there is no logical reason for Tapua to summon someone who has been to detainment, unless this is another test. I crawl inside the transport, without bothering to acknowledge the plebeian's presence, as is expected of me, and scoot over to the far left seat, almost stopping when I notice Caleb next to a tinted window that allows one to see out, but no passerby to see in, as the man in uniform climbs inside next to me. Within moments, we are off, with the vehicle bouncing down the uneven roads of the eastern sector, only to level out the moment we enter the northern sector, and once again, I am struck with awe at how smooth the road is compared to the sector I am assigned to, and I wonder as to why it is always left to suffer neglect and ambivalence. It can't just be because the eastern sector experiences the brunt of the barbarian attacks. Maybe it is because those who do not live there give it no thought because they never had to. Their pristine buildings are never touched by the world's cruelty. Spires stretch up my window as we worm our way to the executive district, each building morphing into a more resplendent one than the last, as colored tempered glass reflecting more colored tempered glass, forming a sea of vibrant pastels mixed with earthy tones radiating their splendor and importance on any passing by underneath, and managing to break through the dark tint of the glass, forming a bold display of art on the white leather seats, causing me to notice for the first time that the emerald and gold embroidery has been replaced with lavender and silver, forming a cylindrical pattern, instead of the horseshoe from before. My boots bunch up the edges of the maroon shag run on the floor. What happened to the purple one?
Hungry? Asks Caleb as he holds out a plate with cherry tarts and candied cucumbers, while the mirrored interior makes it look as though 6 of him are urging me to indulge in a treat.
My mouth waters as I glance at the plate, wanting to eat everything on it, since I had no chance to eat breakfast, but the feeling that this is another test prevents me from reaching for it. Arbiters are not allowed to eat such things, I say in a robotic tone, doing my best to not give away my desire to snatch the tray out of his hands. Proper nutrition and physical fitness must be maintained at all times. It's just us here, urges Caleb, pretending that the uniformed man is not with us. I glance at the mirrors and the divider between the front and the back, knowing that the driver and plebeian are up there, before looking at the man in uniform, knowing full well that it is not just the two of us. Whatever I do and say, he will report back to his masters. There is no doubt of that. I'm fine, thank you, I reply. If you have some water, that would be much appreciated. Smiling, Caleb puts the tray of treats away, much to the dismay of my mouth and stomach, and opens a door underneath the seat, revealing a refrigerated compartment, and pulls out a golden cup with a copper lid and hands it to me. The cool exterior chills my hand as I take it, removing the lid and taking a sip, to the relief of my parched throat. Thank you, I say, trying to remain polite, knowing that every word I utter, every move I make, will be reported back to his superiors. Perhaps an apple. Caleb holds out a green apple. Its shiny exterior reflects my face back at me, and grins, even though he should not be aware that I have not had a chance to eat, despite the fact that my grumbling stomach does a good job of giving me away. Apples are allowed for arbiters, as they are nutritious, so I take it and sink my teeth into it, doing my best not to allow the juices to slide down my chin and onto my uniform and chew with dignity, not wanting to show him how hungry I am. The transport stops at the copper gates with the Arelian insignia in its center, signifying that we have reached the executive district. Caleb rolls down a window as 2 guards approach, pointing their weapons at us. State your business, demands one, reminding me of my previous times here. Caleb bows his head, allowing the tattoo on the back of his neck to be scanned, and says, I am Caleb, and I am here with Arbiter Noni, by President Tapiwa's invitation. Invitation. He means orders, of course, but we never speak of such things as being orders. The illusion of choice is pervasive in Arel. As the guard looks in my direction, his shiny helmet allowing me to see my face with perfection,
I bow my head to allow my tattoo to be scanned, before remembering that they never search those with personal invites by the presidents.
You may pass, the guard says, waving us through, and the giant copper gates open before us, allowing us entrance as the presidential transport eases its way up the driveway and to the immaculate building before us with its marble steps, drawing all eyes to its 20-foot-high, copper-lined steel doors, and the silver Arelian insignia in his center, as hexagonal columns form a circle around us, surrounding us in their pristine glory. Even though I have been here twice before, the scene still takes my breath away. The transport stops in front of the marble steps, and before I can move, the plebeian jumps out and opens the door for Caleb and me, while the man in uniform remains seated. As I get out, I continue to marvel at the palace exterior and place the apple core and empty water container in the plebeian's hand, as is expected, since there is no obvious place to dispose of them.
Come, says Caleb, trotting up the steps and motioning me to follow him, afraid of being tardy. I'm sure that Tapua gave him a timetable of when she wanted me here. I follow him up the marble steps, admiring the way the brown swirls within the ivory curl around it, accentuating its pristineness, until we reach the top and pass beneath the copper-lined archway and into the domed area. Just like before, I arch my head backwards so that I can admire the paintings of the dome itself. It is a remarkable piece of construction, and notice something I had missed before. Engravings of maple leaves fill the underside of the archway, brought to life by the reflection of the sunlight bouncing off the marble steps and hitting it just right. After several moments of silence, with me standing poised beneath the dome, looking straight up, my neck starts to ache from the sudden strain, and I bring my head down so that I am looking straight ahead once again and find Caleb watching me with an amused grin, pleased that I still admire one of Arel's finest pieces of artwork and construction.
It is magnificent, isn't it? He says.
Yes, sir, I reply. If he had expected me to say anything more, he doesn't show it, but I'm sure he's used to arbiters being people of few words. We are not expected to talk, but to enforce the law. We mustn't keep President Tapua waiting.
He shuffles through the domed area to the main foyer, his feet making quick little steps, while my long strides have little difficulty keeping up. He pauses in front of a grand marble staircase, and being unable to contain myself, I reach up to touch the cool railing, admiring its smooth exterior and how it feels like velvet in my hands. Lala Palm, that is what Caleb had told me when I first found myself enamored with its exquisiteness. And again, he smiles at me, amused by my reaction at being in such an immaculate place. Caleb, says a voice, and it sends soft echoes around the room, before fading into the distance. There you are. President Tapua stands at the top of the stairs with her brother Kumi. She descends the staircase, while Kumi stays behind her, in an elegant fashion as her wavy skirt and sleeves make her appear to be floating toward me, as though she is some being from the heavens who has deigned to visit a mere mortal. Hello, Noni, she greets me. I'm glad you accepted my invitation.
You honor me by sending it, I say, going along with the niceties. We all know that refusing a presidential summons is never acceptable, and what the consequences are for doing so.
Her rouged lips curl upwards, showcasing her pearly teeth. I would have asked you here sooner, but there has been so much going on. I remain silent, knowing that speaking will add nothing, nor am I expected to speak, since no question was asked. Wouldn't you agree? Asks Kumi, forcing my hand.
Such is the nature of your service, I reply, keeping my words neutral, to which he seems pleased.
Tapua holds her hand out, and the silver ring on her finger gleams in the ambient light of the room, adding an elegant flair to the purple stone recessed within its metal coil, and a plebeian appears from nowhere. I should have seen him, and am certain my failure to do so has not gone unnoticed, holding a tray with 2 crystalline glasses filled with a rosy liquid. She takes one and holds it to the plebeian, who takes a sip, before bringing it to her plump lips and ingesting a third of the glass contents, her flared sleeves swaying from side to side as she does so, allowing me to get a better glimpse of the embroidered swirling pattern of chaotic lines in a lighter shade of green than the color of the material itself. Its shine must be either silk or satin, two things I have never worn, nor will I ever wear them. They are reserved for the most privileged in Arel. Just as she starts to replace the glass on the tray, a glint of steel flashes as the plebeian reveals a knife. I pounce on him, relying on instinct, and shove him away from both presidents. Tapiwa's glass falls to the ground with a plink, dumping rosy liquid all over the amber-colored tile, until he slams into the wall, grunting in pain. But before he can make his next move, I grip the knife by its hilt and rip it away from his grasp and plunge its blade into the man's chest. His eyes widen in horror, causing me to release the knife and take a step back. This isn't the look of a man bent on assassinating either of the presidents and accepting his inevitable demise in return. This is the look of a man who never thought he would die like this, as though... This entire incident was a setup, another test to prove my loyalty. Shaking, I pull my hands away from the plebeian, allowing his body to crumple to the floor as red blood oozes from the mortal blow I have dealt him and pools on the mirror-like floor, coating the diamonds embedded within each tile with its crimson color. I glance at my fingers and the blood that stains them, blending in with my skin tone, while my own blood boils from the knowledge that I have been used. Both Tapiwa and Kumi stand erect in the room, pretending to be shocked by the incident, but their eyes give them away. They had planned this, of that I have no doubt. "Arel owes you a debt of gratitude," says Tapiwa, "for saving our lives." "At the risk of sounding bold," I say, trying to keep my rage under control and my voice calm, "neither of you were in any real danger." I glance around, realizing for the first time that no guards are present, like they should be, confirming that the entire incident with the plebeian had been planned for their benefit. The only other person in the room is Caleb, who now stands with his back pressed into a wall, hoping that no one sees him or the dark expression on his face, and the way he has made himself scarce the moment danger presented itself. I should notice this oddity, but I allow myself to be distracted by the grandeur of the palace and by Tapiwa's and Kumi's lack of reaction, and pass his actions off as those of one who is not used to experiencing such dangers. "Where are your guards?" I demand. "Why are they not here? Such a dereliction in duty should be punished." "And it shall," says Kumi in a nonchalant voice, confirming for a third time that my suspicions are correct. The guards are absent because they were told to be somewhere else. I glance at the body on the floor and the horror-struck eyes staring back at me, fighting the urge to close them, to show some semblance of decency, knowing what will happen if I display any ounce of mercy for a plebeian, and one who appeared to have tried to commit murder, even if it was a ruse. I can do nothing for him now, except pity him. "Caleb," says Kumi, breaking the silence surrounding us, "we have matters to attend." Yes, says Caleb, returning to his usual flighty mannerism as he rushes after Kumi, and they disappear down the corridor and into another room, leaving me alone with Tapiwa. "Please," she says to me, "walk with me." Tapiwa struts down the hall in the opposite direction Kumi and Caleb had gone in, and I take my place by her side, as asked, knowing that I cannot change what has happened, and that I must stay in control of my reeling emotions as I wipe the innocent man's blood on my pants in a vain attempt to clean my fingers. We move from the foyer and its bright interior as sunlight pours in through skylights, illuminating the most intricate detail of the wallpaper. The pattern of raised fists coating the walls is unmistakable, even if it is pale silver on white, as it tucks itself underneath the lala palm molding that marks the beginning of the ceiling, and the pinpricks of lights nestle in it, forming stars, and I imagine what it will be like to look at such a sight when it is nighttime. Her coral shoes clack on the tiles with each step she takes as we move further away from the entrance and into a long corridor that looks more like a tunnel to an unending cave as the light fades behind us and long shadows consume us. But before we are overtaken, lights appear on the floor, forming a pale bluish line where Tapiwa's feet touch the tiles, illuminating our path, letting us know that we are not alone. But as each light appears, a chill grips me, growing stronger the deeper we go into the tunnel. "I've been told that you are interested in joining the palace guard," Tapiwa says. Her voice echoes around me, letting me know that there is no escape. Slight movement forces me to snap my attention to a dark spot within the never-ending hallway, and for a moment, I make out the faint outline of a man, poised and ready to strike should I make a wrong move. I should have known that there would be guards spaced at certain intervals within the presidential palace, even if I could not see them. Tapua and Kumi would never leave themselves that exposed.
Yes, I say when I realize that I have been silent for too long after being asked a question. And you believe yourself to be worthy?
This has to be a test. I decide to gamble on the side of humility. Anyone thought of as too ambitious in Arel sometimes disappear, depending on where their ambitions lie. No, ma'am. Only the strongest, the fittest, and the worthiest are allowed to protect Arel's most valued treasures.
Tapua stops in front of a black steel door. I never even saw it, and would have run into it if she hadn't alerted me to its presence. Even in the darkness, her pearled teeth glow, allowing me to see the diamonds within them.
You may be more worthy than you think. She places her hand on the door and it melts away, allowing us to enter. Synchronized shouts pierce my ears as I step into light that seems brighter than the sun and find myself on a balcony, overlooking a courtyard with arbiters in skin-tight, red uniforms with black stripes running down their sides, stretching from their necks to their feet. They move as one unit, attacking the air with batons, stepping in unison and releasing a chant with each strike.
"Strengthen!"
yells a man from above us.
"All our kind!" shout the arbiters, or I should say palace guards, as one.
Strengthen.
Numbers.
Strength over.
Weakness.
Weakness is
A failure.
Failure is
Death.
I place my hands on the rail, marveling at how it feels warm to the touch, as if raised bumps brush against my skin, digging into it, letting me know that this is not a place I want to falter in. I knew there was something different about you the night of the ceremony, Tapua says, walking along the balcony, and I follow her. That is why I sent you to the mines and the agricultural sector. I remain impassive when she glances in my direction to see if her praise has had any effect on me, as I do not want her to believe that her words mean anything to me. I am an arbiter. Praise is appreciated but not desired. At least, that is supposed to be part of our code of honor. But everyone knows that there are those who do not follow it. Her lips part, showcasing the pearls she has for teeth, but I am unable to decipher if she is pleased or not, but I hope for the former. Her shoes clack on the charcoal floor as my boots clomp on it in tune to her steps as I follow her along the balcony to a set of stairs that appear out of nowhere, having blended in with the lighted walls above and stretching all the way down to the amber floor below with its blackened patterns of Arel's insignia woven together, forming what appears to be a mesh carpet on tile. She steps on the first step and pauses for a second, causing me to halt as well, as I wonder what is going through her mind, but I know better than to ask, though I can swear that she looks at the instructor on the bottom floor before continuing, with me in tow. The instructor yells an animalistic sound. I cannot make out any discernible words, and those around him hurry to the edge of the square floor, forming a perimeter as his bass voice echoes around me, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end as an uneasy feeling overtakes me. Heat rises underneath my collar as Tapua leads me downward. The moment my foot touches the amber tile, the lights go out, plunging me into darkness, as strong hands seize me around the waist and chuck me to the side, as though I am nothing more than a toy. My palms scrape against the smooth tile with a small screeching sound, and a burning pain overwhelms them as I grapple with what has just happened, and realize that this is nothing more than one gigantic test.
I am sick and tired of these tests!
The same hands flip me over on my back as someone straddles me and wraps their fingers around my throat, squeezing with all their might, forcing me to gasp for air, while being unable to give my lungs what they desire most. Unable to see my opponent, I flop around like a maniac, pulling at the arms, forgetting my training like a 6-year recruit, until, out of desperation, I thrust my hand upward with my fingers out and hit something. The weight on me shifts enough for me to whip myself to the side and throw the person off me. As I try to get to my feet, fumbling in the darkness, unable to see anything, the same hand seize my jacket and yank me back onto the tile with a grunt. My head slams into the floor, stunning me, but I haven't time to dwell on it,
as an arm wraps around my throat and squeezes.
Again, I find myself wanting to panic as my ability to breathe is impaired. I throw my hand back, hoping to catch my opponent in the eye, but he is ready for me and wrenches it behind my back with his free hand, twisting my shoulder until it screams at me for release. The arm around my throat tightens. I go limp, allowing myself to hang in midair, supported only by the arm around my throat, hoping that it fools my opponent. His arm loosens. Not wanting to jeopardize my only chance for escape, I remain limp, hanging on his arm the way a towel hangs on its rack, until he loosens his grip enough for me to make my move. I drop to the floor, twisting so that I land on my back, and kick my feet out in the direction that I believe his knees to be. A strangled cry of pain tells me that I struck something, but I haven't time to rejoice. Before he can retaliate, I roll to the side, jump to my feet, and ram my whole body into the general direction I remember my opponent being in, losing my balance as I hit his side and not the middle of his back. But he is ready for me. He grabs me by the waist, lifting me into the air, and slams me into the tile floor. But I grip his hand, bring my legs up, wrapping them around his arm, and twist, forcing him onto the ground, causing him to let go. Once released, I scramble to my feet and run away, unsure of how to fight an opponent I cannot see, but seems to be able to see me just fine. I look all around, but all I see is darkness. Panicked, I scramble around, hoping to remain free of my attacker, unsure of what to do. Mandy's voice echoes through my head. Well, not her voice so much, as a memory from a time when I was still a recruit and she had gathered my class into an arena of sorts to teach us how to fight when impaired, in this case, when we can't see.
When in battle, your opponent will do what he can to stop you, to make it where you cannot fight. One of the best ways to achieve that end is to impair your ability to see. Just like you have been taught to fling dirt into your opponent's eyes, so has he. Mandy's strong voice fills my mind, reminding me of her lesson from long ago, one of the few she gave us, and in which Molars was absent. I allow the memory to settle over me, hoping for a bit of wisdom, as images of my former recruits from the training facility fill my mind, forcing me back to the time we had all gathered outside in the courtyard, forming a circle. Mandy had positioned herself in the center, while we all stood at attention in our crisp black uniforms, keeping our eyes on her. In the moment of chaos, when you are fighting for your life, you need to learn to keep your wits. This exercise will teach you what to do, should you find yourself unable to see them. Any who fail will not move on to the next exercise. She waved one of the recruits over, and two other instructors placed a bag over his head, while another kicked him in the back, forcing him to crash into the concrete ground. I remember watching as the recruit tried to gain his bearings and fight off his attacker, but each time he tried to stand, his was knocked back onto the ground. "Block the attack!" Mandy yelled, her voice echoing off the buildings. "Use your other senses. You cannot always rely on just one." Once again, the recruit tried to block, but received a kick in the chest, causing him to fly backward until he slammed into the pavement and his head hit the unrelenting surface with a sickening crunch, followed by blood pooling around him. Even then, I thought I noticed a flicker of anger from Mandy, not at the recruit, but at her fellow instructor, but it disappeared within milliseconds. One after one, recruits were called to the center. Some managed to block an attack, allowing them to continue at the training facility, while others did not, and I remember watching them being dragged away, screaming for mercy, only to never be seen again. "Noni!" It was my turn. I walked to the center of the circle and stood in front of Mandy. As her hardened face vanished the moment someone rammed a black bag over my head and tied it tight around my neck, making it difficult to breathe. I had brought my hands up to loosen the straps, but someone smacked them away and shoved me forward where I was greeted by a punch to the face. Dazed and unable to breathe through the thick, coarse material that scratched my skin, I fumbled on the concrete, crawling on all fours, as I tried to remember where I was, as the swift succession of movements hit my ears before something else rammed into my back, forcing me onto my stomach. Another kick flipped me over onto my back. "Stop stumbling around like an idiot," yelled Mandy at me. "You have 4 other senses. Use them. What do you hear? What can you feel? What do you taste? Think."
I rolled around on the ground as crippling pain gripped my back, as a soft thump on the concrete stones of the courtyard hit my ears, alerting me to danger, and I folded my arms in front of me, blocking the attack, allowing me to continue as a recruit. The memory of Mandy's instruction dissipates as I snap back to my present situation, while the soft whistle of a fist flying through the air toward me strikes my ears, and I duck to the side as knuckles graze my cheek, causing my to trip and fall over. But before I hit the floor, hands push me away, forcing me into the center of the circle they form around me. My feet flop on the tiles, making too much noise as I stumble to the other side, only to be greeted by another wall of hands shoving me back into the center of the room. I use this information to form a mental picture of the room while figuring out where to place my opponent, when the soft padding of feet catch my attention. Of course, he is barefoot, just like the others in the room, which is why I failed to hear him moving around. I step to my left and pause, straining my ears to pick up any measure of audible sounds when I hear it. A soft clap on the tile from a bare foot setting itself down with care, doing its best to make no sound. I take a step back and the same hushed sound follows suit. Gotcha! Taking another step back, I kneel down with one knee touching the floor, while my other leg stands ready to propel me upward at a moment's notice and wait, hoping my opponent believes my ruse as I pretend to be giving up. The soft pads of bare soles on tile creep up behind me, drawing closer and closer as I remain still, listening to my opponent as his steps quicken from confidence and the false knowledge that I am no longer a threat. As he steps behind me, I jump to my feet and twist around, thrusting my arm out and ramming the heel of my hand into his chest, forcing him backwards. But before he can recover from my surprise, I kick my foot out, catching his ankle, and he topples over, crashing onto his back. Though I still cannot see him in this pitch blackness, I run to where I heard him fall, preparing to strike, but before I can, the lights turn on, illuminating every crevice of the walls and the floor, blinding me for a moment or two as my eyes adjust to the brightness, forcing me to stop cold in my tracks. After blinking several times, I notice that my opponent's eyes are blue, the same unnatural blue that Grelin's are, meaning that he can see in the dark. A quick scan around the room reveals more unnatural blue eyes mixed in with the standard brown of Arel. Grelin isn't the only one. But it isn't the eyes that capture my attention, but the vacant expressions, as though no individual mind exists behind those faces. They are one, a collective, with one goal, and dissent is not tolerated. Such is the nature of Arel, and their collective stares frost my bones, unnerving me as the desire to run and break free builds to an overwhelming furor. The instructor in the room makes a sound with his throat, and my opponent springs to his feet and takes his place with the other palace guards, while I remain in the center of the room, unsure of what to do as Tapiwa and the instructor approach me. She shows some promise, the instructor says to Tapiwa. He grabs my arm and looks it up and down. A bit scrawny. She could use more muscle. I jerk my arm back, insulted by his insinuation that I am not fit to do my duty as an arbiter. That can be remedied, replies Tapiwa. The instructor grabs my face and lifts it toward him so that he can examine me further, as he and Tapiwa continue to talk about me as though I am nothing more than a commodity, even though that is all we are in Arel, people whose purpose is determined by Arel itself, as we are all nothing more than possessions to be used and disposed of at will. I may be able to do something with her. She has some resourcefulness. Now, if she were to get the surgery... I know what surgery he refers to. It is the same one that Grelin got, which allows her to see in the dark, but I want none of it. No, sir, I say, cutting him off, and earning a disapproving glare from Tapiwa, warning me of how close I am to stepping out of bounds. I do not wish to have the surgery. That is your choice, says the instructor, but it may be prudent to agree to it. I must decline. The risks outweigh the benefits, and if it doesn't take, then I will be of no use to Arel. And as you can see, I say, inclining my head toward my opponent from earlier, mindful that my forwardness may be putting me in jeopardy, I do not need it. The instructor turns toward Tapiwa and says, As you know, I do not need another guard. However, I will keep your recommendation in mind, Madam President.
That is all I am asking, Tapua replies with a smile that could curdle milk.
She turns and heads for the stairs without a word, and I follow after her, not waiting to be told to do so, while the instructor barks orders at the others in the room, and they continue their exercises, surrounding us with their shouts of commitment. As we leave the room, doubts weigh my mind down. Being called to be a palace guard is a great honor, but at what price? My gaze moves to a darkened spot on the balcony where Caleb stands in the shadows, unnoticed by all. Wasn't he with Kumi? But more menacing, as though the man I met before was nothing more than a facade. Chapter 26. Strings pulled. The whine of a railcar fills my ears as its shadow passes over me, creating an uneven stripe on my uniform for a moment before gliding over the platform I stand on, as though it is waving to the people bustling by in their frantic attempts to catch the next transport to their destination, while my mind ponders the events at the presidential palace. After leaving the room full of palace guards, Tapua told me to leave, and Caleb saw me to the exit, but he seemed different, after which I made my way here, where I now watch those around me while waiting for a railcar. Plebeians follow their masters without question, carrying bundles or nothing at all, holding their heads down, making certain to stay in their rightful place, or so we have been programmed to believe. My mind wanders to Chase and all the times he helped me, and to Sheila and how she saved me from a severe punishment that would have led to my death. Why are they treated as inferiors whose worth is less than a piece of garbage? How did Arel come to be? I know the official story. It is taught to every child of Arel, and any who question it disappears, and all memory of their existence erased, and so people accept what they are told, lest they cease to be a memory themselves. A man walks to the edge of the platform so that he can be the first on the rail car when it arrives, with his plebeian right behind him, carrying a satchel and clutching it close, as though she doesn't want anyone getting too close to it. When the man stops, she bumps into him by accident, and in a reflexive manner, he turns and raises his fist to strike her, but stops the moment I stroll between them, turn, and face him. "Is there a problem?" I ask. "No, ma'am," he responds, and the plebeian hunkers even lower. Sweat forms on his brow, and though it is a bit warm, it isn't that warm. "You're sweating," I say. "The sun," he says. "It is warm." My arbiter senses go on full alert. The man is hiding something. His evasiveness gives it away, and now I want to know what it is. The plebeian bumps my arm, and her frightened eyes look into mine as she shifts the leather satchel on her. But it is not me she is frightened of, but something else. I snatch the bag out of her hands and open it, revealing architectural drawings of an education center, something that this man should not have. His light gray uniform gives it away. "Why do you have these?" I demand, holding them up. I... You are no engineer, nor are you an architect. You should not have these, which means you stole them. "You bitch!" The man lunges past me and reaches for the plebeian, while I seize him, trying to rip him away from her, but in the struggle, she flies over the edge of the platform and her head smashes into one of the rails, and she lays still. The man pushes against me and tries to run, but I tackle him and pin him to the ground, and before he can get up, I seize my baton and smack him in the side of the head with it, rendering him unconscious. The whine of an approaching railcar reaches my ears, and a few leaves on the platform lift off the ground and circle around one another as a suction is formed while the wind kicks up from the fast-approaching transport. The woman! She's still on the rails! I jump off the man and race to the edge of the platform, leaping to the rails and landing next to the plebeian. Her still body and the blood around her head causes my heart to sink as death hovers over her, warning me that it will take me as well, if I remain. I reach for her, lifting her up, but her head rolls to the side and her eyes flicker open before closing, making her ashen face look more like a corpse than a once-living human being. I try to lift her up, despite the wind whipping around me as the train approaches and rounds a corner with its nose pointed in my direction. Her body refuses to budge. I lift her again, but the realization that I cannot save us both settles in, and I must choose death or saving myself. The whine roars to a deafening screech as the railcar approaches and people gather around in the platform to watch my demise. And with one last glance at the woman, I realize that she is dead. So I jump to the platform's edge and lift myself up as my heart pounds faster with each passing second, while the knowledge that I am about to be torn to pieces grips me. I have seconds. Strands of hair whip my face as I force my arms to lift me to safety, but the dread of being too late fills me, and like anyone who knows their death is imminent, I face the oncoming railcar with acceptance. Hands seize my shoulders and haul me onto the platform just before the railcar soars past and screeches to a halt. Eyes watch me as I rise to my feet and brush my uniform off before standing at attention in front of the arbiter that rescued me. I have never seen him before, meaning that he is not from the eastern sector. "What is the meaning of your actions?" demands the arbiter that saved me.
That man, I point at the man I had knocked unconscious as he starts to wake up and move, has the architectural plans to an education center, but he is no architect.
Two more arbiters appear and one puts a foot on the man's back, pinning him to the ground. "In that bag," I add, pointing at the satchel. The arbiter questioning me grabs the satchel and pulls out the blueprints before switching his focus to the man.
"You know the penalty for being in possession of these?"
Fear grips the man's face. "Take him away," says the arbiter before turning back to me. "And the plebeian? Why risk your life for hers?"
"I thought she might have more evidence of his disloyalty to Arel," I reply.
"You are young, last year's?" he asks, referring to when I received my commission.
"Yes, sir."
"In the future, all you need is one piece of evidence."
"Yes, sir."
Report back to your commander.
"Yes, sir." I salute the commanding arbiter and turn to walk away, but before I do, I spot something on the back of the satchel as another carries it away. At any other moment, the darkened spot on the leather would appear to be nothing more than a smudge, a stain from greasy fingers, or from being set on a grime-infested surface. But the more I study it, the more I realize that it is not a stain at all, but something that has been put there on purpose, but only those who knew to look for it would have seen it. It is the same symbol I have seen countless times since the bombings, the insignia of Arel with a slash through it.
"Sir," I say, pointing at the satchel, "there's a—" "You're dismissed, arbiter," the commanding arbiter snaps at me. I start to say something, to prove that I am not just uttering useless words, but receive a reprimanding glare from the arbiter in charge, and decide to do as ordered and leave.
The doors to the railcar ding, warning everyone present of its impending departure, and I hurry onto it, jumping onto the rail transport. A couple moves out of my way, allowing me some space, as the doors hiss shut behind me, enclosing me in its transparent tube as it takes off, jerking me backward, but I reach up and grab one of the handholds dangling from the ceiling. The railcar bounces upward, following the rail as it navigates its way through Arel into the eastern sector, causing me to lean back and the muscles in my arm to tighten as I hang onto the handhold. Stray eyes watch me. I feel them, while pretending that they are more interested in the amber building we pass and the honey incandescence of the afternoon sunlight as its harsh glare reflects off the side of the building, being softened by the amber coloring and forced to cast a warmer glow on the people passing below. For a moment, the railcar pauses, almost as though it teeters on a precipice, deciding if it wants to take the plunge before rushing downward, forcing me to lean forward, as the muscles in my arm tighten again to keep me rooted in place. I allow my body to be carried by the motions of the transport before straightening myself up, remembering to maintain my erect posture and to not allow anyone to see any sign of weakness, knowing that those present always keep a tentative gaze on any arbiter they come across. The railcar dips below an archway, and I look up at it, remembering my first day as a commissioned arbiter and the excitement I had then, only to be replaced by reality, though my desire to help the people of Arel and to protect them never wavered. Just the misconception that Arel was perfect had. As we pass underneath the archway and its engraved depictions of a people once enslaved and set free by our presidents, the image of the saviors always changes to match the current president, or in this case, presidents, of Arel, with their resolute faces staring back at any who glance upon them, providing us courage in a time of fear,
Bright white paint catches my attention, and that of everyone aboard the rail car. The glossy white symbol stands out among the bronze archway as though screaming for attention, which it received, but whether it is favorable or not remains to be seen. But it is not the fact that another of Arel's pieces of art has been defaced that stuns me, as it is the symbol marking it that worries me. Once again, the insignia of Arel with a slash through it stares back at me, taunting me, and filling me with dread. Crackling fills the railcar as the speakers come to life, and dancing fuzz fills the screens that permeate the transport car. Most days, they are never used, but are meant only for emergency broadcasts from the presidents. But by the static greeting my ears, something tells me that this is not such a message. Rise up, brothers and sisters. You see the arbiter before you. She is part of the system of oppression that enslaves you all. Think of what they have done to you, how they have made you suffer. Join the revolution, destroy the system. The voice cuts out and ends with a variation of the arbiter salute, except that the fist faces outward and is painted red. A multitude of questions pummel my brain as I wonder who is behind this and how he broke into the Arelian communication system. But as silence swarms around me and the air stills, unease fills me. Glancing around at the faces around me, I can tell that they all saw the symbol and heard the message, and as murmurs rise through the crowd on the transport car, I know that I must get off as a mixture of fear and rebellion swarms through the car I am in, and most eyes turn toward me, the lone arbiter. Hairs on my legs and arms stick up, rubbing against the material of my uniform as I observe the faces in the car, knowing what thoughts go through their minds. I press my wristband, sending out a signal for help, but am uncertain if I will make it until the next stop. The moment my finger leaves my wristband, someone charges me, his heeled shoes thudding on the metal floor of the shuttle car, and I jump onto a seat, dodging out of the way of his attack, only to land on another who shoves me to the floor. Pinned between the seats and the cold floor of the rail car, feet kick me with such force that no amount of effort on my part to block the attack protects me. Squirming, I wriggle my way free, crawl underneath one of the seats, and jump up, but a series of hands seize my arms and chest, holding me still, just as another jumps over the back of a seat straight for me. I lift my feet, shoving them into the man's chest, and he flies backward into a pole, while forcing the ones holding me to support my weight, causing them to lose their own footing, and we crash onto the floor, rolling over seats until an armrest slams into my stomach. I haven't time to catch my breath. A hand grabs the bun in my hair, jerking my head back, but I twist around, drop to my knees, and punch her in the stomach. She takes 2 steps back, but before she can regain her footing, I ram the heel of my hand into her nose, feeling the blood squirt from it as she drops unconscious. Someone kicks me in the side, but I ignore the pain and whirl around, swinging my fist, catching another in the cheek, while ramming my elbow backward, jabbing it in the stomach of another. Clutching my side, I stumble down the aisle, trying to get away from these people, but there is nowhere to escape. Never before have people ever had any courage to fight an arbiter, having been forced into submission for so long, but the recent terror attacks have changed all that. More come at me. I lurch to the side, landing on some seats, and jump over them to another set of seats, swinging my feet out and catching a couple in the head before landing on the floor again as I try to make my way to the door, but there are too many. More hands seize me, ripping me off my feet, dragging me back as a series of fists and feet fly for me, taking their anger out on me, and despite my struggling, their grip on me holds firm. The rail car approaches a curve, and for a moment, I notice that it is approaching too fast, and we all tip to the side as the shuttle car nears the bend in the track, but the hands never release me. The car shakes. All movement stops as everyone within the rail car realizes that something is not right, and their own sense of impending danger takes over. Before anyone moves, a roar rips through the shuttle car as the track explodes, and bits of metal and wood burst through the windows, ripping through any unlucky enough to be in its way before jettisoning out the other side. Glass flies around me, pummeling me with its razor edges as I cover my face, while the rail car falls over the side. Gravity takes its hold, and the car plummets downward with me in it, throwing unfortunate victims from its protective hold, only to stop with a sudden jerk as the rest of the train remains on the track and maintains its hold, while seats fly past me as I plunge downward,
before my hand manages to grasp a metal pole and hold tight, stopping me from falling through the now open windows. Static fills the screens in the car as a slow creaking noise grows by the second, warning everyone that time is against them. Below me is a man gripping the bottom feet of a seat, as his feet struggle to find their footing on the smooth floor of the railcar. Even though he is one of the ones that attacked me, I am still an arbiter. It is still my job to protect the citizens of Arel. I lower my right hand while clinging to the pole with my left. "Take it!" I yell at him as his dark eyes meet mine, but pure hatred fill them. "Burn in hell!" He lets go and falls through the now glassless windows, landing on the streets below with a sickening crunch. Another loses her grip on the back of a seat and screams on the way down. Once again, my stomach churns when she slams onto the pavement. The dangling shuttle car lurches as the bolts securing it to the other cars still rooted on the track start to slip free. I look around for any survivors, but my hopes dissipate as I realize that I am alone in a tube of death. Knowing that I have two choices, death or life, I haul myself up onto the pole until I straddle it and reach for the A row of seats, jumping as the railcar lurches again, but my hand slips, and fear fills my frantic movements as I scramble to grab hold of anything until my fingers wrap around the back edge of a seat, stopping me from plummeting to my demise. Taking slow, deep breaths to calm my heart rate, I look up at the door and my only way out. Resolved to not die today, I force my arms to lift me up, and I bring my feet up, placing them on the back of the seats, using what strength I have to push myself upward, until I can grab the back of another set of seats. Wires dangle around me, sending out sparks that singe my face, but I ignore the stinging, burning pain as my arms strain from the effort of climbing. But failure is not an option. My sweaty hands slip again, but I push myself upward with my legs and catch the back of the set of seats above me. Crackle, hiss, pop. That is all I hear as a creaking noise swirls around me, filling my chest with its ominous sound and its promise of certain death should I fail. But as my mind wanders to what might happen, I force it to think of Chase, Sheila, and Gwen. I force it to think of Renal and Commander Vi. I force it to think of what matters and how I refuse to be carted away as nothing more than a piece of refuse, and the knowledge of what will happen to them if I abandon them fuels my efforts, driving me onward as I climb seat over seat, inching my way to the sealed door above me. I reach the last of the seats and see a pole above me, which will get me close enough to press the button, unsealing the doors, but I'll have to jump. Sweat drips from my ears, down the back of my head, soaking my hair as I gauge the distance and climb onto the seats, pressing the flats of my feet into the backs and bracing myself for one final leap to safety. As I prepare myself, a mixture of thunder and metallic creaks mix together, deafening me as it surrounds me, warning me of what is to come next. But I stop as the soft whimper of a young woman reaches my ears. Nestled in the same rows of seats I crouch upon, cradled by them as though they attempted to protect her from danger, is a woman who appears to be no older than me, sitting frozen to her spot, unable to move. Was she one of the ones who attacked me? I shake the question from my mind. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that she is in danger, and I am here to help her, as is my sworn duty, my oath, and the one thing I believe that arbiters are to do above all else: protect the people of Arel from outside and inside threats. If I save myself and let her die, I will be no better than the ones who had tried to kill me moments before the explosion on the tracks. I reach my hand out to her as the car drops, warning me that I need to get out of here. "Take my hand!" She shakes her head in fear, and I know that I must be quite the sight with the fresh bruises on my face, but I need her to trust me. "Take it!" I yell, but she hugs her knees even closer, burying her face in them, having never faced death before, while death seems to be my constant companion. Realizing that harsh words will not convince her to trust me, I lower my voice, talking to her like I would when talking to Sheila or Gwen. "Look," I say, keeping my voice calm and low, "I know you're scared. I'm scared too, but I need you to trust me." "I tried to kill you," she whispers, not believing that I would risk my life for hers. "I know," I say.
The railcar lurches again as more wires release a loud zap, sending more sparks in every direction, showering her black curls and cheeks with orange flares, reminding me of embers around a flame. "I don't know why I did. I was just so angry," she rambles, "and that voice said to do it, and—" As I listen to her words spill out of her mouth, I realize that, like so many in Arel, she was assigned a job. Her station in life decided for her, as was mine, and that no one bothered to ask her what she wanted, nor has anyone ever asked me the same. And so enters the puppet master, offering a false sense of choice while pulling everyone's strings to achieve a master goal. I look the woman in the eyes, keeping my voice calm but firm, and ask, "What do you want?" "To make my own choices," she says. "Then make one now." I hold my hand out to her again. She studies it for a moment, looks into my eyes, and seizes it. I grip it tight, and together we jump from the row of seats to the pole above us and clutch it, while the clanging of the bolt popping free surrounds us, piercing my ears and forcing me to move fast. My hand rams into the button for the doors, and they hiss open, allowing bright sunlight to wash over us, and causing me to blink as my eyes adjust, but I haven't time. The railcar falls away from the track as the last set of bolts pop free. I haul myself upward, placing my feet on the pole, while stretching my hand upward through the door, and lift myself up onto the side of the railcar. Once stable, I reach down for the woman, who looks at me with wide eyes, but she takes my hand, and I heave her upward until she stands beside me on the dangling railcar. It falls beneath our feet as we jump for the rails above us, and as we haul ourselves onto the track, the shuttle car breaks free of the ones holding it and plummets to the ground below, smashing into a multitude of pieces as people scurry out of the way, and a flurry of screams reach us before fires consumes what is left of the car itself. Desperate to get out of here, I look around and spot the platform, but we need to run for it. "Go!" I yell at her as I jump to my feet and take off. She is right behind me. Together, we sprint for the platform, not wanting to stay on the track in case another train comes, our breaths coming in short, ragged gasps as we charge down to the platform. Almost there. I pick up my pace, forcing her to pick up hers, and leap for the side of the platform, clinging to it the moment I touch it. She does the same. I lift myself up, turn, and grab her by the shoulders, yanking her onto the platform and to safety. But before either of us can relax, armed arbiters appear from all around, yelling at her to remain on the ground, while others drag me away from her. "Stop, stop!" I scream at them, forcing those holding on to me to let go. "She helped me!" An arbiter approaches me and speaks to me several times before I understand the words he says to me. "Are you injured?" he says to me a third time. No, I'm fine," I reply. "Because of her, I am fine." I point at the woman. I have no desire to see her punished, even if she did join the others on the railcar in attacking me. But the other arbiters refuse to let her go as they shove her to the edge of the platform while clearing the gathered crowd away. And my mind races as it tries to grapple with the fast pace of events, not understanding why no one is listening to me. "For participating in an insurrection and an attack on an arbiter," says the arbiter that had asked me if I had any injuries to the woman on the platform, "you are to be hereby executed without trial." "No," I scream. "She helped me, she—" "It's okay," the woman says to me, standing proud and accepting her fate, and she looks right into my eyes, all the fear I had seen earlier gone. "You have given me hope." An arbiter pulls out his sidearm and shoots her in the head, allowing her body to fall to the tracks below. Enraged, I start to run for her, but another set of strong hands seize me around the arms, jerking me backwards off my feet and dragging me away from the platform and to a secluded area, while a familiar voice warns me to calm down. I can't. I refuse to. There was no reason to murder that woman. I don't think she believed in the voice on the train, but that whoever had orchestrated it had used the desperation and the fear of those on the shuttlecraft to do its dirty work. The hands whirl me around and slam my back into an exterior wall, and I stop struggling when bits of brick poke me through my uniform jacket, and for the first time, I recognize Reynolds' voice. "Calm yourself," he hisses at me, and I stop struggling. "What are you doing here?"
I ask, confused. I don't think I made it to the eastern sector, but I am so turned around right now that I have no idea where I am within the city.
I need you to get a hold of yourself, Renel says, ignoring my question.
But they killed her, I say, and for the first time I lose my composure in front of him, and tears escape my eyes as a wall of emotions I have tried to keep suppressed burst forth, refusing to be imprisoned any longer. It wasn't her. It wasn't all her. It was the voice, and something he said that caused everyone to...
What voice?
There was a voice over the loudspeaker, and it told them to rise up and revolt. Renal mulls over my words, and I sense that he knows something that he is not telling me. What is happening? We are arbiters. We are supposed to protect Arel. Lawbreakers go to the detention center. They aren't to be executed in the public like this. They're... What do you think happens to the people you send to the detention center, Noni? I stop speaking. I never thought about it. The detention center is where people are to be tried for the crimes they commit, but now I am not so sure.
A lot has happened since we were sent outside the wall. Much of the rules have changed. You need to keep it together and stay in control of yourself.
Renal's gaze holds mine, and I am unable to turn away. Can you do that?
I nod my head.
I'm taking you back to the manor. Renal releases me and starts to walk off, but I stop him. Are we not supposed to protect the innocent? I ask him, still holding on to the idealized vision of what being an arbiter means. I protect the ones I can. He stalks off, and I know better than to wait for an order to follow to be issued, so I hurry after him, wiping the tears from my face and doing my best to keep an impassive expression on it. As we turn a corner, I glance back at the platform, spotting the place where the woman once stood, promising my rage that its time will come, but that now is not it. Chapter 27.
Answers.
A slow drip plops over and over into an overflowing bucket of murky water as Chase and I creep through the alley and to Luther's door as our shoes release splashy plops on the broken pavement the closer we get, doing our best to be quiet, but not succeeding. After the events of today, after the voice on the rail car that caused people to attack me, I need answers. There are too many questions, and the only person I can think of who might have what I need is Luther, though I know he will be less than thrilled to see me. But something tells me that I can trust him more than anyone else at the moment. We reach the hole in the fence, and I motion for Chase to go through first. He does, and he holds the loose board up for me to crawl through, while looking around for prying eyes, nosy busybodies looking to garner favor with the arbiters by informing on anyone who is out after curfew. Chase had insisted on coming with me when he caught me trying to sneak out on my own again, so I relented. Too many times in the past I had gone out on my own, but this time I accepted his help. We reached the small open courtyard, if you want to call it that, and the two doors, both dark, both rotting, both reminding me of how there is no turning back. Chase glances at me, but I point at Luther's door in answer to his unspoken question, and he goes first, being careful to not make any noise as he steps on the stairs leading to the door. Giving him a nervous smile, I rap on the door, soft, but loud enough to gain the attention of anyone inside, hoping that he answers it. Nothing. Afraid that he might not be asleep, or worse, ignoring me, I knock a little louder, but not too loud so as not to attract unwanted attention. "Luther!" I hiss at the door while trying to keep my voice low. "It's me!" Seconds later, the door opens a crack and the brown iris of an eye peeks through it, followed by a disappointed voice.
I should have known. He opens the door wide enough for Chase and me to squeeze through before locking it shut.
"Make sure those drapes are pulled tight." Chase and I run to the windows, double-checking the drapes, and their 3 extra thick layers of material, perfect for not letting any light escape, cover every inch of the glass so that no one will know that someone is up at a time when most are asleep. It is not uncommon for a passing arbiter to burst into the home of someone whose light is still on so late at night. Once done, we meet back in the main room where Luther awaits us.
I see you brought a friend,
he says, looking at Chase as I pull the hood covering my head off and pretending that he's never seen him before. A plebeian. How interesting.
Why's that? Asks Chase.
Or perhaps he is just a means to an end, someone to distract any arbiters that might catch you out after hours. Luther raises his hand to backhand Chase, and I stop him, gripping his wrist so tight that his fingers begin to turn purple, but instead of showing fear, Luther grins.
So not a means to an end after all, he muses.
Why are you here? He says to me.
The soft pads of little feet touch the stairs up above, and we all look up at the boy I had Chase bring here, at what seems like a long time now. He looks healthy and cared for, even if he still doesn't seem to be speaking.
Go back to bed, boy, Luther says in a stern but gentle voice.
Doesn't he have a name? Asks Chase.
He won't tell me his name, replies Luther.
He's okay, though? I ask, having not seen him since the day I took him out of that wretched place.
I know you didn't come here to talk about the boy, but yes, he's fine. I was hoping you could help me answer a few questions, I say, looking around at some of the stacks of books, real books with actual pages, not the simulated ones like what the manor has, though he doesn't seem to have as many as before, telling me that the raid on his place has forced him to be more cautious.
Why would I answer your questions? I'm not here to be used whenever you have need of me.
Why did you help me the day of the terror attack? I demand, answering his question with a question. Luther extends his arm, inviting me to sit at a table with papers and books covering its rusted turquoise surface and the geometric designs decorating it. So what would you like to know?
Why is Arel the way it is?
Luther snorts and a few droplets of spittle escape his lips as he tries not to laugh too hard. That's a broad question. What makes you think I know the answer? I may be older than you, but I'm not that old. I look around at all the books. I know none of these are on the approved reading list. You have me there. The truth is, I only know what I have managed to glean from these books.
And?
Luther leans back in his chair, clasping his hands together as his intelligent gaze settles on me, sizing me up and deciding whether I am worthy of such knowledge. There was a time when people of different backgrounds lived in relative peace together. They had massive cities with towering buildings of glass, much like what Arel has, modes of transportation, and various businesses, all try and convince you to be their loyal customer. It wasn't perfect. No society is, but they had this ideal that they strove for. The idea that all people possess certain rights that cannot be taken away no matter the circumstance.
So what happened?
What always happens to a peaceful society? War and division destroyed it. It could have been a multitude of things culminating together. A viral outbreak, forcing people to be locked in their homes, brewing discontent, and opportunists using a crisis to their advantage, stirring the pot until civil unrest reigns supreme, puppet masters, if you will, pulling everyone's strings, manipulating them until they were able to gain power.
What do you mean?
I think back to the railcar and how that voice managed to get otherwise peaceful people to do its bidding. It started as an idea, like most things, and grew into a plague. Some thought that because one group of people had wronged another in the past, their descendants were forever branded sinners and would never be able to atone for the misdeeds of their ancestors, while the ones who were descended from the people who had been mistreated were forever owed atonement. Those seeking power feasted off this discontent and fueled it, until it grew to the point where riots broke out, innocent people were killed, and the very history of the country they lived in was no longer acceptable, as it was deemed too oppressive, too divisive, and not worthy of remembrance. But maybe that was a good thing, I say. If they were being oppressed, why was it wrong for them to stand up to it?
But were they oppressed? Luther asks me.
I don't say anything. I have no idea what happened in the past, other than what I was told at the training facility, and any who questioned the accepted narrative was chastised until they stopped questioning it and accepted it, or they just disappeared.
You tell me what happened, says Luther.
Unsure of where he is going with this, I recite the accepted history of Arel. There was a time when the fair-skinned had enslaved the dark-skinned, but the dark-skinned rebelled and rose up against their oppressor bringing about true equality and freedom.
And who are the slaves now? Asks Luther.
I say nothing as I look at Chase. Freedom from what? Choices? But we all have jobs, I say.
Jobs none of us get to choose. Did you choose to be an arbiter? You were ripped from your mother's arms upon your birth and taken to the training facility, just like I was taken to be an engineer. None of us chose our stations in life. That was chosen for us, and if any dare to change it, they are executed. Don't you see? There was a time when the two got along, for the most part, and accepted each other as human beings. But there are always those who desire power and wealth above all else. And they knew that if they could turn people against each other, they could create their own society where they are in charge.
And so they did. They turned rich and poor against one another, light and dark against one another, religious and atheist against one another, until the mob reigned supreme, and there was so much chaos that the puppet masters swooped in, promising order, and out of desperation, the people accepted it, without questioning the sort of order that was being mandated. If you stood against it, you were attacked, called unfeeling, a tyrant, anything, until you accepted the new order. But were they right? I ask.
Excuse me, says Luther. Did the one group mistreat the other? Perhaps they should pay for the wrongs they committed.
Even after several generations have passed?
Well, I say, repeating what I have always been taught, it's inherent. Such wrongs surpass generations and can be felt for years to come. Perhaps they should atone for it.
Luther presses his lips together for a moment before speaking to Chase.
Will you go into the kitchen and grab me some water? My throat is a little dry. Chase glances at both of us before standing up and walking to the kitchen, pointing at a door and going through it when Luther nods his head. Once alone, Luther looks at me and in a flurry of movement, snatches a book off the table and strikes me in the face, catching me unaware and knocking me to the floor, and before I can stand up, he places a chair over me, pinning me. "You are an arbiter!" he yells, showing a fury I have never seen on him before. "Arbiters took my daughter and murdered her! Arbiters murdered my wife! They invaded my home in the middle of the night and destroyed my property because they thought I had contraband items. They have taken everything from me. Perhaps I should kill you for justice, for retribution. After all arbiters are mindless drones doing as they are told. Their evil is inherent, their lust for power is in their DNA, it's a part of who they are, and you are part of that system, unfeeling, unemotional, uncaring. So perhaps I should kill you and take my revenge."
But, I say, pressing my palms against the chair in an effort to get it off my neck, I had nothing to do with that. I warned you about the raid. I've tried to stop the abuses.
Oh, Luther releases some of the pressure from my neck. So, now individual action is more important than collective guilt and punishment. It's no fun being thought of as evil just because a few people around you have made terrible decisions. My feet kick as I beg to be released, while Chase appears in the doorway of the kitchen, desperate to find out what the commotion is all about. But before he can react, Luther pulls the chair off me, releasing me, and I sit up, coughing and spitting up some mucus.
Luther places the chair back by the table.
"You are no more guilty of what another arbiter does than he points as Chase, is guilty of what his ancestors did to yours. But instead of learning from the past, instead of learning to forgive, your ancestors chose to destroy his and set up a new society. And we are living in the end result. A place where if you dare speak out, if you dare go against anything Arel says, you disappear as though you never existed. This is the justice your ancestors achieved, or I should say, injustice, because no revolution, no amount of change built upon anger and envy ever brings about anything good. It just breeds more anger, more hatred, and more division, while forcing everyone to conform to a set of rigid standards from which there is no deviance. Comply or die, that is the true motto of Arel, the motto of those who established Arel in the name of inclusivity and freedom.
But promising liberty just to gain control seems counterproductive, I say.
If you live long enough, you will learn that tyranny always uses the promise of liberty and justice to sink its claws into you. But it also gets you to do its bidding by sowing seeds of discontent, discord, and envy. This person has more than you. That means you are oppressed and he is privileged. That sort of thinking will destroy you, but puppet masters are very good at using envy and division as a way of manipulating people.
I pick myself off the floor and sit back in a chair.
You have a strange way of making your point. And you have a way of being hard-headed, replies Luther.
But I don't understand, Chase says, placing a glass of water on the table. If the people who lived back then were the freest in the world, why did they give it away?
Luther laughs. Freedom once gained is easily lost. It is not difficult to convince people that they have been wronged, nor is it difficult to work them up into a mob, and once the mob's usefulness has been used up, it is disposed of. Master manipulators have been doing this for ages. Tap into some sort of grievance that people have. Use it to make them envious and hateful toward others. Let them create a mob. Use the mob to tear down the society they want to control. Then step in as though they are the people's savior, and once put in power, dispose of the mob. This is as old as the world itself. Of course, once their ends are achieved, they have to keep the population itself under control.
What do you mean? I ask.
Have you ever wondered about the yearly vaccines and how a certain number always fall ill and die while others are just fine? The number that dies always matches the same number we are told will ruin us if the population is not kept in check. Resources are limited, you know.
Luther says that last part with sarcasm.
But, I begin. Some of the vials are just the vaccine, while others hide something else, a form of population control, finishes Luther.
So, begins Chase, the people who lived here first just allowed themselves to be manipulated?
If you want to put it in simple terms, replies Luther, yes. Divide and conquer has always been a useful strategy in war.
He's not wrong. At the training facility, we were taught how a divided enemy cannot resist being overrun because they are too preoccupied with fighting amongst themselves. Or as Mollers put it once, let your enemy destroy himself before you eliminate what is left. Strategy. It always comes down to strategy.
They allowed themselves to be divided, but there seems to be more to this story, I say. Luther grins. How perceptive of you. Yes, there is more. There is always more. Dividing people based on physical appearance, wealth, and sex is superficial and will only work for so long, requiring the addition of two remaining ingredients, fear and anger. Fear and anger are powerful emotions and excellent manipulators. Once a people are divided into separate groups, each hating the other, they need to be kept separate before they realize that they are not so different after all. So, enters fear and anger. There was an event that happened, whether planned or happy circumstances unknown, but those who desired control seized it and used it to their advantage. A virus appeared, like they always do from time to time, and it spread quickly, causing people to fall ill and die. The exploiters seized the opportunity. First, their media spent every day talking about how the virus is deadly and what people should do to avoid it, causing people to panic. Then enters the politicians, the bureaucrats, and anyone who has an agenda. They used that panic to implement rules and mandates, banning social gatherings of any kind, closing down businesses, and imposing the use of face coverings and gloves so that no one could see the faces of those around them, and so they would be detached from the world around them. Gloves? I say, confused. Touch, replies Luther, is one of our most important senses. It allows us to feel the world around us and to connect with one another. It is used between mother and child to form a bond. Why do you think all newborns are taken from the breeders the moment they draw their first breath? Why would anyone do all of this? Asks Chase. Luther leans back in his chair and the back legs creak as the front ones lift into the air. Humanity is a weakness. Love is a weakness. Empathy is a weakness. These are not people that you see, but resources, entities meant to serve and function as deemed necessary by society. Once their usefulness is used up, remove them the way you would remove a diseased limb, I say, repeating a lesson taught to me while at the training facility, stopping when I realize the words I have spoken.
There is your answer, Luther says to Chase, allowing the front legs of the chair to thud on the carpet. If you can remove the idea that we are human, make people forget they are talking to another person, you can prevent people from connecting with one another and finding commonalities for which to form a bond. Fear of death, fear of falling ill. That is what was driven into people's minds until that fear turned into anger toward any who did not comply with the new rules, thus dividing them even further. And when the time was right, another event happened, and reports about its injustice bombarded the people until they were so filled with rage that they decided to act, but not against those who manipulated them, but against each other. And as the people destroyed one another in the streets until chaos reigned, the puppet masters steered that chaos until the mob destroyed those who refused to obey the new dictates. They weren't hard to find. Once they were destroyed, the mob was steered in the direction of those who were too afraid to take a stand, but chose to cower in their homes, hoping that things would magically improve, forcing them to hunker even further, until they begged for the madness to stop, until they were broken and had no will of their own. And so enters a savior, continues Luther, a man promising to end the chaos, but only if the people put him in charge and vow to accept the new normal, knowing full well that, tired as they are from all the mayhem, they will do as he wishes just to have some semblance of peace, but they will never get it. And the life that they had before becomes forgotten to the point where it cannot even be called a distant memory.
So, people were just manipulated into destroying themselves? Asks Chase with doubt.
Is it that hard to believe? Asks Luther. You are manipulated every minute of every day. Do you dare look a citizen in the eyes? Do you dare speak up for yourself? Whenever there are grumblings of discontent, does something always seem to happen to put the people in a state of fear? Do you find yourself pondering thoughts that you never knew you had?
What happened next? I ask. What always happens when there is complete chaos. War in the streets turned into a war in the countryside until it swept over the entire nation. Once everything had been reduced to rubble, the power-hungry gathered the survivors and promised peace and prosperity, so long as you played by their rules. All the people had to do was destroy the mob that was used to initiate the chaos in the first place. In the end, the survivors divided themselves into small city-like states, trusting no one and despising any who were not like them. And from what I can gather, it was at this time that Arel was officially formed. Our first president of Arel saw an opportunity and took it, convincing people to follow him. He set about a series of laws that were to right the wrongs imposed upon certain people, and you are living in the culmination of all that has happened before.
Silence ensues after Luther finishes speaking, while I ponder all that he has said. A mob? That is what met me on the shuttle car.
A puppeteer, I murmur to myself. That explains the rail car. Rail car? Luther looks at me with inquisitive eyes.
I look at both him and Chase. Chase knew there had been an incident, but I didn't tell him everything, and I should have.
I was on a shuttle car on my way back to the eastern sector when a voice broke over the intercom and said something about how arbiters have abused their authority. I don't remember the exact words, but what he said turned the people on the car against me.
They attacked you? Asked Luther.
Yes, but there was also an explosive device on the track and it blew the car off the rails. I managed to get away, and only me. Arbiters executed anyone else who managed to escape as well, and I've been seeing this symbol everywhere I go. I draw it on the table, tracing it with my index finger, and Luther's eyebrows scrunch together in concentration as he rubs his chin with his left hand, deep in thought. The feeling that he knows this symbol washes over me, so I prod him.
Do you know it? You need to practice extra caution, Noni, he says, evading my question.
You say that like you care about me. The abrasive individual who has no love for anything Arelian now shows compassion to an arbiter.
Don't get too used to it, says Luther. There are forces at play here, this you know, but they do not come from Arel.
But why turn people against her, demands Chase.
A test, says Luther. There are cameras on those railcars. If someone was able to temporarily hack into the intercom system, they would have had access to the cameras, seen you. He points at me. Alone, among citizens. and decided to see if he could convince them to do something they would not do under normal circumstances. And it worked.
There is something Luther is not telling me. Those eyes reveal a network of thoughts, questions, and considerations all firing through his intelligent mind, but unwilling to tell me for some reason or another. "What?" I begin.
"I think it is time for you both to go."
"But—"
He cuts me off again. "We can't have either of you be discovered out past curfew." He hurries to the door and motions for us to follow.
"I need to know if there are more tunnels," I say.
Luther stops. "You planning to sneak more people out of the city?"
"Maybe," I say. "I don't know, it's just—"
"It's time for you to leave."
Knowing that I will get no more information from him, I turn the knob on the door and stop. "You say that puppeteers helped orchestrate the creation of Arel." "It seems so. During times of peace, people will not willingly fight amongst themselves, so conflict must be created." "So is everyone a manipulator?" "A manipulator preys upon your emotions, most notably anger, hopelessness, the feeling of being inadequate, and the desire to belong to something. A liberator plays to your ability to reason and does not fear you as an individual. When it comes to deciding how far you will go to achieve something, you have to decide where you will draw the line." Before I have time to respond, Luther opens the door and shoves both Chase and me outside in his usual unceremonious way, leaving us in the darkness.
"Well, that went well," Chase quips. "Did you find out what you were looking for?"
"I don't know," I say. "It sounds like certain events happened which created Arel, and now the same thing is happening all over again, forcing us to—"
"Trade one master for another," Chase finishes.
"While giving us the illusion of choice." I hold him close before leaving back through the hole in the fence and navigating our way back to the manor, hoping to get us back before anyone notices our absence, unable to get the staticky voice from the train out of my head. It toyed with me, used me and the others to achieve some sort of end. What, I do not know. But because of him, people are dead, and I will see the face of that woman for the rest of my days. I think of Mandy and how she has met with Natalie in secret. Is she a part of this? Does she know something? She must, and I intend to find out what. Chapter 28. A plan. The pillow curves around my head as I open my eyes to another dreary day of rain and clouds, gray and emotionless, like the life of an arbiter, like my life. I roll onto my back and glance at the only closet in the room and almost jump when I spot Chase seated on the floor, watching me with those gray eyes of his. But unlike the outside world, his eyes are full of compassion, mercy, and something else. Love? I do not know love. Love is not permitted in Arel, and forbidden to all arbiters. We are the strong, the powerful, the ones who are worthy of being in Arel and having what it offers, though I have been wondering what that is of late. Forced compliance, death if we fail, no thoughts of our own. All must adhere to the mandates of Arel or perish. Individuality is considered a stain upon the purity of Arel and is stamped out wherever it arises. And love? Love is weakness, and weakness is death. But can love be a strength? I shake my head. Such a notion is contrary to Arel's teachings and therefore forbidden, just like everything else.
"I didn't mean to startle you," Chase says in a soft, warm voice.
"What are you doing here?" I ask, afraid that he might be neglecting his duties and will pay an immense price for it. "How's Gwen? Is something wrong?" An uncomfortable heat courses through me at the thought that he might lose his sister, the one person he has spent his life protecting and who means more to him than the world. "She's fine. She and Sheila are on laundry detail." My shoulders slump, as though a great weight has been lifted off them for the first time, relieved that they are both okay. Chase gets up and sits on the edge of my bed with me, wrapping a strong, muscular arm around me, and I bury myself into his embrace, feeling the smoothness of his skin, wishing that we could stay like this, that such a thing was allowed. Memories of people flash through my mind as their faces come into view only to be replaced by another,
before landing on the woman that was executed yesterday.
What's wrong?
Chase asks, noticing the change in my demeanor.
People keep dying, I say. I try to help them and they die anyway. It's as though I am a curse. From the moment I touch them, they are doomed to the fate that awaits us all.
Shh, he says, holding me closer. You can't think like that.
But it's true, I say.
He wipes a tear that has settled on my cheek, and the rough edges of his calloused and dry skin scrap my soft cheek. But the gentleness of his actions outweighs the scabrousness of his finger.
Arel makes slaves of us all. It eats away at us until we have no humanity left, but you have managed to keep yours. I never saw it before, not until the wilds when you could have killed that barbarian who helped us, but you didn't.
But that woman, I wasn't able to stop her from being executed. You can't save everyone. All you can do is help the ones you can to the best of your ability, and let nature take its course. Most people will run into someone and not give that person a second thought, especially when it is a plebeian. But you do think about them, you concern yourself with them, even if they are a plebeian, despite the risks. I feel so alone, I whisper.
You're never alone. Chase hugs me tighter. I'll follow you anywhere.
I allow Chase to hold on to me, not caring that I do have to be on duty within an hour. What did I do to deserve his loyalty, his trust? When Mandy brought Gwen and I here, I never thought it would change my life, but I'm glad she did. Mandy meets with Natalie a lot, and always in secret. During the banquet, Mandy seemed upset over the way Mollers treated that plebeian girl, not the sort of anger at having a momentous occasion interrupted, but genuine disgust toward the treatment of another human being. When I was at the medical center and tried to steal the medication for Gwen, someone put it in my pants pocket with instructions on how to administer it. Was it Natalie who did it? Either way, she and Mandy are up to something they do not want others to find out about. What are they up to? Mandy, I repeat in a soft whisper, but Chase loosens his hold on me, allowing me to sit up straight and look him in the eyes. When I stopped that suicide bomber, I saw Mandy and Natalie meeting and acting as though they didn't want anyone to notice what they were up to, and it wasn't the first time. Why did she bring you and Gwen here? Did she know your former mistress personally? No, answers Chase. I don't believe so. When my mistress died, there was talk from the others about how Gwen had certain qualities that some find pleasing. She was... Chase's voice trails off as though he wants nothing more but to forget that time. But I urge him to continue.
What? I prod.
There are rumors that there are these places some children are sent to entertain certain members of Arelian society. The brothels. Anger rises within me at the thought that Gwen was to be sent there, and the fact that they even exist to begin with, and the desire to burn it to the ground intensifies, threatening to possess me. And I couldn't let that happen. So I snuck us out that night. I didn't know where we would go. I just knew that I needed to get her away from there and keep her safe. Our absence was noticed, and we were being chased by arbiters when we ran into Mandy. I was afraid she was going to turn us in. She could have, but she didn't. She told the arbiters that she was taking us to our new assignment, and apologized for not letting anyone know. I was surprised that they believed her. She outranks them. Questioning an outranking officer is forbidden and the punishment severe. Soon after we were brought here. I don't know why. This might have been the only place at the time that could take in 2 more plebeians, and Commander Vi probably wasn't in a position to argue. Mandy, what is she up to? A few moments of silence pass between us before I break it. I need to get a message to Mandy and Natalie. Chase looks me in the eyes. For what? I keep seeing them together, but in secret. I want to know what they are up to, but... Stay here. Chase gets up and heads for the door. Where are you going? Just trust me, he says in a soft voice. I nod. I have no reason not to trust him. Too many times he could have left me for dead, but chose not to. Write a message to her. Something that will get her to meet with you. Have it ready by the time I get back. The door opens and Chase peeks out into the hallway, making sure no one is there before slipping out. I'm not sure what he is up to, but I decide to trust him. He's earned that much and so much more. I rip open the drawer to my desk, searching for paper, something that is difficult to find in Arel, since almost all communications are electronic, but digital communications can be traced, and I need something that is untraceable. Nothing. Frustrated, I search my sparse room, just a cot next to the wall, a desk under the window, a single chair that makes rocks seem comfortable to sit on, and the closet. But find nothing. I need something, anything. I don't know what to do, but... Something skitters across the floor when my foot touches it. I pick it up, examining it, realizing that it is a piece of charcoal. How did it get up here? My boots. Where else? Sometimes sticks, mud, rocks, and I guess even bits of charcoal get caught in the ridges of the soles of my boots and get tracked inside, for which I am very thankful right the moment. But now, I need something. A speck of white catches my eye. I'm not sure why it didn't earlier, because it sticks out worse than a sore thumb amongst the dark-colored floor and grimy walls that are more gray now than white. But perhaps it is the lone ray of gold sunlight poking through the window and caressing the speck of white that makes me notice it, almost as though it was planned. I pick it up, realizing that it is a towel, one I had dumped in the far corner of the room earlier, having been too tired to fold it and put it out to be taken to the laundry. It is perfect. I rip the towel in half and use the bit of charcoal to pen a message to both Natalie and Mandy. Nothing elaborate, just something short and to the point, with each pretending to be the other, and asking to meet in person in a building that had been searched by arbiters a week ago, so it won't be under surveillance and is still empty. Chase walks into the room with both Sheila and Gwen as I finish. I open my mouth to protest. They could get killed, but he stops me. They both know Arel well. But if they get caught... I won't get caught, says Gwen in a stern tone, desperate to prove herself. I know this city, and no one pays much attention to a small plebeian girl like me. She can deliver one of the messages and... begins Chase. And I will deliver the other one, interrupts Sheila. She overheard me talking to Gwen and insisted on coming, Chase says. What about their chores? They'll be missed, I say. I will finish the laundry, says Chase, and Sheila is being sent out to get a few supplies for the manor. Still uneasy about the entire thing, I know I have little choice. If I deliver the messages, it will ruin what secrecy I have. But if they deliver them, both Mandy and Natalie will have no way of knowing that they come from me, and that it is a trap, or so I hope. Either way, it puts the odds in my favor. Chase places his hands on my bare shoulders, their warmth filling me with comfort. They want to help, Noni. You're not alone, and you can't do everything on your own. I give in and hand the messages to Chase, who gives the one for Mandy to Gwen, and the other to Sheila, who frowns when she sees what I used to create it. It was all I had, I apologize, but her lips remain pursed in disappointment, since my actions ruined a towel. Chase opens the door and ushers them outside, and they run off, making very little noise so as not to attract unwanted attention. They will be fine, he says to me, to ease my worries. I'll let you know when they return. For now, do your duty, and try not to worry. We embrace once more before he slips out of my room, leaving me to get dressed and face what the day has to offer. So I remove all emotion from my face, determined to not give anything away. Today, I am just another arbiter, but tonight, I intend to get some answers. Chapter 29. Mandy's Secret. Crouched behind a pile of rotted wood and crumbling brick, I wait in the darkness for both Mandy and Natalie to arrive, assuming they fall for my ruse, while the incessant drip of water into a puddle, that has formed in a patch of cracked and sunken cement with a few rusty nails stuck in its center, hit my ears, providing the only sense of companionship on this mission. Chase wanted to come, but I told him no. If it turns out to be a trap, if they turn the tables on me, I need to know that he is okay and will be able to watch over Gwen and Sheila, because if both Mandy and Natalie choose to bring other arbiters, I will be executed for certain. But if they do come alone, I need them to be able to trust me, which will be difficult enough, considering that I have set them up.
My muscles start to cramp from the position I am in, but I ignore the burning desire to move, to stretch, to ease their discomfort and provide some sort of relief. Sitting still is a skill that arbiters are supposed to excel at. Musky air stifles my lungs as the aged smell of burnt metal, gunpowder, and soaked wood permeates the atmosphere, filling it to the point where the idea of fresh air is nothing but a dream. But I breathe it anyway, knowing there is nothing else I can do, but try not to cough while I wait. Minutes turn to hours, or so it seems, while my impatience grows. Perhaps they both have decided not to come. Maybe they both know it is a trap. People don't often handwrite anything, and maybe that was the tip-off. I cannot stay here for much longer. If no one arrives, if my plan is a failure, like so many of my plans, then I will need to leave, knowing that I will never get the answers I seek, a knowledge that will haunt me for many nights to come. Just as I am about to give up waiting and go back to the manor, a door creaks. Not a loud monotone sort of creak as though the wind had caught it, but a slow, deliberate movement as though someone does not want to be noticed and is being cautious. I try peeking around the pole that is in front of me, but my muscles refuse to move, having gotten used to their cramped position. A lone shape moves closer to my position, but not too close, being careful to remain quiet, and the unease of its movements tell me that it is not certain about the decision it had made. I crane my neck to get a better look, and can just make out that it is Natalie. Her white uniform is covered by a dark overthrow to try and mask it as she moves through the night. "Mandy," she whispers, but not too loud so as not attract anybody. Even though the buildings have been searched in the past, and the former occupants evicted, that doesn't mean there isn't an arbiter or two on patrol outside. "Mandy!" The harsh whisper scratches my eardrums, making me cringe. Where is Mandy? Did she decide not to come? As though in answer to my question, Mandy steps out of a pile of woodwork. How long has she been here? Was she here before I arrived? Or did she sneak in without my notice? I scold myself for not being more alert, but also remember that Mandy has been an arbiter for many years, and silence, prowess, and concealment are traits that are taught to arbiters. Some excel at them better than others, and Mandy must be one who surpassed all of them. "I thought I had told you not to contact me," Mandy says with frustration. "It is too dangerous." "You contacted me," Natalie replies, showing Mandy the piece of towel that I had written my note onto. Mandy snatches it from her hand and throws it on the floor, setting it on fire with a lighter. "You should have destroyed this the moment you received it." An image of her burning the note she had received fills my mind, and I imagine that is probably what she did so that no one else could read it. "You didn't write the note?" Natalie asks. "No," says Mandy, which means someone else did. Both look around, backing away from one another, ready to run if necessary, meaning that the time for me to reveal myself has come. "I wrote it," I say, my voice filling the space between us and sounding more confident than I feel, as I step out from behind the pile of wood and bricks. They both take a step back from me. "Noni," Mandy says with surprise, "what are you—" "I want some answers," I say. "I have no idea what you are talking about," says Mandy. "Cut the bullshit," I tell her. "I know you two are up to something. Too many times I have seen you two together, passing packages or notes, meeting in secret, and making every effort to not be noticed." "Apparently we didn't do good enough of a job," Mandy says. "I want to know what you two are up to," I say. "We outnumber you," Mandy says. "But only one of you is a trained arbiter, and both you and Molars taught me well." Inside, my nerves scream at me to not push it, but I must appear confident in my ability to handle this situation. Otherwise, all of this is for nothing. Bluffing is a huge part of winning. "So we have," Mandy says. "We should go," says Natalie, inching away, but I stop her. "Are you responsible for the bombings?" "No!" Natalie's voice echoes around us and she hunkers, afraid that someone might be outside to hear us. "Then who is?" I demand. "It is not us," says Mandy. "We are part of a small operation that works to smuggle people out of Arel." "What about the attack on me on the railcar?" I ask. What? Says Mandy. I heard there was an incident, but I didn't know that it involved you.
What about the symbol that keeps appearing everywhere? And I saw both of you right before a bomb went off. Don't stand there and lie to me.
We are not lying, says Natalie, trying to calm me down. I am a nurse, sworn to help people. I would never get involved in anything that would cause harm.
There are rumors, Mandy chimes in, of a group, a rebellion of sorts. But I think they are more than that, who wants to overthrow the Arelian government. Their tactics are reprehensible. They do not care whom they hurt, but we are not a part of them.
How do I know that? I ask.
Mandy takes a step toward me, and I take one back, keeping a distance between the both of us. Noni, you know me.
Not well enough.
Have I ever done anything to make you believe that I would intentionally harm another, just for the sake of hurting them? I think back at the training facility, and all the times she stopped a plebeian from receiving a senseless beating, or the times she seemed unenthusiastic about the Arelian mantra, or how she scolded recruits who chose to use their position to bully another. As an instructor, she was tough and unforgiving, but she was always fair.
I refuse to have anything to do with whomever is instigating these terrorist attacks, Mandy says, and so does Natalie.
There are only 3 of us, Natalie adds. All we do is help get people who want to leave out of the city. Once out, they are on their own, but it is a choice they make. Which is what I have done as well. I think back on the people I have helped leave and wonder how they are doing and if they made it to where they wanted to go. I may never know. In fact, I know I will never know their fate. Such is the way of life.
Who's the third? I ask.
Natalie gives me a questioning look.
You said the 3 of you.
Daggers shoot from Mandy's eyes at Natalie for having given me an extra bit of information. Dr. Sahir, Natalie replies. He fakes the death certificates, and I get the information to Mandy, who gets them out. Her clearance gives her an advantage. But it is getting more difficult, Mandy says. Because of the recent attacks, my movements are being watched more and more. I'm sure you've noticed. I have. Amal keeps a constant eye on me, which makes my extracurricular activities difficult. And Mollers, well, he is always suspicious of others and looking for an opportunity to advance himself. I only came here, Natalie says, because I have 3 people who want out. I thought... I can get them out, I say, not sure what I am doing, and the words are out of my mouth before I have a chance to think about them. What? Both Mandy and Natalie stare at me in disbelief. I've been doing it for a while now, I say. On your own? Asks Mandy.
Yes, I reply, refusing to tell them about Luther or even Chase.
Mandy gives me a doubtful look, but does not question me. It's not as though I'm not telling the truth. Up until the last group, I had been on my own. We may have to tell them that they cannot get out, Mandy says to Natalie. No! Natalie refuses to listen. They need to get out. One is a breeder. She cannot go on for much longer, and the other 2 work in the medical center, but have made the mistake of questioning an order. If they don't get out, they will be executed. And outside the wall, they may die as well, Mandy says. It is too dangerous. If we get caught... I thought you said that your only function was to help them leave. After that, they are on their own, I say. I can get them out. And what do you want in exchange? Mandy asks.
Honesty, I reply.
That is a high price, she says.
But it is my price, I say. And how do you know you can trust us? Challenges Mandy. How do you know you can trust me? I answer. We don't have time for this, Natalie interjects. Send the same messenger to me within a week, and I will get you the information you need. If you fail, you will be on your own. What else is new? Understood, I tell her. We should leave. Natalie, you go first, says Mandy. Natalie leaves without question, sneaking out the door and disappearing into the dark, with her overthrow covering her medical uniform quite well, allowing her to blend in. If you get caught, I will deny this meeting ever happened, Mandy says. To save yourself, I reply.
Not myself, but what I am fighting for.
And what is that?
The individual. Mandy peeks out the door, but before she leaves, she turns to me and says, I'm starting to think that I don't really know you, Noni. The feeling is mutual, I tell her, and she leaves, going in a different direction than Natalie.
I wait a couple of minutes before slipping outside and making my way back to the manor, wondering what I have gotten myself into. Chapter 30. Consequences.
Once again, I tuck my wristband under the mattress and put on Amal's, which Sheila brought to me earlier. Amal wasn't at supper this evening, something that I thought was a bit strange because he never misses a meal, and instead had been in his room. When asked how she got the wristband, Sheila said that she had snuck into his room and took it off the desk in there, and that I needn't worry about Amal finding her because he had been in a deep sleep. I wonder if he hadn't been feeling well. Earlier today, he did look a little pale, so the possibility that he had caught a small illness is there. Either way, when he returned from his day patrol, he went straight to his room and must have gone straight to bed, giving Sheila the perfect opportunity to steal his wristband. I do worry about Sheila helping me so much, but she insists, and there was no keeping tonight's proposed excursion a secret from her when Chase asked Gwen to report to Mandy for a message.
The door to my room slides open and Chase hurries in. I didn't want him to come along at first, afraid that if something goes wrong he will be hurt, but Chase insisted, and when I had first told him about the previous people I had snuck out, I had said that he could help me in the future, and now I must make good on my promise.
We cannot go out that way, Chase says. Mollers is watching the main floor.
Of course he is. Mollers has been looking for anything suspicious since he arrived, almost as though he wanted something terrible to happen so that he would have something negative to report to the council about Commander Vi.
We'll go out the window, I say, after checking Chase to make sure he has no identifying marks on him. Where are Gwen and Sheila?
Gwen is in her room, safe. Sheila is outside, waiting for us. My heart sinks. I want her to be safe and to not put herself in danger, but...
She'll be fine, Chase says, as though he can read my thoughts. She wants to help, and you can't do this alone.
He's right, but the thought of others putting themselves in danger for me sickens me. We'll be back before you know it. I told you, I'm not letting you do this alone. Knowing that there is no winning this argument, I head to the window and open it with care, looking out at the green quad outside, and ease my way out, feet first, doing my best to make no noise. As I dangle from the window ledge with my feet hanging in the air, a flash of lighting streaks across the night sky and thunder explodes overhead, causing my chest to vibrate as its tremendous bang hurts my ears. And as I let go, rain dumps from the sky. I land in the already soaked grass. It has only been raining for seconds, and tuck and roll, so as to absorb the impact and get out of the way before Chase drops down beside me. We hurry into the bushes and wait for Sheila's signal, but stop the moment we see Mollers step outside and pace from the back door to the fence. What is he up to? Does he know we are here? More lightning and more thunder fill the night air, and the torrential rain continues to pound the earth with its fury, masking any noise that Chase and I make. We watch as Mollers steps toward us, and we both sink even further into the bushes, their fine needles poking through my clothing and pricking my skin with their sappy points. But before he gets any closer, a clapping sound comes from around the corner of the building. He jerks in the direction of the sound. Painful seconds tick by as we wait for Mollers to decide what he will do next. He stalks away, unfazed by the rain beating down on him, and goes around the corner. Soon after he disappears, I spot Sheila's face, and she waves Chase and me onward. We both speed off across the grass and to the loose bar in the fence, squeezing our way through and hurrying down the street before anyone notices us. The torrential rain saturates my ears with its white noise as we race down the flooded pavement, our feet splashing with every step, but muted by the onslaught of the rain itself. We duck down alleys and narrow gaps between brick buildings as we head for the same place where I had Mandy and Natalie meet with me. Considering it is still closed off, Mandy thought it was the best place to hide the people she wants smuggled out of Arel. I hope that she has not set a trap for me the way I had set one for her. Bits of my hair stick to my face as the rain pastes it against my skin, and I try to brush it off with the back of my hand, but only succeed at making it form a zigzagged pattern that covers my eyes. Chase stops and points in the distance. Through the wall of rain lurks a shadow, pacing the square, while trying to pretend that he does not care about the rain. I motion for Chase to turn a corner, and we snake our way past 2 residential buildings, relieved that nature has decided to mask our tracks. Painful minutes pass, and we make a few turns, until we arrive at the sequestered buildings. Pleased that the darkness surrounds us, and that no lights shine in any of the windows around us, I open the door, peeking inside for any sign of a trap, but the stilled silence, broken only by a fast-paced drip from the leaky roof, greets me, so I hurry inside with Chase right behind me.
"Mandy?" I hiss into the dusty air, my heart racing as horrid thoughts race through my mind, each worse than the one before. "Mandy!"
"Over here!"
comes a strong voice, and Mandy steps out from the shadows, surprising me in the same manner I had surprised her a week earlier, and followed by 3 people, each dressed in dark clothing. One is a middle-aged woman, and looks to be near the end of her childbearing years, who, despite her dark skin tone, looks pale, as though she has been ill and is recovering. As she steps further into the open, I notice her protruding abdomen and realize that she must have just given birth, and it must have been a difficult one. A man hurries to her when she steps backward and looks as though she might pass out, and holds her, steadying her, and the small smile on her lips informs him of her appreciation. "Come," Mandy says to the 4th person in the room.
He continues to hide behind a pillar, unwilling to come forward.
I can't, it's too risky. Now! Mandy's firm tone forces him into the open.
"Who is he?" the frightened man demands, pointing at Chase.
"He's with me," I answer, using the same firm tone that Mandy had used, and the man quiets down. For an orderly at the medical center, he seems to be quick to frighten, or perhaps he is having second thoughts about escaping.
Mandy looks at all 3 of them. "She and her cohort will lead you out of the city. Do as she says."
"We should leave while it's still raining," I say as another crack of thunder roars overhead.
Chase leads the woman and 2 men outside, but before I can leave, Mandy snatches my arm and forces me to look at her.
Do not cross me.
"I always keep my word," I tell her. "You should know that by now."
She lets go of my arm, and I hurry outside into the rain once more and hurry after Chase as he leads them away from the abandoned building and to a pile of trash cans, waiting for me. I squat next to him, ignoring the mixed odor of rotted food with the sweet smell of rain, as I scan the streets for any signs of arbiters on patrol, but see nothing. The rain must be keeping them at bay. Even though we are supposed to ignore the elements, some arbiters detest the rain and will hide from it when it pours, like it is now, which, for the moment, is to my advantage.
Now, I whisper.
We all jump from behind the garbage cans and race down the street with Chase and one of the orderlies helping the woman run as the rain's thick curtain conceals us, rounding the edge of another building before anyone can spot us. Panting, I look at my charges, wondering how I am going to get them there as the woman's frightened face stares back at me. Picturing the layout of the eastern sector in my mind, I chart the best route to the tunnel Luther had pointed out to me in what seems so long ago now. We will have to take the streets, but if the rain holds out, we should be able to slip by unnoticed, if we are fast. "Can you help her?" I ask Chase and the orderly seated next to him. They both nod, while the other orderly, the one who has grown cold feet, scans our surroundings in agitation.
"Follow me and stay close," I tell them.
I bolt from behind the building as the rain stabs my face, sending burning sensations that linger after pricking my cheeks, charging down the sidewalks, before veering across another street and hugging the side of a building as I hurry down another walk. Despite my hurried movements, I keep my eyes peeled for any signs of arbiters on patrol, but the heaviness of the rain grows stronger as it beats down upon us, meaning that any arbiters assigned to night patrol will be hiding under awnings or inside someone's home uninvited. It doesn't matter. As long as they are not able to see us, we will continue to go unheeded. Drenched, my clothes tighten their hold on me, weighing me down and threatening to slow my movements, but I push onwards,
while always aware of the people behind me. We're almost there. Another turn, and another, and I spot the area where the cover to the tunnel is.
I urge them to pick up their pace as water pours down my face, forming its own waterfall, but I ignore the discomfort. I have to, for their sake. My boots sink into the water of the flooded streets, forming ripples and pools as they go, refusing to stop or to be slowed down by nature, and before I can crash into empty food crates over the manhole, I drop to the ground and slide on my side to a complete stop. The others hunker around me.
"Help me with this," I say, and they each lean against the crate, pushing it to the side, revealing the manhole, and without waiting to be told, they each lift a side of the cover until it uncovers the dark tunnel underneath. I wave them into it, and one by one, we climb down the rusted ladder, with me in the rear, until we drop down into waist-deep water, and I force myself to stifle a yelp as the frigid liquid envelops me, penetrating me to my very core. Panic starts to overtake me as the water surrounds me, holding me as though it means to imprison me with a foreboding air, as I do not recall the tunnel being this filled with water before, but was instead bone dry. Abandoned these tunnels may be, but they are still functioning as drains, and with all the rain that pours out of the sky, these tunnels are about to overflow. Though I am already soaked, this besmirched liquid creeps into places I'd rather it not go, making me feel soiled as it fills my boots and seeps between the bands of my underclothes. I force the uncomfortable feeling out of my mind, focusing on the task at hand, because, if my suspicions are correct, we will end up underwater if we don't hurry.
My feet scoot across the uneven ground from all the dirt that has built up within, as I slosh my way past everyone, doing my best to remember the map Luther had shown me when I first entered this desolate place, and head down the tunnel as the others follow after me. Chase flicks on a tiny light, and I have no idea where he got it from, but I'm glad that he thought to bring one as we wade through the murky water. With each step, the water seems to get higher, but I swallow back the insipid fear that rises within me and stroke my arms through the water, half swimming, half wading as the current takes me, and I make my way further into the darkness, remembering my time here earlier, and which turns to take, and which ones to avoid. The woman slips and falls underneath the water, screaming as she does. "Help her!" I hiss at the others, and the man that had been assisting her the entire night throws his arm out to catch her and lifts her head out of the water.
"It's getting deeper," she says with a shiver.
"That it is, and I don't like it." "Keep moving," I say, doing my best to not slow down.
Water ripples past me as I inch my way further into the tunnel, feeling the sides with my hands, but my fingers slip each time I try to grab hold of it. The moisture has made the slime worse. While I search for the ladder that I used the last time I was here, with the soft glow of Chase's light bouncing in front of me as he holds it high above his head, swimming with one arm. It's got to be here. I know it is. The fear that I went the wrong way, that I got lost and doomed us all to a fate of drowning settles into my mind, overtaking it as I push myself through the water, searching in a semi-frantic state, while trying to not frighten the people with me. Maybe it's further. The water now covers the tips of my breasts and my lungs strain for air as the knowledge that soon there will be no gap between the surface of the water and the ceiling if this continues fills me. My face smacks into the edge of the tunnel, and as I spin around in the water, I realize that I am in of a domed area. But where is the ladder? It should— Wait, what is that? "Shine your light that way," I tell Chase, and he does, allowing me to see small ripples as the water brushes against the sides of a grime-encrusted ladder. I kick my feet in the water, propelling myself to the ladder and cling to it as though it is a life preserver, and in this case, it is. I start to climb up it, but Chase pushes me out of the way and snakes up the ladder with ease, pressing his shoulders against the cover and pushing against it until it opens. It pops free with ease compared to the last time I was here, and a wall of rain plunges into the dark abyss I am in as he holds his hand out to me, but I wave the woman forward. Relieved, she takes his hand and he hauls her out of the water, helping her through the hole and into the world above. I wave one of the orderlies forward and he hurries up the ladder, but was almost knocked back into the water by the overeagerness of his colleague, who scrambles up the other side and out of the hole.
As they disappear, I clamber out of the water and to the top. My eyes try to scan the landscape, but the fierceness of the pouring rain makes visibility impossible. But from what I can tell, this is the same place I had come out of the last time I was here. "The trees are that way," I yell so as to be heard over the roar of the rain. "Go straight and you'll be fine. From there, you are on your own." "You're not coming with us?" says the orderly that was too eager to get out of the tunnels.
"No," I reply.
The man looks at me with a mixture of panic and incredulity. "But how are we—"
"You should have thought of that before wanting to be smuggled out," I interrupt him. "Either take your chances out there, or take your chances within Arel." I point at the water below me within the tunnel.
The man glances at it for a moment and runs off toward the tree line.
"Good luck," I say to the other man and the woman.
They both smile at me, a thankful but uncertain smile, before hurrying away to the tree line, disappearing beyond the curtain of rain that pounds the earth around me, forming pools large enough to bathe in. Knowing what awaits me underneath, I take a deep breath and let go of the sides of the manhole, plunging into the water below. My head pops through the surface as Chase replaces the cover and jumps in beside me, while the tips of my toes bounce along the tunnel floor as the water forces me to bob up and down, warning me that my worst fear has been realized. The water is rising fast. Together, Chase and I push against the water as we swim back to where we had come in, our progress impeded by the current that now works against us. Each breath is a struggle as water seeps into my mouth, forcing me into a convulsive cough as it tries to go down my airway and coats my tongue with its gritty and metallic texture, putting the taste of spoiled stew and urine in my mouth. A ring of orange floats past me, sinking to the bottom, leaving a rippling glow beneath me, as I realize that Chase has dropped his light in an effort to make it back to the opening. My hands slam against the walls of the tunnel, searching for anything that can be used as a handhold, and the tips of my fingers burn as all I find is the rough edges of concrete digging into my skin from my worthless efforts. My head hits the ceiling. Turning my face up, I swallow a lungful of air, knowing that I have little time until this pocket of oxygen is gone for good, and my fear of drowning latches onto me, crippling me and forcing me to plunge beneath the water and into its inky darkness of silt and sewage. But before I sink too far down, strong hands seize me, ripping me free of the oppressive water and forcing my head back above the surface. "Hang on to me," Chase says as I gasp for air. I grip his waist, kicking with my feet in a futile effort to fight the current that grows stronger by the minute. "The current is too strong," I yell. "Trust me," Chase says, and despite the darkness, I know he looks into my eyes with his gray ones, doing his best to encourage me. Trusting him, I cling to him as his arms move through the water with a speed I didn't know he could muster, and together, we kick our way through the water, with him as my guide, pulling me after him, and my fear dissipates. Each second feels like an hour as the current pushes against us, encouraging us to give up, but both Chase and I refuse. We both need to get back to Gwen. I refuse to let her lose her brother for a second time, and Sheila. My muscles tire and want to quit, but Chase's continued efforts spur me onward, and I push forward as water ripples past me, almost like a massage, as though beckoning me to let it carry me away into nothingness. "Hold your breath," Chase yells, and his voice seems distant even though he is next to me. We reach a dip in the ceiling, and there is no other way through except to swim underwater. Once again, my fear of drowning rises, threatening to overtake me, but Chase grips my hand in encouragement, and I suck in some air before plowing beneath the surface. My lungs want to explode as I hold on to the air within them, while swimming as hard as I can with the current mocking my efforts, but I refuse to quit. I must not quit. Failure is death. My arms and legs move in unison to Chase's movements as we push our way through the water and to the opening. Almost there. We have to almost be there. A few bubbles escape my mouth as my lungs burn and start to convulse, demanding to let go of their contents, but I will them not to, despite the pain in my chest as my head pounds, feeling as though a clamp has been placed around it, but I am unable to hold my breath any longer, and my mouth bursts open, expelling all the air in my lungs, and reflex takes over as I inhale and choke on the water. Convulsing takes over my body, but before I slip away, Chase grabs me and shoves me through the hole and into the street above. My head pops out of the manhole as a series of coughs and gasps overtake me, but I manage to use the last of my strength to haul myself out of the hole and onto the pavement as the rain pelts my skin, admonishing me for trying to be heroic. For a moment, I lay there, allowing the rain to beat me as I take in one deep breath after another, until Chase's hand grips my stomach, forcing me to remember him, and I lean over the side of the hole, grabbing his arm and pull on him until he is free of the tunnel. We both sit in the rain, looking at one another, ignoring the water pouring down the sides of the buildings, forming their own waterfalls, and the tiny rivers that snake their way past us, annoyed that we have blocked their path.
I'm sorry, I say, apologizing for being a burden.
There is no shame in needing someone, Chase replies.
Before I know it, my lips are on his, thankful that he insisted on coming along and that he was there to help me when I needed it most, and he holds me close, pleased that we are together.
We need to get back, he says when we separate.
I nod. We don't have much time, and we cannot get caught out here when the rain stops. We plop the manhole cover back in place and hurry through the streets, taking one turn after another, using the lesser-known alleyways as our path back to the manor so as to avoid any arbiters on duty until we reach the fence surrounding the manor. Chase removes the loose bar in the fence and waves me through before following after me. I hunker in a bush, spotting my window, deciding on the best path to get there, and almost make a run for it, when I stop. Amal searches the ground for something, the same something I have around my wrist. I point him out to Chase and show him the wristband.
We have to get this back to him, I whisper.
Chase takes the band from around my wrist.
When it's clear, make a run for it.
Be careful, I tell him. He places a gentle hand on my cheek in reassurance and darts off into another bush with the wristband that Sheila had taken from Amal. I watch as Chase sneaks over to Amal and creeps behind him, dropping the wristband into the grass in front of Amal's feet, before hurrying inside the manor, obscured by the rain. Amal picks it up, confused as to how it got there, but pleased that he has found it, and disappears, leaving me alone in the rain. Now or never. Taking my chance, I bolt from the bush I am hiding in and race for the manor. But before I get far, hands seize me and throw me into the soggy grass, knocking the wind out of me. Gasping, I get to my knees, but before I can get up, a boot rams into my stomach, forcing me to take a sharp breath as I cough up bits of stomach acid before lying on my back in misery. Molars leers over me. Turning my head, I spot Chase's face, peeking around a corner, but I shake my head, hoping that he heeds my message. He saved me in the tunnels, and now it is my turn to protect him. Molars closes in and I jut my foot out, catching him in the shin and forcing him to stumble as I roll out of the way of another kick. Crouching low, I spring at him, grabbing him around the knees and knocking him down. But before I can do anything else, he kicks me away from him and jumps on me, pinning me to the ground as his hands go for my throat and squeeze. Frantic, I flail my arms around, searching for anything I can use as a weapon. But there is nothing, as he closes my airway and I struggle, desperate for air.
I knew you were up to something, he whispers into my ear before hauling me to my feet with his hand still around my throat.
My feet drag across the marshy grass as Molars drags me inside, kicking the doors open before throwing me to the floor, where I roll across it before ramming into a table, knocking it over on top of myself. Coughing, I try to think of a story, of a way out of this, but nothing comes to mind as I lie helpless on the rug on the floor, drenching it with my soggy clothes.
Everyone up, yells Molars. I've caught a traitor!
Doors to rooms open as feet pound down the stairs to see what all the commotion is about, only to find a triumphant Molars hovering over an arbiter that has only had her commission for little over a year. What is the meaning of all this? Demands Commander Vi as she enters the room, and her disheveled uniform indicates that she had shoved it on in a hurry so as not to allow others to see her in her nightclothes.
I've caught a traitor, sneers Molars.
Commander Vi looks at him before glancing in my direction as I continue to writhe in pain and cough up spit. Renal appears beside her, and for a moment I see a mixture of sympathy and surprise in his eyes before it's replaced by a scowl. I must be a complete disappointment to him, and in a way, I do not blame him for his disgust. Feet shuffle across the wood floor, scraping tiny pebbles that stick in the cracks between the floorboards as arbiters gather around me. Some rubbing sleep from their eyes, some wrapping towels around themselves as fresh water from an interrupted shower drip from their knees and elbows, while others look infuriated at having such a disgusting sight in their midst, waiting to be told what to do next, to receive their new orders, or salivating at the prospect of witnessing another's punishment. I glare at each of them, daring them to challenge me in my actions, and I spot Amal among them, gloating over my predicament, when a black blur swishes past my field of vision before something slams into my mouth, knocking my head back into the wall, with bits of crumpling wallpaper falling away and dusting my drenched hair, and an intense pain grips my entire face, interrupted only by the feeling of something rattling in my mouth. Dazed, I raise myself up on shaky arms that threaten to buckle beneath me at any second, while trying to get my eyes to focus as unconsciousness reaches out for me, trying to bind me to its will, but I ignore it, willing myself to remain awake as I spit out a mouthful of blood onto the foot of the man that had kicked me, laughing as a single white tooth lands upon the reflective black surface of his boot. I crane my head and stare straight into Moeller's eyes. "Is that all you've got?" I say in a low voice with blood running down both sides of my chin. I do not wait to be told to get up and stay put. Not tonight. Tonight, whatever befalls me will be my choice and my will. I bend my knee, lifting my foot up, placing it flat on the floor, and push with my other leg until I am standing straight and proud. For a second, I waver as a wave of lightheadedness passes over me, beckoning me to sleep, to give in, but I refuse, as I focus my gaze onto the dark abysses known as Moeller's eyes. He raises his fist, and I prepare myself for what I know comes next, but nothing happens. As Moeller swings, Commander Vi starts for him, but Renal, with a speed I never witnessed before, pushes her to the side, stopping her, before appearing next to Moeller's, catching his fist in midair. "You've made your point," Renal growls at Moeller's. "I wonder," whispers Moeller's to him, "do we have two traitors tonight?" "If you want a real challenge," replies Renal in a whisper of his own, "just say the word." Moeller's jerks his fist free and steps back. "Now," Commander Vi demands, "what is the meaning of this?" "Commander," Moeller says, struggling to sound respectful, but Renal's presence forces him to, and I am reminded of the day Moeller's tried to choke me to death, and how Renal stopped them, and how, ever since, Moeller's has been wary of him. And once again, I wonder if Renal is a marshal. I found Arbiter Noni out after hours. This is not the first time she has snuck out. His words confirm that he has been spying on me, and I bet it was Amal who did his dirty work. "Being out on the grounds after curfew is hardly cause for the display you chose to put on," says Commander Vi. "I believe Arbiter Noni has been sneaking into the city at night and smuggling people out," says Moeller's. "Evidence?" demands Commander Vi. "Look at her. She's defiant, she smells of sewage, and she consorts with plebeians." "Is that it?" scoffs Commander Vi. "I know of her nights with a certain plebeian, but—" "So you have allowed her to have relations with scum," accuses Moeller's. "By order of President Tapiwa herself," Commander Vi counters in a stern voice. "Are you questioning her orders?" Moeller's rethinks his tactics. "What about her bruises and their unknown origin? The attacks, the riots, they do not account for all of it, but if she were—" "Smuggling people out of the city that could account for some of it," finishes Commander Vi. She turns toward me and scrutinizes my presence. Truth is, Moeller's needs no proof of my disloyalty. An accusation is proof enough in Arel, but Commander Vi demands it, and I do not know why. I have betrayed her trust, and shame gnaws at me because of it. Despite her hard-ass ways, Commander Vi believed in me, or saw something that she admired, and I have put her in a terrible position. Yet, I couldn't abandon the others depending on me to get them out. Such is the nature of Arel.
It puts two people against one another as it thrives on conflict and fear in order to remain in control.
The Master Arbiter is correct, I say. There is a traitor in our midst. I glance at Amal. And I have been watching him. That is why I was out of bed after curfew. I watched him leave and was waiting for his return.
Amal starts to protest, but before he can get a word out, Renal seizes him and drags him forward.
He has been sneaking out into the city under the guise of night and sneaking back in before sunup. I was in the middle of tracking him when molars attacked me.
This is ridiculous, Amal protests.
Check his wristband if you don't believe me, I say.
Renal seizes Amal's wrist and removes his wristband.
It's all a lie, screams Amal. She's lying! There was another arrested earlier, says Molars, for the same crime, and it's believed this individual had an accomplice in the eastern sector and from this manor. Maybe that person should be brought here.
And how are we to believe this detainee? Asks Commander Vi.
I know you are aware that Arel has ways of getting information, even from those trained to resist, growls Molars.
Commander Vi purses her lips before agreeing with him. Very well. Bring this individual here so that we can get to the bottom of this.
Molars salutes and stalks away with a smirk on his face, thinking that he has me trapped, and to be honest, he very well may. Who is this person they caught? Luther? I hope not. Luther and I do not always see eye to eye, but he deserves a better fate. Take Arbiter, Noni, and Amal to their quarters, Commander Vi says, taking command of the situation, and I cringe under her hawk-like gaze as two arbiters take me and Amal by the arms and steer us to the stairs.
In an instant, I spot two pale faces poking out of a crack as the door leading to the plebeian quarters swings open, and I shake my head at both Sheila and Gwen, wanting nothing more than for them, and Chase, to be safe. They shrink back into the darkness and close the door, for which I am relieved. They are safe, for now. My feet stumble on the steps as the arbiters drag me up them. Not caring it, I fall, and before I know it, we reach the door to my room. It slides open, and they throw me inside, allowing me to crash onto the floor as the door slides closed and locks in place, refusing to allow me to pass through. Dark thoughts overtake my mind. Who did they capture? I can only imagine the torture that they put this person through. Feeling exhausted, and my face still reeling from the impact of Molars' kick, I crawl across the floor into the cot with its covers pulled taut, just like when I arrived here on my first day in the eastern sector, and haul myself up onto the mattress and their short springs, stretching out on it as I lay on my back. I feel a bruise forming on my stomach as I run my tongue over my teeth, pausing when it sinks into the new gap from the tooth Molars had knocked out of my mouth. How much time passes as I lie here, I do not know, but it feels like an eternity moseys by, taking its time as it allows me to stew in my own thoughts, each one worse than the last. The engine of a transport pulls up, and my eyes flutter open, telling me that I must have passed out, despite my attempts to remain awake. Doors open and close, and I know what comes next as boots pound up the stairs, heading straight for my door. It opens. Arbiters rush in and seize me before I have a chance to sit up and drag me into the hallway toward the stairs. I try to move my feet, but they refuse to work, too exhausted to obey my commands, as the arbiters holding on to me haul me down the stairs into the foyer, where a slumped figure in cuffs sits in the middle of the floor, guarded by arbiters. The arbiters carrying me throw me on the floor next to the slumped figure, followed by Amal. My heart skips a few beats as the moment of truth rears its ugly head at me, taunting me. "Tell us," orders Commander Vi of the slumped figure. "Who is your accomplice?" The figure moves, as matted hair escapes its hold, plastering to the person's chin, before sitting up and showing a face I almost don't recognize. Mandy. She got caught. Why did I force her to meet with me that night? She knew she was being watched and she met with me anyway, because I pretended to be Natalie, because I wanted answers. Because of me, she now lies in the middle of the floor at the manor, her face so beaten that it will never pass for human again, and her uniform torn to the point where it appears to be nothing more than rags thrown together in a pathetic attempt to clothe her. I bite my tongue to keep from gasping as she opens her one good eye, the other sunken in, as though it had been ripped out, and her mouth so swollen that, When she tries to speak, her words are slurred and blend together, making it impossible to decipher them. What did they do to her? And it's all because of me. I steal a quick glance at Molars, who stands triumphant over us all, knowing full well who Mandy's real accomplice is and enjoying every minute of it. "Tell us!" an arbiter screams, punching Mandy in the face, and I want to lash out, to demand that they stop torturing her, but to my shame, I don't. "All right," Mandy whispers, relenting to their incessant demands, and I can only imagine the horror she was forced to endure from the moment of her capture to now. "I'll tell you what you want." "You had an accomplice?" demands Molars, relishing the power he has over her. "Yes," whispers Mandy in a harsh voice that sounds like she hasn't had water for days. "Tell us who it is," Molars commands, savoring his moment of victory as his eyes settle on me, certain of what she will say. He either figured it out or sees an opportunity to be rid of me. "Him!" Mandy points a broken finger at Amal. "What? No!" Amal screams in terror. It's all a lie!" "He is my accomplice," Mandy says, her voice growing stronger as she commits to her story. "We would meet in secret. I would bring him names of those who wanted to leave and he would smuggle them out. That is what he was doing for me tonight." Reno leans into Commander Vi, holding Amal's wristband. His wristband shows that he has been sneaking out for some time now, and that he was in an abandoned tunnel tonight. "No!" shrieks Amal in terror. "I never left! I lost my wristband! It wasn't me, I swear!" Amal's piercing screams echo off the walls as arbiters drag him away to a transport, while Molar's gaze stays fixed upon me, forcing me to keep my face impassive so as not to reveal my surprise by Mandy's actions, even though, deep inside, I am perplexed and wonder why she lied. I tricked her into revealing herself. She should want to take me down with her, to get revenge, but instead, she spares me. "You lie," Molar says to Mandy as he grabs her by the hair and yanks her head back. Mandy laughs at him. "I have named my accomplice." Molars raises his hand to her, but she stops him. "Careful, Molars," she whispers. "Sometimes, those who revel in the power they have over others live to regret it." Arbiters seize Mandy and haul her away, and I am unable to move as I stare after her, wondering what her motive for tonight was, wondering why she let me live. Out of all the instructors I had at the training facility, Mandy was the only one who tried to be fair, who showed kindness, and who looked out for her recruits, and even in the end, she looked out for me. No, it cannot end this way for her. I cannot let her lie for me. I deserve to be punished alongside her. I shift my leg and start to stand up, to run after her, when a firm hand presses down upon my shoulder, holding me in pace, as Renal appears behind me, refusing to allow me to undo Mandy's sacrifice. Does he know? Or is he just preventing me from doing something rash?
"It appears we are done here,"
Renal says, staring at Molars, forcing him to remove his gaze from me. "You were only half right tonight," says Commander Vi to Molars. "You had the wrong traitor." She stalks out of the foyer into her office, sealing the door behind her, while Renal glares at Molars, giving an unspoken command. One by one, the arbiters in the room disperse, leaving me alone in a tumultuous wave of guilt and relief as the lights turn off, plunging me into darkness, while my eyes remain fixed on Molars' form, until he disappears around a corner, but I refuse to move, to go back to my room, as I remain kneeling on the floor with the edge of a cracked board digging into my knees. A gentle hand touches my shoulder as a familiar voice whispers my name, taking great care to not attract attention. I jerk away before realizing it is Chase. "How long have I remained here?" Chase says nothing, but holds his hand out to me. I let him lift me to my feet and lead me away, being as quiet as we can. When we reach my room, I move away from his comforting embrace and to the window, staring out at the wall and the reflection of a resolute person hovering over it. My reflection. Molars may have won tonight, but I swear that Mandy's sacrifice will not be in vain. I do not know how I will honor her, but I will. No, he will not be allowed peace. Noni's story will conclude in Book 3, Entombed. This has been Ensnared. Written by Janet McNulty.
Narrated by Katie Martin. Copyright 2020 by Janet McNulty. Production copyright 2025 by Janet McNulty.